Welcome our resource speakers and guests from different agencies of government. Today, the DBCC, Development Budget Coordinating Committee, will brief us on the proposed 3.35 trillion national government budget for 2017. As we open discussions on the 2017 national budget, I would like to stress on the importance of a task laid before us. Your Committee on Finance will work closely with the country's economic managers and all our government agencies and consider our constituents' concerns to ensure that the national budget 2017 will indeed be a budget for real change. We support the administration's main thrust to prioritize and improve education, ensure that more citizens have access to quality and efficient social services, and increase public spending in terms of infrastructure. We also seek to attune the national budget with the Sustainable Development Goals, or the SDGs, which are global aims to end poverty and hunger, improve health and education, make cities more sustainable, combat climate change, promote peace and justice for all, and protect the environment and biodiversity, among many others. As we express our support to the administration's programs, your Committee on Finance will likewise ensure that it will scrutinize the national budget of 2017 in a manner that is transparent, inclusive, and consultative. With that, I wish to welcome our economic managers. May I request the committee secretary to read into the record the presence of our secretaries and the undersecretaries. I would just like also to welcome the participation and early arrival of Senator Lacson, Senator Gatchalian, and Senator Binay. I believe that the others will be joining us today. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. We would like to acknowledge the presence of Secretary Benjamin Jokno of DBM, Secretary Pernia of the NEDA, Governor Tetanco of BSP, Deputy Governor Gunigundo of BSP, Deputy Governor Aquino of BSP, Chairperson Teresita Herbosa of the Securities and Exchange Commission, Secretary Carlos Dominguez III, Department of Finance, Treasurer Roberto Tan, Bureau of Treasury, Commissioner Cesar Dulay, BIR, Commissioner Nicanor Faeldon, Bureau of Customs. Thank you.
We welcome you all to the Senate. May we request Secretary Diokno to tell us the order in which you will present the budget. I believe you will start with NEDA and BSP. Is that the way? Then DOF and then DBM. Your pleasure, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Welcome, Senator Aquino. Thank you.
Honorable Senator Lacson, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Binay, and Senator Aquino. Good morning. Today we will present to you the assumptions, the principles, and the priorities of President Duterte's first budget. And I will introduce to you the the members of the DBCC and the order by which they will present. First will be Secretary Pernia of NEDA. He will be followed by Governor Tanco of Bangko Sentral, followed by Secretary Dominguez, and then I will conclude the presentation, Your Honor.
We recognize Secretary Ernesto Pernia. You can please start, sir, with your presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Senator Legarda, Chair of the Committee on Finance and Chair of the Subcommittee A. Honorable Senator Lacson, Chair of the Finance Subcommittee. Honorable Bam Aquino, Chair of the Finance Subcommittee C, Senator Gatchalian, and Senator Nancy Binay. It's a pleasure to be here, to be given the opportunity to present our DBCC report. Okay. On the part of NEDA, the presentation will have 3 short sections only. No, 7. First, we will discuss the recent economic performance and then compare this with the PDP, Philippine Development Plan targets that include employment and poverty rates. This brings us to the big challenge then. Next, we will briefly discuss how the Duterte administration plans to address this challenge. Then we will present the outlook based on macroeconomic assumptions. Lastly, we shall then move on to a discussion of opportunities, drivers of growth, and finally, certain risks and uncertainties that may impact on the outlook.
Before you proceed, we'd like to recognize Senate President Pro Tempore Frank Drillon.
Good morning, Honorable Senator Drillon. Just last August 18, we announced the performance of our economy for the second quarter 2016. Growth in GDP accelerated, as you already know, to 7% from 6% during the first quarter. And this brings us to a first semester GDP growth of 6.9%. This means the economy will need to grow only by 5.1% in the second semester to reach the lower end of the DBCC growth target of 6.7% for the year 2016. On the supply or production side of the economy, growth was underpinned by industry, which grew by 7.9%, and services by 8%. Within industry, manufacturing contributed the most to growth, with a growth rate of 7.2%. Services sector growth, on the other hand, was fueled by wholesale and retail trade, real estate, renting and business activities, and tourism-related services. By contrast, agriculture, fishery, and forestry contracted by 2.1% in the second quarter. Including its performance in the first quarter, the sector contracted by a total of 3.3%. In fact, this is the fifth consecutive quarter that the sector's output has declined. On the expenditure or demand side of the economy, GDP growth was supported by increases in consumption spending, by household consumption spending by households growing by 7.3%, government spending growing by 13.5%, investments including fixed capital formation increased by 27.2%. Exports remained low, growing by only 6.6%, while imports expanded by 21%, mostly in terms of capital and intermediate goods. The second quarter GDP growth rate puts the country as perhaps the fastest growing economy in Asia. And for the full year 2016 and 2017, the Philippines is expected to remain one of the fastest growing economies in Asia. A more useful way to gauge our recent economic performance is to compare it against the target set in the PDP, Philippine Development Plan Medium-Term Update. Although macroeconomic growth targets have been mostly missed, growth has nevertheless markedly improved. Together with the acceleration in growth, unemployment has fallen somewhat faster rather than expected. But the real worrisome thing is that unemployment remains high at double digits. Another major concern is that poverty reduction has been exceedingly slow. Underemployment has remained at high double digits. And another major concern is that poverty reduction has been exceedingly slow, which is related to underemployment. This is the big puzzle. The much touted fast economic growth has resulted in extremely slow poverty reduction. Part of the explanation is the marked imbalance in the distribution of benefits of growth across the regions, sectors, and socio-economic classes. In particular, the dismal performance of agriculture, fishery, and forestry needs urgent attention. In addition, the significant increase in food prices, particularly rice, also pushed the poverty line up by almost 30% over the last 6 years. Moreover, the rapid pace of population growth, with additional 10 million Filipinos in the past 6 years, has made poverty reduction a steep challenge. This can be explained by the lack of a family planning program for decades and the implementation of the Responsible Parenthood and Reproductive Health Law in fits and starts in recent years up to today. The 0 to 10 socio-economic agenda of the Duterte administration is designed to address the puzzle and the challenge. To illustrate, first, the Duterte administration will significantly improve the investment climate by pursuing peace and order, massive infrastructure upgrade, cut red tape, and ease the constitutional restrictions on foreign direct investment, and so on. To address the unequal economic growth, we shall focus on regional and rural development, building up socio-economic resiliency. Infrastructure development will be another instrument to boost economic activity in the rural areas, as well as enhance connectivity within and among the regions. Manufacturing in the regions will be a key to job creation and poverty reduction. To reverse the output decline in the agriculture sector, a comprehensive agricultural development program will be pursued. This includes better land administration, asset reform, improving access to technology and innovation, and moving up the value chain. Improvements in agricultural productivity will address the problem of high food prices. At the same time, we will maintain macroeconomic stability, price stability in particular, and pursue a strategic trade policy. We also emphasize the need to fully implement the Responsible Parenthood and Reproductive Health Law. The next 6 years will see the highest number of women of reproductive ages, 15 to 49. This is referred to as the population bounce, and if we are not able to sharply reduce the total fertility rate, we could miss out on the so-called demographic dividend when the relative share of the workforce would outsize the dependent age group. The country's considerable lack in science and technology and the creative arts relative to our ASEAN neighbors needs attention as well. During the next 6 years, science and technology and the creative arts will be promoted to enhance our creative and innovative capacities to achieve self-sustaining, inclusive growth in the long run and allow us to participate in the global knowledge economy. These strategies and many more will be elaborated in the upcoming Philippine Development Plan 2017-2022. The objective of this Philippine Development Plan is to lay down the foundations for inclusive growth and a high-trust society, which is a basic requirement for the attainment of the Ambisyon Natin 2040. On this slide is shown the macroeconomic assumptions that underlie our projections. These are from the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, and the governor of BSP will discuss this at length in his presentation. Given the foregoing assumptions, we are targeting a 6 to 7% GDP growth in 2016, increasing to 6.5 to 7.5% in 2017, and then stabilizing to between 7 and 8% from 2018 through 2022. This table also shows the targets of gross national income and net primary income. As you may infer from the numbers, we are quite optimistic. We are keen on taking advantage of the opportunities for economic growth while remaining vigilant of the risks which are shown in the next slides. But always we need to realize that what really matters is the impact of this economic growth on the lives of people, especially the poor and those left behind. The opportunities that we can take advantage of to support economic growth include, inter alia, the following. The ASEAN Economic Integration, or AEC, will open up new sources of capital, technology, and markets. Secondly, integration with our ASEAN neighbors will be reinforced by our hosting of the ASEAN meetings next year. As our experience with our APEC hosting last year has shown, we expect ASEAN hosting to boost our tourism sector next year. The peaceful and smooth transfer of power, together with our commitment to continue current macroeconomic policies and programs and the reform agenda, will boost investor confidence and consumer confidence as well. Lastly, but definitely not the least, the potential resumption of peace talks could open up new growth areas and sectors, thereby introducing more dynamism in the entire economy. We expect the following growth drivers on the demand or expenditure side of the economy. 1. Household consumption, supported by remittance flows. Better employment prospects, stronger consumer confidence, low inflation, and low interest rates. Government spending, for example, will include the expansion of human development and social protection programs like the CCT, the K-12, and health services. Number 3, investment consisting of public infrastructure spending, private construction, and PPP projects. And 4th, exports of services, mainly the good prospects for business process management and tourism services. On the supply or production side of the economy, the drivers are likely to be low petroleum prices, could encourage expansion of existing firms and even the entry of new firms. Secondly, construction and infrastructure development in response to the demand by both public and private sectors. And third, manufacturing resurgence. 4th, real estate, renting, and business activities in response to demand from the BPM sectors and even from our OFWs. 5th, tourism-related services, and 6th, wholesale and retail trade. What are the risks and uncertainties that could arise in the horizon? We remain vigilant of downside risks to our growth prospects. On the external front, there is the fragile growth in Japan, one of our biggest trading partners, and the EU, and the slowdown in large emerging economies, particularly China. We will also continuously monitor the monetary policies in the major developed countries and the knock-on effects of the Brexit. Next, geopolitical tensions in the Middle East and the extended period of low oil prices could affect oil revenue, jobs, and remittances. There is also the maritime dispute in the West Philippine Sea. On the domestic front, what we see possible risks and uncertainties would be logistics bottlenecks could constrain economic activity and therefore economic growth. Secondly, delays in government infrastructure and reconstruction projects would also delay the boost in regional development and recovery in the disaster-stricken areas. Secondly, weather shocks, including a potential La Nina towards the end of the year, could work both ways. It could increase agricultural production, but could also lead to floods in urban areas. Then widening trade deficit could, due to faster growth of imports and exports than exports. And closure of mines, while having minimal impact on economic growth, could displace significant numbers of workers. That ends my presentation. Madam Chair, Honorable Legarda, Senator Legarda.
Thank you, Secretary Pernia. May we hear from the BSP, please, Governor Tetanco. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Legarda, the Chair of the Senate Committee on Finance, Senator Drillon, Senator Aquino, Senator Lacson, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Binay, Senator Ontiveros, members of the economic team, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As a resource institution of the DBCC, the BSP is pleased to provide this committee with an update on the emerging trends in the monetary, external, and financial sectors of the economy, and to present the overall rationale behind the macroeconomic assumptions underlying the 2017 budget. Let me highlight the key themes of the BSP's presentation. First, the country's macroeconomic fundamentals remain strong, and its underlying story of resilience continues. The economy has sustained its growth above the historical average. Inflation is expected to be within the government's target in 2017, supported by favorable supply conditions and well-calibrated monetary policy. Second, we acknowledge that the economy faces external risks from the weak world economic outlook, uncertainty and divergence in global monetary policy settings, and volatility in oil prices. In the domestic front, weather disturbances could exact a toll on both growth and prices. These risks were mentioned by Secretary Pernia earlier.
Before you proceed, thank you. We would request that the hard copies of the presentation be furnished to all the senators, and we would like to acknowledge and thank the presence of Senator Ontiveros and Senator Villar present here today. Thank you. Yes. Kindly give the senators a hard copy of the presentations. Okay. Meron na kayo. Si Ping wala pa. Yeah. Please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Villar. Nonetheless, policymakers have sufficient space to address these risks. Higher yet responsible fiscal spending targeted at further enhancing economic potentials could support sustained growth. Timely implementation of supply-side measures would also help keep prices manageable. The country's banking system remains healthy and fundamentally sound, serving to effectively intermediate funds to finance the needs of the various economic sectors. The BSP continues to guard against potential risks to price and financial stability and remains prepared to implement further policy actions as needed. Finally, Madam Chair, let me point out that the way forward calls for sustaining the economic gains by continuing to pursue reforms that will help boost the economy's flexibility and productivity. For its part, the BSP will remain firm in its commitment to price and financial stability through forward-looking monetary policy and purposeful reforms in the financial system as we continue to build on our progress while we bring in the needed changes. I'll end my brief presentation by sharing the legislative priorities of the BSP under the current administration. Madam Chair, this chart shows that compared with the average performance from 2007 to 2014 and the performance in 2015, the Philippine economy remains strong and resilient. We have seen the following: higher growth, lower inflation, lower than target fiscal deficit, ample liquidity and credit, good loan quality and capital base of banks, and robust external payments position characterized by current account surplus, a comfortable gross international reserve level, and manageable external debt profile and debt burden. We will be discussing in some detail the factors that influence the outturn for these macroeconomic variables in the next few slides. Let me clarify that the transformation of the Philippine economy is a product of a series of policy and structural reforms implemented over the last 2 decades, disciplined macroeconomic management, and improvements in governance. The selected list of critical reforms that are on the screen have helped us in expanding the role of market forces in key sectors of the economy, encouraging investments, ensuring fiscal sustainability, strengthening the banking sector, promoting innovation and competition, encouraging stronger private sector participation, and finally, inspiring business activity. An important consequence of these structural reforms is an improvement in the economy's productive capacity. Potential output growth has been steadily rising alongside the improvement in the share of total factor productivity growth. This is consistent with the declining incremental capital output ratio as well as the observed structural shift in employment and production structures that require higher levels of skills and knowledge. It is no small measure that the country's macroeconomic progress has been achieved despite a very challenging global economic landscape. Some of the recent adverse external developments that triggered episodes of financial market anxieties and volatilities in capital flows, exchange rate, and stock market include the following. First is the ongoing rebalancing in the Chinese economy, from export-led to services and domestic consumption-driven. While this could result in slower economic growth for China, such is believed to be more sustainable. As a key trading partner, a slower-growing China could, however, affect our exports. Second is the uncertainty in the timing of policy rate normalization in the United States. The Fed Reserve first raised its target Fed funds rate in December last year from 0.25% to 0.50% for the first time since the global financial crisis. Markets have been speculating when the Fed's next move would be. The comments of Fed Reserve Chair Janet Yellen over the weekend, however, signaled that the Fed could raise rates sooner rather than later, stating that the case for a rate hike has risen in recent months. Market expectations are currently seen as too low. Market expectations of a rate hike are currently seen to be too low. Nonetheless, until the next move actually happens, there could still be market volatility. Third is the significant drop in global oil prices due to abundant supply and weak demand in the international oil market. The decline in oil prices could affect our imports in a positive way, but cash remittances in a negative way. Fourth is Brexit. While some of the initial negative impact on financial markets has dissipated, there is still need to see what will transpire during the transmission to full implementation of the exit. If recession holds sway in the UK, global economic prospects could be diminished. Despite these external headwinds, Madam Chair, the economy has exhibited notable resilience. Latest GDP outturn exceeded market expectations and those of other high-performing Asian economies including China, Indonesia, and Malaysia. It bears noting that the drivers for our growth have been broadening. On the production side, industry supported by manufacturing and construction has added more growth impulses. And on the expenditure side, higher public spending and private investments are additional growth drivers together with personal consumption. Inflation remains benign. Headline inflation averaged 1.4% in January-July 2016, driven largely by supply-side factors such as lower domestic rice and petroleum prices, downward adjustment in electricity rates, and the provisional rollback in jeepney fares. Meanwhile, core inflation, which excludes certain volatile food and energy items, averaged 1.7% in January-July 2016. Inflation expectations continue to be broadly in line with the inflation target over the policy horizon. Inflation forecasts by IFIs, particularly the IMF and the Institute of International Finance, also indicate benign inflation readings for both 2016 and 2017. On the country's monetary conditions, ample domestic liquidity and the healthy growth in bank lending continue to support economic growth. Domestic liquidity grew by 12.4% in June 2016, reflecting robust domestic credits. Bank loans, which increased by 17.6%, continue to flow to the country's productive sector. Data as of June 2016 show that one-fifth of the total bank loans went largely to wholesale and retail trade, motor repair, transportation and storage, and information and communication sectors. The Philippine banking system has remained strong and stable, supporting growth across various sectors of the economy. Key banking indicators continue to indicate solid asset growth, improving quality of loans, and capitalization above international norms. As of March 2016, the capital adequacy ratio of universal commercial banks, 15.8% on a consolidated basis and 15% on a solo basis, remained well above the standard set by the BSP, which is 10%, and the Bank for International Settlements, which is 8%. With adequate capitalization above international norms, and the sustained positive performance of the banking system, we believe that our banks are prepared for the entry of regional international banks under the ASEAN Economic and Financial Integration. The BSP will continue to build on its enhanced regulatory framework to maintain a sound and stable financial system. Moreover, the country continued to build up its foreign exchange reserves. As of end July 2016, the gross international reserves stood at an all-time high of $85.5 billion, adequate to cover 10.5 months' worth of imports of goods and payments of services and income. It is also equivalent to 6 times the country's short-term external debt based on original maturity and 4.3 times based on residual maturity. These foreign exchange indicators compare favorably with our counterparts in the Asia-Pacific region. Now, what are the implications of these external payments numbers? Madam Chair, the country's favorable external payments position has mitigated the adverse effects of external shocks. The flexibility of the peso has been our first line of defense against the uncertainty and volatility of the global market. Our high FX reserves have provided greater confidence to business and investors on the country's liquidity position. However, we recognize that the Philippines is not completely insulated from the volatilities in the global market. The Philippine peso would occasionally weaken against the US dollar, moving in sync with other currencies in the region on account of sentiment change and developments outside our national borders. Nevertheless, the country's firm macroeconomic fundamentals, investment-grade status, ample gross international reserves, and steady foreign exchange inflows, including from overseas Philippine remittances and receipts from the BPO sector, would support a broadly stable, real effective exchange rate. Given our assessment of current developments, what are the proposed key macroeconomic assumptions for the 2017 national budget? Inflation is projected to average slightly below the low end of the 2 to 4% target range in 2016 and to approach the midpoint of this target range in 2017. Risks to the inflation outlook are broadly balanced. Downside risk could come from slower than expected global economic activity, while pending petitions for adjustments in electricity rates could pose an upside risk. In the global market, the per barrel price of Dubai crude oil is expected to be within 35 to 50 US dollars per barrel in 2016 and to pick up slightly to 40 to 55 US dollars in 2017. These assumptions are consistent with current prices in the spot market as well as futures prices and forecasts of multilateral institutions. In the foreign exchange market, we expect that the peso would remain sensitive to concerns over global economic and financial developments. Nonetheless, steady foreign exchange inflows and the country's firm macroeconomic fundamentals would continue supporting a broadly stable peso. In the primary market, the 364-day T-bill rate could settle at 2 to 4% for 2016-2017. While higher fiscal deficit targets may, to a certain degree, raise domestic interest rates, we expect that the liquidity in the system could sufficiently fund requirements of households and investors and keep interest rate movements within the target range. Foreign interest rate could likewise remain low for 2016-2017. The 180-day LIBOR could range at 0.8 to 1.8% for 2016 and 1 to 2% for 2017. Many central banks and IFIs believe that prolonged period of low interest rates will continue. Lastly, despite the weakness in external demand, we expect merchandise trade to show some modest improvements in 2016-2017. To help in the attainment of the targets, the BSP is fully committed to ensure stability in the monetary, financial, and external sectors of the economy. On price stability, the BSP will closely monitor domestic and external developments to ensure that the monetary policy is appropriately calibrated. On the financial sector, the BSP will strengthen the framework for risk governance and align supervisory policies with international standards to enhance banking reform agenda and foster greater financial stability. And on the external sector, the BSP will remain supportive of policies that moderate the impact of external shocks, such as maintaining a market-determined exchange rate, maintaining ample foreign exchange reserves, and keeping the country's external debt manageable. Besides its core mandate, Madam Chair, the BSP has pursued and will continue to pursue financial inclusion as a strategic objective. Our GEL framework is provided by the National Strategy for Financial Inclusion. We shall continue to communicate information to our GEL public on key economic and financial developments to guide them properly in making financial decisions. We shall also continue to broaden the access of low-income households to financial services. We shall continue to address the financial needs of small businesses by allowing them access to bank credit without collateral. And we shall continue to ensure that our financial consumers are well protected against financial fraud. Finally, the BSP will continue to push for legislative proposals and issuances that would further enhance its implementation of appropriate monetary and credit policies and strengthen its oversight functions in fostering a safe, efficient, and reliable financial system. The list shows the legislative measures that are being proposed by the BSP, and you'll be prepared to discuss this with the appropriate committees at their convenience, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and honorable members of the committee, we would like to underscore that our country has achieved significant economic strides in recent years and has notable resilience amid global challenges. Despite the potential obstacles in the road ahead, we remain optimistic that our country will continue to push forward with appropriate reforms and policies. Consistent with the 10-point economic agenda of the government, we shall continue to build on the progress we have achieved so far while implementing structural changes critical to attaining sustained and inclusive growth. I'll end there, Madam Chair, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Governor Tetanco. May we proceed with the Department of Finance? Secretary Dominguez, please.
Thank you. Honorable Chairman Senator Legarda, Honorable Senator Drillon, Senate President and Senate President pro tempore, Honorable Senator Ontiveros, Honorable Senator Binay, Honorable Senator Gatchalian, Honorable Senator Lacson, Honorable Senator Aquino, Honorable Senator Villar, my fellow workers in government, good morning. The Development Budget Coordination Committee submitted to the Congress the proposed General Appropriations Act for 2017. We chose to call this submission a budget for real change. I hope that upon close examination, you will find the title to be fitting. President Rodrigo Duterte was elected to office with a clear mandate for real change. The mandate includes restoring order and reorienting government to serve the people. It includes transforming our economy to be truly inclusive by providing infrastructure and social services. It includes some intangible things as well, such as public faith in our leaders and a sense of security in our streets. At the end of this term, the administration envisions a country at peace and free from threat of armed rebels and organized crime. We envision a country where the poverty rate is brought down from 26% to 17% through investments that create meaningful jobs, along with an economic strategy that lifts lagging regions into the mainstream. To accomplish this vision of inclusive growth, we have to do things that might seem contradictory at first glance. We need to lower tax rates to be at par with our ASEAN neighbors. And corporate income tax rates, we hope to increase revenues through better compliance. Lower tax rates do not necessarily imply lower revenue intake, so long as the tax base is broadened and tax administration is improved. We hope to further compensate for the lower tax rates by closely reviewing the incentives that were so casually given out in the past. We are looking at adjusting excise tax rates for a number of goods and eliminating some VAT exemptions and zero-rated transactions. We will submit to the Congress in a few weeks the specific tax reforms we recommend. The country's fiscal situation allows much room to push reforms. In 2015, revenue sustained its double-digit growth, outpacing nominal GDP growth. Total collections amounted to 2.1 trillion, or 10.5% over the previous year. That growth includes the transfer of 60.1 billion, or about 0.5% of GDP, to the general fund. Tax revenues reached 1.8 trillion, or 5.6% higher than the previous year. Tax administration reforms and higher revenues from the implementation of the sin tax law enabled tax collections to grow by 7.4%. We expect the improvements in collections to continue through 2016 and beyond. Bureau of Customs, however, collected marginally less revenue. Collections for 2015 saw a 0.5% decrease over the preceding year. A substantially lower oil price regime accounted for this. Through the first half of 2016, revenue collections were at 1.1 trillion, a 1.4% increase over the first half of 2015. If we net out the transfer of the COCO levy fund, the improvement in collection is 7%. Based on the year-to-date 2016 performance, total revenues can reach 2.2 trillion by the end of the year, with tax revenue at 2 trillion. Proceeds from the sin taxes used to supplement our public health services underscore what creative revenue measures could accomplish. In 2015, revenues from sin taxes increased the Department of Health's budget by 63% over 2013 numbers. By the first half of this year, revenues from sin taxes raised the DOH budget to 122 billion, up 130.4% over 2013, when the sin tax law was enacted. The enlarged DOH budget has been used to fund public health programs that benefit the poor above all. The money was also used to provide insurance coverage to an additional 10.1 million indigent families, as well as 2.8 million senior citizens under the financial risk protection strategy. In pursuit of the Millennium Development Goals, close to 614,000 indigents were immunized against pneumonia, 489,000 immunized against dengue, and more than 302,000 females aged 9 and above were given HPV vaccine as protection against cervical cancer. In addition, our public health program was able to treat 88,000 tuberculosis cases and more than 4,212 HIV and AIDS cases. Income from the sin taxes enabled funding of 5,700 health centers in schools and enhancement of 956 barangay health stations to qualify them for full health accreditation. In addition, 1,623 urban-rural health units became 3-in-1 accredited. A total of 162 mobile dental units were also deployed. The same sin tax allowed the hiring of new health workers, 9,334 nurses, 171 dentists, 170 medical technologists, and 808 public health associates. In 2016, total excise taxes from sin products reached 143.1 billion pesos. This is a tax measure that outperformed earlier estimates
and directly benefited the poor. Imagine what other creative taxes could do for the economy and our people. Meanwhile, our debt to GDP ratio continued to improve. At the end of 2015, our total national debt receded to 44.7% of GDP. We expect our debt to GDP ratio to drop to 42.8% and 41.6% in 2016 and 2017. Today, only a third of the national debt is from foreign borrowing, compared to almost half in 2009. The foreign debt component of our national debt declined to 15.6% of GDP by the end of 2015. Our preference is to borrow locally, and this is in line with our desire to mitigate risks on debt servicing from adverse foreign exchange fluctuations and to make room for borrowing activities that will help broaden and deepen our domestic capital markets. At the same time, our financing mix policy also considers the welfare of OFWs and the competitiveness of our exports. By the end of 2016 and 2017, we expect our foreign and domestic borrowing mix to be at 34 to 66. Our policy is to source as much of our financing needs from domestic sources. At the end of 2015, interest payments for the outstanding national debt declined from 31.7% in 2000 to 14.7% of our revenues. That trend will continue. The proposed budget targets a deficit of 3% of GDP. This is only marginally higher than the previous years, but the slightly higher budget deficit will translate into substantial infrastructure and human capital expenditures next year. This will enable our economy to expand programs such as TESDA that raise the skills profile of our labor force. Higher public spending in turn will help make our GDP growth more robust and inclusive. Last quarter's GDP growth of 7% will enable the new government to keep its growth targets on track for the rest of the year and for 2017. The second quarter growth for 2016 was the highest quarterly and semestral growth since 2014 and was 5% above for the 18 consecutive quarters. If we look regionally, we see the NCR posted the highest per capita gross regional domestic product, or GRDP, in 2015 at 398,985 pesos, nearly 3 times the national average and 9% higher than in 2014. Aside from NCR, 2 other regions, Calabarzon and CAR, likewise posted per capita GRDP higher than the national average at 145,859 pesos and 131,110 pesos respectively. Meanwhile, ARM has the lowest per capita GRDP among the regions at 26,757 or 2015, just a mere 7% of NCR. We need to do more to help our lagging regions. We need to stimulate growth in regions outside NCR by increasing regional infrastructure and social services spending. In order to support the administration's program of infrastructure build-up and increase investments in human capital, as presented in the President's 10-point socio-economic program, the Finance Department is tasked with increasing revenues. We are expected to accomplish this while bringing down the oppressive tax rates. Obviously, we need to put together a truly transformative tax reform program. Just to make the challenge more interesting, the tax reform program must be designed not just to raise revenues, but support inclusive growth. It must be a revenue package that coheres with the goals of maintaining the sustainability of our debt program and, more importantly, attracting investments, creating meaningful jobs, and eradicating poverty. That package must make the tax system simpler, fairer, and more efficient, with the goal of broadening the tax base, lowering the tax rate, and increasing revenues. While we are still under consultation to work out the precise numbers and mechanisms, our proposed reform, we wish to share our intended tax policy directions. Today, the Philippines has among the highest tax rates in the region and among the narrowest tax bases. This is a condition tax reform should reverse. We should aim to bring down tax rates while at the same time broadening the tax base. The tax reforms we intend to present to Congress aim to lower tax rates and broaden the tax base to align with the systems prevailing in neighboring economies. The tax package will include a review of tax incentives that have been given without time bounds. The excise tax on oil has not been adjusted for 2 decades, and the significant drop in oil prices gives us an opportunity to adjust to inflation. We are also looking at a tax on sugary and fatty foods to encourage consumers to buy healthier foods. This will be akin to sin taxes. In our present tax system, the VAT system captures approximately half of GDP. Self-employed professionals easily escape the tax net, largely due to bank secrecy laws. It is a system that causes inequality, economic distortions, and discourages investments. We are designing a system that will be more transparent, performance-bound, highly targeted, and time-bound. By increasing the effective tax rate for companies receiving incentives and reducing the corporate tax rate, we improve the equity of the whole system. We will likewise seek to reform property taxes with the end in goal of unlocking the land market and helping the LGUs raise more revenues. As announced earlier, we will seek to lower estate taxes to encourage updated documentation of land ownership. Consistent with the thrust of modernizing governance, reducing corruption and inefficiency, and cutting red tape, we will continue reforms in the BOC and the BIR to help raise revenues. We will also explore further tax measures such as luxury and casino taxes if needed to make up for revenue losses. In general, the rich will have to pay more in taxes, while the vulnerable sectors of society will be protected through highly targeted subsidies such as the conditional cash transfer program. We will ensure that ordinary workers and the bottom 50% of households will be fully protected through social protection programs. Over the next 6 years, we plan a thorough overhaul, not only of our revenue systems, but also of the entire government structure. We will begin with the abolition of obsolete agencies as the first steps in trimming bureaucratic fat. The Philippines is at a critical juncture. The next 6 years can either continue along the path of high economic growth but high socio-economic inequality, or chart a different path towards shared prosperity that will uplift all. This is why it is so important to fund the 10-point socio-economic agenda. The 10-point socio-economic agenda revolves around the need to maintain sound macroeconomic and fiscal policies, invest in the people, address the binding constraints to investments and job creation. That is why we need tax reform. Tax reform is needed to achieve the larger goals of the administration to make sure that everybody feels the country's growth. The people elected Rodrigo Duterte because they want real change and a break from the status quo. To achieve President Duterte's promise to the people to deliver tunay na pagbabago, real change that people can feel, we need to enact big reforms that steer the country towards a better future. Be assured we will be bold as well as imaginative. We intend to set the course for decades to come. So much rests on the reform effort. Last May, our voters wanted bold and imaginative leadership. They voted for real change. We intend to deliver on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Dominguez. We recognize Senator Sonny Angara, present here today. Thank you. We proceed with Secretary Diokno, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Senator Legarda, Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Drillon, Senator Villar, Senator Aquino, Senator Lacson, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Binay, Senator Ontiveros, and Senator Sonia Angara. Co-workers in government, good morning. My presentation is divided into three parts: the budget philosophy and reforms. Second part is the budget aggregates and two dimensions, and the third one is on the priority programs under the 2017 budget. We will begin by discussing the principles and other reforms that guided the crafting of the budget. Shown on the screen is the medium-term fiscal program for 2016-2022, formulated by the Development Budget Coordination Committee. The rotating administration is committed to make public services more meaningful, reaching the marginalized and the poorest sectors of the society. To do this, the DBCC proposes to widen deficit spending to 3% of GDP over the medium term. For 2017, this will imply a deficit target of 478 billion, amounting to 777.4 billion by 2022. Borrowings will be complemented by increases in revenue collections resulting from improved tax administration efficiency and new tax measures being proposed by the Department of Finance. Revenues are targeted to reach 2.48 trillion in 2017, and this will be about 15.6% of GDP, increasing by 11 to 12% a year to reach 4.7 trillion or 18.1% of GDP by 2022. This resource mobilization strategy will allow the government to invest more heavily in infrastructure development and the much-needed basic social services, so that the infrastructure program expands from 5.4% of GDP in 2017 to 7% by 2022, and the national budget rises from 20.4% of GDP to 22.1% of GDP by 2022. This rate of government spending, the most ambitious so far, will sustain the growth momentum, with GDP growing by 6.5 to 7.5 next year, up to 7 to 8% in the next 5 years. The decision to increase the deficit level to 3% of GDP over the medium term has allowed us to spend more in order to achieve equitable prosperity for every Filipino. The social services sector, which includes education, health, and social welfare spending, among others, will continue its upward trend from 4.6% of GDP in 2010 to 7.7% in 2016 to reach 9.1% by 2022. Education spending is targeted to reach around 5% of GDP by 2022 from 3.8% this 2016, given the need to develop the country's workforce to support economic growth targets and poverty reduction. The budget should touch the life of every Filipino. For this to happen, underspending will be avoided. How do we plan to do this? Number one, we plan to streamline the release of funds as well as the processes for spending public funds. We will improve budget planning and preparation alongside the capacity building of agencies to create and implement programs and projects. And number three, to ensure compliance with the Supreme Court landmark decision will implement new measures to fast-track project implementation. How do we do this? First, the construction of major public infrastructure projects will go on at 24 hours a day, 7 days a week in Metro Manila, Cebu, and Davao. So it's going to be non-stop construction for major projects in urban centers. Next, we will push for the simplification of the implementing rules and regulations of the government procurement reform law, as procurement was identified as a cause of delays in projects and ultimately underspending. Third, project monitoring will be strengthened through the effective use of modern technology. For example, we plan to electronically tag every major project so that they can be monitored on a weekly basis using technology similar to Project Loren. Finally, the cabinet secretaries and undersecretaries themselves must be capacitated. After all, they are accountable for the performance of the respective agencies. Now, the budget was made for the benefit of the people, and therefore, the ordinary man in the street must know what is in the budget and must have a say in it as well. Just as important is the ability of citizens to hold the government accountable for poor performance, with the issuance of Executive Order Number 2, Series of 2016, implementing the proposed FOI bill. The people are now free to demand for this information. Also, the Duterte administration recognizes that LGUs are in the best position to identify and respond immediately to the needs of the communities on the ground. In acknowledging this, the government must strengthen and support LGUs. Additional support will be given to LGUs based on their adherence to the standards of good governance, their capacity in generating enough resources, and delivering basic services. We will treat local authorities as serious partners in development, not as pawns in a political game. We will pursue reforms to restore the trust of the Filipino people in the government. First, a budget reform act will be formulated to remedy the gaps in a modern budget system. Furthermore, the Budget Reform Act will also clarify the limits of the executive's budgetary powers and strengthen congressional power of the purse. We will right-size government in order to cut duplication in government and to simplify processes. In fact, last week we passed this, the cabinet already approved this, and we will send to the Senate and the House a version of this right-sizing bill. We will also need to pursue the pension reform for military and uniformed personnel, given its ballooning burden, the budget burden. The harsh reality is that the total cost of the pensions of retired soldiers will exceed the compensation of those in the active service. Already exceeded, Your Honor, the military. The problem is the indexation of the pensions to the base pay of those in active service, which means every time the basic pay of soldiers and policemen is increased, the pensions of retired soldiers and policemen automatically adjust upwards. That means we need to remove the indexation and put a fund similar to or part of GSIS. We will make this measure more feasible, and just by combining it with the reform of the compensation of the police and the military. Now let me proceed to the aggregates and the key dimensions of the budget. The proposed 2017 budget is, as you know, 3.35 trillion. This is 11.6 larger than the 2016 budget and is equivalent to 21% of the gross domestic product. This budget will be expansionary. It is consistent with the macroeconomic assumptions and fiscal programs of the government. Excluding interest payments from aggregate levels, the proposed budget will increase even higher, so by 15.6%. Now, on the screen are the top 10 departments receiving the largest budget allocation. In total, the top 10 comprise 51.9%, or more than half of the budget for 2017, a larger share than the current year's 48%. These departments reflect the programs and projects of the Duterte government, peace and order, human capital development, infrastructure, health and social protection, rural development, integrity of the environment, and the continuation of the current fiscal policies. This slide, the next slide, shows the top 10 executive departments ranked according to the size of their budget allocation for 2016 and 2017. Number one is DepEd, with a budget of 567.6 billion. That's unheard of in the past. Okay, that means a growth of 134.2 billion, or 31%. So among these top 10 departments, the biggest gainers will be DepEd, followed by the Department of Environment and Natural Resources with another 31.9% increase, and of course also Department of Transportation with 25.2%. Now it would appear that the budget of the DA declined, but that's only because it's the department proper. If you look at the total sector, including the corporations under DA, it is actually, the budget of the agricultural sector has actually increased. And the reason for the decline in the DA's budget is because some foreign-assisted projects have been completed, and there are some non-recurring items like DUB and Pamana, and some other locally funded projects. On the total agricultural sector, the budget last year was 92.3 billion. The budget this year is 93.4 billion. Now, another way of looking at the budget is by expense class: personal services, maintenance, capital outlays, and so forth and so on. Now, personal services will receive the biggest chunk of the budget with 997 billion. This is followed by infrastructure and other capital outlays with 781 billion in support of the administration's drive to accelerate infrastructure spending. Maintenance expenditures is allocated 534.5 billion, mainly to support the delivery of social and economic services. Debt burden, which means interest payments and net lending, is continuing its fall to 351.6 billion, or 10.5% of the budget versus its 14% share in 2016. Now, the allotment to local governments will be set at 554.9 billion. In other words, local governments will receive more than $500 billion in terms of internal revenue allotment, and in addition, special shares of national taxes. Compared to 2016, it is 14.2% higher, mainly due to the 81.5% increase in the local government support fund. These are help budgetary assistance to distressed municipalities and provinces. Now, by sector, the social services sector will continue to receive the biggest share in the budget in 2017, with a 40.1% share in the overall budget. It will also grow the fastest with a 20.1% increase over its 2016 budget. The economic services sector will receive the second largest share, 27.6%, with a 924 billion allocation. Following economic services is general services with 581.8 billion. On the other hand, the allocation for debt burden, meaning interest payments and net lending, will fall. The significant contraction of the allocation for debt service has allowed us to markedly increase the productive part of the budget, meaning the social, economic, general welfare services. Now let me go to the expenditure priorities, which are consistent with the President's State of the Nation address and his 10-point economic agenda. On top of that is infrastructure, with an allocation of 860.65 billion. As a percent of GDP, that's 5.4%. And it grew by 13.8 compared to 2016 budget. The biggest part will be road networks. Next will be school buildings. School buildings will receive a budget of 124.6 billion, followed by flood control and Hospitals will receive an allocation of 10 billion. Irrigation will have an allocation of 26 billion for 2017. Transport infrastructure, which includes seaport systems and airport systems, will receive an allocation of 2.7 billion and 5.7 billion respectively. The second priority area is education. The investment in human capital will be boosted with a sharp increase in the allocation for basic education, 571.5 billion to DepEd and the Philippine Science High School, up by 136.1 billion or 31.3% increase. Tertiary education will be provided with 75.1 billion or an increase of 22%. State universities 58.8, CHED 13.4, and Science Education Institute 3 billion. TESDA, which is tasked to oversee and manage the provision of tech-book education, will get 7 billion. The next item will be social protection. The provision of other social services, especially for the poor, will be supported through the various programs shown on the slide. Namely, PSWD will continue to receive 129.9 billion in 2017. CCT will account for the bulk at 78.7. The increase is due to the provision of 23.4 billion for rice allowance to 3 million beneficiaries. In other words, we will not increase the number of beneficiaries, but we will clean up the list. We will remove those who do not deserve to be in the list and include those who are deserving. However, in addition to the cash that the CCT beneficiaries receive, we will give them 20 kilos of rice every month for 12 months. Times 3 million beneficiaries, or 3 million households, that would amount to 23.5 billion. Now, the social pension for indigent senior citizens will give them 17.9 billion, and now covers all senior citizens will be covered. Kalahi CIDSS will get 10.3 billion, and Sustainable Livelihood Program 9.6 billion. Now, the 13.5 billion for DOE will be utilized primarily for the implementation of livelihood programs, special programs for employment of students, rural and emergency employment program, and job start program. Now, the social housing program for the informal settlers will be funded through the NHA's 12.6 billion subsidy, which is lower than the 2016 level. Note that we are adjusting because for some reason NHA got 30.5 billion last year, or this year, and of course it never got to spend that money. Okay? So we'll give them time to adjust, to digest what they have received, and therefore we just increase the next year's budget by 12.6 billion. But this is primarily due to the completion of the housing assistance program for Typhoon Yolanda victims worth 25.6 billion. For 2017, the proposed budget includes the Department of Transportation 7.34 billion for the resettlement of those to be displaced by the North-South Rail project. In addition, part of the DOE's budget of 2.7 billion and AS 1.8 billion will be used for the energization of households, particularly in remote areas. Rule of law is another priority of the Duterte administration. To improve the peace and order situation in the country, the AFP is allocated 174.5 billion, reflecting an 8.3 increase over the current year's level. Of the said amount, 25 billion will fund the AFP modernization program. The PNP, which has been mandated with internal security, will intensify the government's drive against illegal drugs and criminality, with its 2017 budget of 110.4 billion, reflecting an increment of 21.8 billion. Some 40 billion is included in the budget for the PNP, DND, and other uniform agencies to provide for increased compensation in line with the President's commitment to raise the compensation of the military and other uniformed personnel. Second to the last is agriculture development. For 2017, the overall budget for agricultural development amounts to 93.4 billion. That's a total sector. 1.3% increase over the 2016 level of 92.3 billion. The Department of Agriculture will be supported with 45.3 billion for R&D, market development, credit support services, as well as the construction of farm-to-market roads for the various commodity programs under the DA, including fishery. Several GOCCs also contribute to agricultural development through the provision of agricultural infrastructure, support for rice trading and importation, research and credit, and some 36.4 billion will be provided by the National Irrigation Authority for the construction, maintenance, rehabilitation, and repair of irrigation facilities in 2017. Finally, environment protection and tenure rights. The Department of Environment and Natural Resources is provided 29.4 billion for 2017. These budgets will support programs and projects that uphold environmental integrity, as well as climate change mitigation and adaptation strategies. These programs include 9.3 billion for the National Greening Program. Now for 2017, DAR will receive a budget of 10.1 billion, of which some 2.6 billion for land acquisition and redistribution of agricultural land, and 1.35 billion for the provision of support services to 380,785 agrarian reform beneficiaries in both agrarian communities and non-agrarian reform communities. Ladies and gentlemen, we have given you the salient features of President Duterte's first budget. This 2017 budget is his down payment for his vision of a fairer, safer, more peaceful, compassionate, more beautiful, and more prosperous Philippine society. We hope that you are with us in his desire to turn his vision into reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary Jokno. We recognize the arrival of Senator Recto as well. Okay. Just so that it's clear, this has been the practice before. The senators will be asking questions based on their order of arrival. I will just pose it some questions, very brief, for any of the economic managers, but I guess mostly to DBM, after which Senator Lacson, then we proceed with the order of arrival. There will be no number of minutes, minimum or maximum. I leave it to the better judgment of my colleagues to do what is appropriate. Thank you. I'm sorry? Order of arrival. You want me to read it into the record? Senator Lacson, Senator Binay, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Drillon, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Villar, Senator Angara, Senator Recto. I hope that's accurate. That was given to me by LBRMO. Yes. Just very basic questions, Secretary Jokno, and I thank all of you for your very concise, comprehensive presentation. How much of the 2015 appropriations have not yet been obligated? Meaning, how do you expect, or how much do we expect will revert to the unappropriated surplus to the general fund? Do we have an idea?
We have the information that my staff is gathering it, Your Honor.
Yes. Because we imagine that those that were not obligated in December of 2015 are still being used now and will only be made available to December or the next 4 months, end of this year.
It will be shown there. The total amount of unobligated allotments in 2015 is 353 billion out of a budget of 2.6 billion.
Sorry,
353 billion.
Sorry, 353 billion total unobligated
That's shown
as of
there.
December of 2015.
Yes, Your Honor. Expenditure program of 2.6 trillion, 2.606.
And therefore, percentage that.
In terms of percentage, the total unobligated would be of the 2.0606.
It's about 12.8. It's the difference between 1 and 87.2, which is percent obligation versus total allotment, which is shown there. Okay. So it's 12.8.
12.8% of the 2.6 trillion budget, which is 353 billion, are the total unobligated for December 2015, which were carried over to 2016. Does it mean, Secretary Jokton, that this would be considered unappropriated surplus that will go back to the general fund, or are this actually funds of programs and activities which are still being utilized now, which will be utilized till the end of the year?
I think if it's unobligated as of end of the year, then that goes to the treasury.
It will revert to the general fund.
Yes.
And this 353 billion will revert to the general fund. Are we certain about that? 12% will go back to the general fund because it's still unobligated up to this time. We assume that this 353 billion is unobligated as of August of 2016.
Madam Chair, I think the right term should be unused, no? Because unused would include unobligated, unreleased,
Unobligated
and unreleased
yeah.
by DBM.
Unobligated would mean not
Released to the agencies, but
not released,
no, released, but not
released but not bid out, not used. Yes.
Of the 353 billion, Your Honor, only 66.2 million will be used for the following year because these are the MOE and the capital outlays. But the two else you cannot use that for the 2016 budget.
Of the 353 billion, how much can be used, is being used or will be used in the next 4 months of the year till December?
Madam Chair, may I be clarified because
Yes.
there seems to be the total unobligated allotment 353, that is correct, 0.1 of billion. The unreleased appropriation 133.6. Therefore, total unused appropriations in 2015 would be 486
Including the unreleased.
including the unreleased.
Can we have that clarification? The total unobligated, meaning it was released to the agency, but the agency did not use it, did not bid it, did not implement it. 353, but per Senator Lacson, there is still unreleased over 100 billion, 133 unreleased appropriation. So we add that would be the 486.8 billion.
And that would not include the continuing appropriations. Huh? Included na? Continuing?
Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Kung included na yung continuing, can you also get that percentage out of the 486 billion kung ano yung continuing? Kasi may shelf life pa yun na 2 years, if I'm correct.
Madam Chair, just for the information of the committee.
Yes, sir. Correct.
I do have a copy of the COA report for 2015, and the figures presented here are different from what is presented on the board. Appropriations for 2015 were 3.348 trillion. Allotments released was 3.288 trillion. Therefore, 59.8 billion was not released as far as allotments are concerned. Of the 3.288 trillion, obligations incurred was 2.741 trillion, which leaves us with an unobligated allotment of 547 billion. 547 billion yung unobligated.
Thank you for that information.
Thank you.
Perhaps we could give DBM a copy, but what we are referring to is a summary of appropriations and obligations of the national government, just so that the SAUB, just so that we're on the same page. But we thank you for that information, Senator Recto. If you could give DBM a copy, we also don't have that COA report you're referring to, but just so that it's clear, may we base it on the SAUB first, and then we address that issue. Yes. So our basic question first is, what are the total unobligated appropriations, total unused of 2015, and those unreleased of 2015? Actually, we have it already. Its total is 468.
Okay, Your Honor, this is the information I have. Unobligated allotment is 353 billion rather, of which 203 has been carried over to 2016, but we don't know how which of those have been eventually used. So, pag hindi po nagamit ito this year, then that's lapse na yan. Okay? Yung unreleased, yes. Unobligated allotment, rather. The unreleased will also lapse, okay, Your Honor. Now, the 66.264, the difference between...
The unreleased is 133 billion.
Oh, there's another one, unreleased appropriation. What we did was to carry over it to 2016, but not the full amount, only 66.3 billion.
Of the 133 billion, only 66.
Unreleased appropriation to. Unreleased
Yes,
appropriation.
unreleased in 2015. 66 of the 133 has been released.
No, has been
No.
carried over to the next.
Carried over
2016.
to 2016.
Yes.
And
yes,
the balance of 133 and 66,
that will lapse. Your
it
Honor.
will just lapse. Is a request of Senator Recto. I'm not certain if you have that COA report and if you will be prepared to address that issue now, that there are different figures as compared to the summary of appropriations. But
We will reconcile it.
yeah, could you
Senator Recto.
reconcile that? I think it would be fair to have the agency have a copy of that COA report? I'm not certain if they would be ready.
We will clarify this tomorrow. We will be back here tomorrow.
Tomorrow, okay. We hold that pending for tomorrow. Yes. Now, how do we identify or define, Secretary, underspending? When you speak of underspending, are we referring to the failure to obligate or use the appropriations or unobligated appropriations, or are we referring to underspending under the cash disbursement program? How would we define underspending?
Well, I have a very simple way of doing it. I just look at the, for example, what is in the program for this year, and then three years from now, I will compare the actual versus the program. That's my definition of underspending. 3 years from now, you will see the actual. Okay, 3 years from now, you'll see the actual. All right? Actual spending versus the program spending for this year. Now, in the course, there will be some projects that will be delayed. Well, I think it will solve itself out because some projects are by nature multi-year and therefore could be delayed. But broadly, the fastest way of looking at it is what is the actual 3 years from now and compared to the program today.
Can you consider the MOE and the capital outlay, which have not been obligated in 2016, the present year, as underspending in 2016, when actually the validity of that fund, of that said appropriation, is valid till 2017? Or is that not considered underspending yet?
Some MOE can be pushed to the next year, but others cannot, right? Not all MOE can be pushed to the next year. So in that,
some
for example,
yes.
I think petroleum payment for petroleum, can you push that for next year? How do you? Yes. I think that's the reason why, Your Honor, that's why we want to give a life of just 1 year, because of this problem. Okay. Unfortunately, every time we submit that to Congress somehow wants to give it a longer life, but that's not sound financial practice, Your Honor. The best way really is, except for MOE, over the capital outlays, where you really need more than 1 year to complete capital outlays. I think PS and MOE, as a matter of course, should have a life of just 1 year, Your Honor. Yes, yeah. And MOE, for some reason, I think it's been used, treated as if it's has a life of 2 years. I think, to me, I would advocate, I would argue that PS and MOE should just have a life of 1 year.
Okay.
Capital outlay should have a life of 2 years.
Can I make a comment on that?
Yes, Senator Villar.
Because in the budget process, you combine MOE with capital outlay. That's what I'm asking whenever I review the budget. Why do you combine that? Capital outlay is different from MOE, but somehow they mix it together. If you look at some details of the budget, that's why there's confusion. Supposed to be MOE is overhead, di ba? Admin. Kino-combine nila sa capital outlay. Ginugulo nila yung MOE sa budget Kaya lalong nagugulo
Maybe, Your Honor, you're referring to investment and other capital outlays. They mix it up. Okay.
That's why we have
in government, if the equipment or it has a lifetime of more than 1 year, it's treated as capital outlays, right?
No,
so, like if you buy a table or a computer or even a book, it's other capital outlays. Okay.
No,
But
I
I think
made the question before kasi ang laki lang ng MOE, I think yung magtatayo ng building. We found out that the building they're going to construct, sinama nila sa MOE.
Perhaps.
No, it's a new building.
Yeah, which agency is that?
What agency is that? Yung dito yung magtatayo dito somewhere
Anyway,
here in the
we recognize the
reclamation
presence
area.
of Senator Mig Subiri.
So
Yes.
Yes.
I think we should change that. Ako, I agree na yung overhead at saka PS should be the life would be 1 year. Itanggalin natin yung mga capital outlay doon. Kasi yata para maitago nila yung iba nilang gumulo yung budget. Pinagmi-mix nila eh.
I think sound practice, Your Honor, members of the committee, is that PS and MOE should have a lifetime of 1 year, and that the capital outlays, given its nature, should have a lifetime of 2 years. We should adopt that if that's the preference of the committee.
That is a suggestion of our economic managers, DBM, and that's how it is in our NEP now. We will study it, and if everyone agrees, and you know best, which is a sound practice that we should adopt. But in previous years, it was always reverted to 2 years. No? So just to clarify, you earlier mentioned that it would be on the 3rd year that you would be able to identify it as underspending. And so those which are carried over to the present year but has a life validity up to end of this year, you would not consider that underspending yet?
Not yet, in the sense that it can be completed for the following year. Okay.
Even if it's been unobligated, as long as the validity is still there, it's still not underspending.
Because as you say,
It's
the
just delayed
format
spending.
of the budget, Your Honor, is that you have the current year, you have the ensuing fiscal year, and then you have the previous year actual. And so you can actually compare the actual versus what was programmed 3 years ago. Okay, so you compare the two. Okay. Broadly, that's how I will define underspending.
Before I yield to Senator Lacson, I just have another very basic question, because I'm sure I will be asked this on the floor. So I want to put it on record now. Instead of my colleagues asking me, I will ask it of you, Secretary Jokno. How much is the lump sum amount in this budget, and how would you define lump sum? When would you consider an item of appropriation a lump sum amount? For example, would we call lump sums or allocations in regions under the regular programs also considered as lump sum? I just want to understand, how would we define lump sum, and do we actually have lump sums here, and can these lump sums be avoided? Can they be divided into line item, or if it's necessary to have that lump sum, could you kindly explain it to us so that when they ask me on the floor, I will refer to the archives of this meeting, okay? I know that's it.
Thank you very much for that question, Madam Chairman. I think you preempted Senator Lacson from asking the same question. Anyway, for example, the definition of lump sum is, of course, very tricky. Okay, some people would say there's 1.3 trillion lump sum in this budget. Okay, but that includes, for example, contingent fund. That should really, by nature, should be lump sum, because we don't know what will happen next year. Okay, miscellaneous personal benefits fund, 96 billion. But you know that has a support in terms of the salaries of individual departments, and we have already actually computed how much would that be. So while it is there in the lump sum, in the course of the implementation, that will be distributed. Okay. Another one will be pension and gratuity fund. We get this information from there's a huge amount here, 142 billion. We get this from inputs from departments. They list down those who are likely to retire, etc. And knowing that we're planning to right-size the government, some people might get separated. So this is also a support. Budgetary support to government corporations, 148 billion. It would appear like a lump sum, but actually it's right here. It's supported here in this table, in this budget of expenditures and sources of financing. The allocation per corporation, whether it's PS, MOE, it's here in this budget. Now the allocation to LGUs, okay? Allocation to LGUs, some 554.86 billion. It's also here in this book. In fact, several pages in this book. it will show per province, per municipality, per city, how much per barangay, how much they will receive. It's in this book, Your Honor. So we computed what would appear to be a lump sum that in the usual definition of it. It would only be about 480 billion. Yeah, Your Honor.
480 billion of the 3.35
Yeah.
trillion budget
we,
will be lump sums.
you must remember, Your Honor, that we came in quite late, this Duterte government. We only have a few weeks to prepare this budget. So we actually, for example, when we came in, BUB, which is the favorite fund by the previous administration, has now ballooned into more than 100 billion, BUB alone. Okay. So now we are going to populate the allocation for what we call special shares, rather there's a support for municipalities and a support for provinces. We are going to populate those lump sum with actual allocation. Okay? We're going to replace the original allocation. For example, I cannot accept that Camiguin, which is a tiny province, should be entitled to 661 million. Okay, clearly allocation for Calzada. Clearly, there's politics there. Okay, 661 million for such a small province like Calzada, and so we are now going to replace that with a list of provinces based on more scientific and less political calculation. Okay. So we intend to do this in the next 2 weeks. Okay.
Thank you for that answer. I hope that satisfies my colleagues. And when you ask me on the floor, I will refer to the answer of Senator Jokno. We recognize Senator Ping Lacson.
Not yet,
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Not yet.
Maybe the more appropriate question would be, are there lump sums in the agencies, in the national agencies? Because we're only talking of lump sums in the entire budget. But the Secretary of DBM has not told us about the lump sums in the national agencies, because I remember in 2014, even NIA had lump sum appropriation. So we'd like to find out, are there agencies having lump sum appropriations in the 2017 budget?
Yes.
And how much?
There are lump sums there will be just a one line for NIA, and it is your job to ask them how they plan to. They have a list. They would have a list of projects. Your Honor, for example, DSWD, the entire CCT is lump sum. Okay, it will not appear there who's going to be the beneficiary. Okay, so that's about 70 billion or something. But they would give you supporting list. I assume they should be ready to give you a list of the beneficiaries, Your Honor.
Well, how do we justify lump sums in the national agencies, Mr. Secretary?
We just don't want to overload the budget. I mean, it will be 10 feet tall if we put all the beneficiaries in that budget, Your Honor. It's
Would
just
it
for
be better if
manageability.
we itemized all appropriations? Because lump sum appropriations, my issue with lump sum appropriations is that it is discretionary in nature.
Correct.
And therefore, it is prone to misuse and corruption.
Correct.
So, kung budget for a real change, mas maganda na yung walang lump sum appropriations doon sa mga agencies. I-itemize na natin para walang masyadong discretion yung heads of agencies. Doon din nagmumula yung mga yung mga unused, yung mga unobligated, kasi walang items na pinupuntaha o tinutukoy yung lump sum appropriations. And doon sa kanilang regular budget, nandun na rin talaga yung mga items na mayroong corresponding appropriations. So why would we still give the heads of agencies lump sum appropriations? Hindi biro-biro po ito, napakalaki nito. Pag pinagsama-sama natin, I think 11 major agencies of government, will be talking here of at least 500 billion pesos, half a trillion pesos. Pag pinagsama-sama natin yung mga lump sum. Wala pa ito yung lump sum sa SPF, Special Purpose Funds. Regular budget pa lang ito.
As I said, Your Honor, you can ask the individual department secretaries for a list, and they will provide you a list
We will do that.
of those who will benefit from a given lump sum. It's just that I don't think it's maybe it's too much to include the names of people who will receive from benefit from CCT in the budget. I don't think it's smart on our part. But the agencies would have that, and they should give it to you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And I'll proceed to my questions, Madam Chair. My questions will center on 4 major areas. No? Not necessarily in that order. The 80 million per congressman NEP intervention, I will not call it PDAP yet, no, not yet anyway. NEP intervention in the national budget of 2017. Second, macroeconomic parameters. The third, general provisions, kasama na rito yung validity period on appropriations, which we discussed earlier, yung realignment and reprioritization, and then of course modification those ng mga alignments. And then of course transparency and accountability, kasi budget for real change, talagang kailangan transparent and may accountability. Anyway, unahin ko na yung sa meron po kaming ginawang mga visual aids para lang ano natin, ano. There's a statement attributed to you last. I don't mean to disrespect you, Ben. I've known you since 1998. You know, you are bright, you're competent, and may passion. So, pero mga questions ko medyo.
Thank you, Mr. Senator. Yes.
Don't take offense, ha.
All right.
Ito yung statement ninyo na noong July 15, in-access namin ito from the DBM website. Ang sabi ninyo, although the main function of the legislator is to make laws, he or she is not prohibited from proposing to the head of the agencies programs, activities, or projects, PAPs, which his or her constituents brought to his or her attention to be financed by the national government. Any participation such as proposing programs, activities or projects to head of agencies which may be adopted or not will be included in the proposed 2017 budget. I have no problem with that because appropriation naman talaga nasa legislature and we can propose amendments. Ang problema ko lang, bakit may intervention ang mga legislators sa NEP? Ano? If we look at the budget process, no? Yung national budgeting process, malinaw po yung preparation is exclusive domain ng executive branch. No? Papasok lang kaming legislators sa authorization phase. Hindi po ba? So, ang tanong ko is, yung inattribute kaninang statement sa inyo, is this constitutional? Or is that legal? Or compliant ba yon sa mga jurisprudence, existing jurisprudence, yung Belhica versus Executive Secretary, Gingona versus Carage, yung Pilconsa, even yung Tawang Cooperative, Multipurpose Cooperative versus there's another GR, there's another jurisprudence. Lahat yun sinasabi, bawal yung congressman, yung senador na mag-intervene sa NEP because it violates the principle of non-delegability of powers. No? Yung delegated authority na binigay sa Congress of the Philippines, hindi na pwedeng i-delegate sa individual members. Are you following?
Yes, Your
So,
Honor.
ang tanong ko po, is it constitutional?
For Secretary Joc to answer, to recognize Senator Dick Gordon.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I'm probably the oldest here in terms of budgeting. I've been with the Senate Finance Committee before martial law, so I know exactly the role of the senator and the congressman. I think at that time hindi masyado yung senador, but the congressmen really feel that it is part of their job to bring some beacon to their districts. Okay, that's part of their job. Okay, and so I know that the Supreme Court is very clear, post-operative. In other words, after the law has been passed, hindi ka na pwede. After the law, pero yung sa NEP, Your Honor, hindi pa naman tapos yun. But even then, hindi ko naman sinasabi na makialam kayo sa NEP. What I'm saying is, a congressman, if he's really hardworking, can approach a secretary, and at that time talagang pinakikinggan sila ng mga secretary. Pag sinabi nila, gusto ko ito, correct, even the bureau directors, they approach them, ganun po, ganun sistema nun, because they represent some constituencies, okay? And what I'm saying is, if it's worthwhile, if the project is worthwhile, then you should listen to the congressman. Because between a district engineer who is unelected and a congressman who is elected, siguro naman papakinggan niyo yung congressman, no? But if you propose a project that is not within the priorities of the Duterte administration, siguro hindi ko talaga ma-approve. Halimbawa, mga basketball courts, mga waiting sheds, hindi ko talaga ma-approve yan. Yun ang tenor ng statement ko po na yan, na you are, as a congressman, you are entitled to approach a secretary before the budget has been passed, post-operative, no? Yun po. That is, to me, compliant with the Supreme Court decision. And you know very well that I'm one of the petitioners in both the PDAP and the DAP. So I'm not going to be guilty of the same advocacy that I had in the past.
That has been a long time practice, which is not necessarily legal, Mr. Secretary. Mayroon namang role talaga yung district representatives, but they should follow the budgeting process. No? Di ba sa preparation, ito nga nagkakaroon ng disconnect eh. That's why I filed a bill, yung Budget Reform Act, because walang inclusive growth. While mataas yung GDP sa national, wala naman trickle-down effect sa mga barangay, sa mga probinsya, lalo yung malalayo. In fact, yung poverty incidence, no, sa 2012, I think pumalo tayo ng nasa 23.7, no? And then sa 2015, 27 sa 2015. And yet, medyo mababa yun. And yet, pag tinignan natin ng poverty incidence in other areas like Lanao del Sur, napakataas, 70%. Mountain Province, 60% or 50%. No? Even Bukidnon has a very high poverty incidence. Yung role naman ng representatives, they are members of the local development council. Ang nangyayari kasi, hindi na tuloy nagpa-function yung mga local development councils because natatapos sila mga October, tapos na yung budget call. Pwede naman mag-intervene doon because representatives are members of the LDCs. And if they will only follow the budgeting process as far as preparation phase, siguro may sasama rin nila sa national budget via the budget call that is called by the DBM, no? Through the local development councils and upon submission to the RDCs. Kasi yung RDC pupunta sa NEDA. And then NEDA will be part of the DBCC, masasama yung mga projects nila. But not, ang sinasabi ko, they should not intervene in an exclusively executive function, which is budget preparation. Yun ang issue ko because ang sinabi-sabi sa Belhica, ito yung jurisprudence eh. Belhica versus Executive Secretary, GR number 28566, November 19, bagong-bago po ito. The divided power must be wielded by co-equal branches of government that are equally capable of independent action in exercising the respective mandates. Ang sinasabi natin dito, kung nagsabit na sila sa NEP ng kanilang mga projects, di ba napakaliwanag ng conflict of interest because they will involve themselves in the authorization phase of the national budgeting process. Paano pa nilang kokontrahin yung mga sinabit nilang projects? And during the period of amendments, paano pa sila magpa-participate sa pag-amend nakapasok na yung kanilang mga projects? And then, sa oversight function ng Congress, paano pa magkakaroon sila ng objectivity? Project nila yon. So that's my point. So I hope when the period of amendments, and I'm glad I was informed that the chairperson of the Senate, walang nagsabit na senador. Hindi nang hingi ang committee chair. Well, of course, during the period of amendments, part ng mandate namin yon. We will introduce amendments if we want to, no? Pero hindi yung nasa NEP pa lang, National Expenditure Program, nakasama na doon yung mga submissions ng mga congressmen. No? I'm not talking here of personalities. I only want to deal with the mechanism. Hindi po ba? So I hope wag nyo nang ipabito kay Presidente pagka na-amend, because 80 million per congressman, magkano yung aabuti nun? Mga, how much would that be? 40 plus billion? And what business do they have? Oh, 24 billion. Whatever. It's still billions, no? And yun ang issue ko, Mr. Secretary.
Maraming salamat po. I have my own personal view which remains to be validated. Bakit hindi inclusive yung growth, no? Kasi yung nakawan, mostly nangyayari sa agriculture. You notice? Kung saan pa yung kailangan ng taong bayan, yung pera, doon maraming nakawan, yung mga Napoles case, yung job volante, the irrigation, doon po maraming nakawan. Agriculture lang, ninanakawan mo pa. Kaya hindi ko inclusive yung growth.
On top of that, there's no inclusive growth because yung kailangan, yung mga priority needs ng mga local government units, hindi na-address ng national government because they are not being consulted. As a matter of fact, di ba, wala naman talaga consultation, and the local government code is very clear on that. The DBM is mandated to even inform the LGUs yung mga sources of financing, pati yung borrowings, dapat sinasabihan sila, but ang laki ng disconnect, and that's the reason why when we go around the provinces, talagang iba yung situation doon. They don't understand the 7% GDP or economic growth rate. Hindi lang nararamdaman eh. And they have projects na hindi naman talaga ina-address ng national government because they have not been consulted. Yung local development councils, hindi naman ito inaatinan ng mga congressmen because congressmen are just, interested in submitting their own individual projects, activities and programs, para ma-include sa budget. And more often than not, if not, mapweran lang kung mag-asawa yung mayor at saka yung congressman, of course, there's consultation. Pero kung wala, talagang naiiwanan, I don't want to take the time of my colleagues, and as I said, 4 areas yung concerns ko rito. And kung hindi matapos ngayon, I'll come back tomorrow. Kung hindi pa rin matapos, I'll tackle it on the floor. And kung hindi pa rin matapos, maybe I'll deliver a privilege speech on everything that I want, on all the issues, that I want so that my fellow senators will hear.
Thank you, Mr. Senator. On the other hand, let me view my thinking here. There's a lot of waste also at the local government level. There's a lot of waste. For example, this year or next year, we'll provide close to 500 billion pesos for LGUs. This is formula-based, automatically released to them. They have a lot of money, Your Honor. In fact, under the decentralization code, they're supposed to take care of basic health care. They're supposed to take care of social welfare and agricultural extension. Yung social welfare, tinake over na ng national government eh. Yung healthcare, tinake over na natin through PhilHealth. Hindi naman nila ginagawa yung agriculture. So paano nila ginagamit yung pera nila? So that's why in this budget, we are trying to entice them to set aside a certain sum as a counterpart fund for major projects. Then yun ang nature ng assistance to them. They should put their money where their mouth is. Pag humingi sila ng 100 million, kailangan siguro naman may counterpart sila kahit paano. No? And the poorer the community, mas mababa yung counterpart. The richer the community, mas malaki yung counterpart. So yun ang aming assistance ngayon to local governments.
Well, we did our own computation on this. Yung share ng local government units, nasa mga 16.8% lang ng entire national budget, kasama na yung ALGO, kasama na yung IRA. Kasi na-devolve yung functions, DOH for example, pero yung pondo hindi naman bumaba eh. Kaya pagka mayroong constituent na pumunta sa national agency, nangingi ng tulong, hindi na-devolve na yan sa local government unit, pumunta kayo doon. Ito yung mga realities on the ground, and I'm sharing this with you para kasi nandito lang tayo sa Metro Manila, andito lang tayo sa Senate, pero hindi naman natin nakikita talaga yung actual na nangyari doon sa baba, ano. So, ganon. Pagdating naman sa LGU, dininvolve nga yung function, pero yung pondo na iwan doon. So, 16.8% lamang ang share ng local government units from the entire national budget. We can show you our computations, actual computations. No? Ipo-point out ko lang yung tungkol sa principle of separation of powers, ano, na ito section 14, article 6 of the 1987 Constitution. Maliwanag po sinasabi rito. Palampasin ko na yung unang but merong portion dito, he shall not intervene, referring to the legislator or the member of Congress. He shall not intervene in any matter before any office of the government for his pecuniary benefit or where he may be called upon to act on account of his office. So I really have a serious issue on the 80 million project submission of individual congressmen. No? Kasi what is delegated cannot be delegated anymore. That's
Hindi po sa akin nang galing yung 80 million. Let me say that.
I know.
And yung sinasabi niyo, yung pecuniary, I doubt kung hindi naman kasi pinupunta sa congressman yung pera. I think pwede pa rin siyang nanghingi ng mga projects for his... Ang problema nga, kung pumupunta sa kanya yung pera.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not accusing them of pocketing, yung proceeds ng whatever, kung may commission man o wala. Ang point ko is yung conflict of interest because we, being legislators, kami yung mag-appropriate function ng Congress, yung authorization. Kami mag-authorize sa executive branch para mag-implement, para i-execute yung national budget. Kung meron kami nakakarga na doon na 80 million pesos worth of project, paano namin kukontrahin yung sinabit namin? So that's exactly my point, Mr. So mag-yield na muna ako sa ibang members. Continue lang ako pag may time pa mamaya, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you,
Madam
Senator
Chair,
Lacson.
over here.
Yes, Mix.
Just
The next is,
with all due respect to, I know there's a next person to speak ahead of me, but on that point lang kay Senator Lacson, because I heard my province Bukidnon, which is true, it's number 6 in the most poorest provinces in terms of poverty incidence. But I'd like to ask the good gentleman, if I push for a bigger budget, for example, in DSWD, for obvious reasons, I was not favored politician in the last 6 years of the Aquino administration. Di naman kasi ako, hindi kami liberal. And the only way to really reduce poverty levels is to increase the CCT, or the 4Ps program. And this is the reality of it. If I now approach Secretary Jokno and ask Secretary Jokno together with the DSWD, can you double the benefits of my CCT recipients in Bukidnon so that they will be uplifted from their position in the poverty level, or to increase their position right now from where they are? Would that be because it would be illegal? I'd say it would be criminal on my part not to do so. If the DSWD and the DBM grants it, would that be considered a PDAF or a pork barrel? Hindi naman siguro, Madam Chair. I don't think so, because I have to fight for... Imagine I'm a senator and yet my province is in the top 10. It would be criminal and immoral on my part not to do anything about it. So what would be an agreeable process, Madam Chairperson? I'd like to know, because I'm here to support my people in Bukidnon and Mindanao as a whole. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's a fundamental question.
The process should be coursed through the LDCs, Kaya hindi nagpa-function yung LDC natin Useless. Kasi when I asked the mayors during the campaign, sabi ko, nagmi-meeting pa ba kayo as local development council? Sabi nila, yes. Anong pag-uusapan ninyo? Sabi nila, well, naglilista rin kami ng mga projects. And then, the next question would be, sino lalapitan? Anong klaseng planning yung ang kahinatnan, sinong lalapitan? Di ba dapat meron silang pondo, sila kung kaya na mag-implement, kung meron silang absorptive capacity, sila mag-implement. So we attain inclusive growth. Eto, Belgica versus Executive Secretary. Local development councils are instrumentalities whose functions are essentially geared towards managing local affairs. Their programs, policies, and resolutions should not be overridden nor duplicated by individual legislators who are national officers that have no lawmaking authority except only when acting as a body. As a body. Hindi pwedeng individually magsasabi ng projects. Yun nga, babalik na naman tayo doon sa delegated na nga yung power sa Congress ng Constitution, hindi na pwedeng i-delegate pa ulit sa individual members. So, I hope I answer your question, Senator Smith.
The problem kasi, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairperson, and to Senator Lacson, napupolitika nga yung LDCs, Local Development Councils, yung malalapit sa Malacanang at that time would have their fair share. I'm not talking about the last administration, I'm talking about all administrations, no, whether it was Pinoy or GMA or...
Madam Chair, do we not have an order of speeches of intervention?
Thank you,
Yes,
Madam
we
Chair. I
have.
just wanted, it's a fundamental question, so I just wanted to
yes,
ask that.
we
Thank you.
have an order. I allowed Senator Miggs because it was in connection with the statements of Senator Lacson, and he asked for a clarificatory issues. Yes, and we thank you, Senator Subiri. We proceed now. You're done, Senator Lacson.
Madam Chair,
For
with
the
indulgence of the
meantime,
next question, just on that point, if it's
on the
all
same
right.
point, before
I
we
think the
proceed
crucial
with
difference,
Senator
maybe I
Gatchalian.
can help clear up the situation. I think the crucial difference in legislators presenting to the NEP is that it's discretionary. It's meaning the executive is not obligated to accept all projects submitted or proposals submitted by Congress. That's the difference between a right and a suggestion or a privilege given to legislators, Madam. And that's the difference. That's why Belhica was decided in that way, is because it was seen that Congress overstepped its bounds because it treated post-enactment that it was a right of legislators to propose. That's why Belhica shifted them back and pushed legislators back and told them enactment is your deadline. You have no more rights after enactment. You only have a privilege. And I think it's the same thing with pre-enactment. It's only a privilege on the part of legislators. And maybe that might address also Senator Zubiri's point. Meaning, I don't think everything proposed by legislators is accepted point for point by the DBM or the DOF or the DBCC. That's just my 2 cents worth, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Senator Angara. We proceed now with Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. It's Nancy. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Secretary Jokno, ano yung specific differences between the 2016 budget and the Duterte 2017 budget?
Well, una, we addressed the perceived #1 problem of the country, which is poor infrastructure. We're lagging behind our neighbors on infrastructure. Kaya naman binago namin talaga yan. And we are able to do that because we decided to expand the spending power of the government by increasing the deficit. Yung 1%, that's approximately 160 billion eh. So na-increase namin talaga yung spending for infrastructure. Number 2, we really targeted yung social sector. So nakita niyo yung laki-laki ng increase ng DepEd, no? 31% increase in DepEd. And we also address the problems of the CCT. Yung na-feel kasi ni Digong, for example, yung talagang yung nagde-demonstrate na bigas lang naman pinag-aawayan nila, konting bigas. No? So now we have actually given each CCT beneficiary 20 kilos of rice per month. And that also applies to all the military and uniform personnel. And so we're lucky that, of course, yung debt service has been declining. Okay, so in fact, the increase actually in the budget is around 15%, not only 11.6, because of that decline in debt service. And so infrastructure, social services, and also climate change. In fact, we're allocating some 9 billion for reforestation, greening of the environment, etc. And plus, sabi ko nga, in addition to the size or the numbers, we are employing other techniques, no? Like we're going to pass a budget reform law. We're going to right-size the government. So there are many structural changes that we will introduce this year and next year to complement with the budget. And we are going to, for example, change the way we do projects. Kasi yung projects in the past, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, inaabot ng 5 taon yung napakasimpleng 4-kilometer roads, no? Eh ngayon, gagawin natin mga major projects non-stop, 24 hours, 7 days a week, para mas madaling makuha yung benefit ng project.
So, ibig sabihin nung nito, Secretary, wala tayong underspending for 2017.
I cannot promise that. In fact, I make that very clear to my colleagues in the government. That's my worst fear, na mag-underspending kami. So I'm now putting pressure on them. Bilisan natin, no? And right now we're actually gearing towards that. We're preparing for the eventual approval of the budget so that by January 1st, awarded na ho yung mga kontrata. So ngayon pa lang nag-uumpisa na ho kami.
Kanina ko na-mention niyo yung BUD projects for LGUs. Meron ba kayong data among the BUD projects kung all accounted for ho ba to and na-release ho ba sa mga LGUs yung budget for that?
Madami pong kini-question ng Commission on Audit. Marami rin hindi gumagalaw, no? So there must be something wrong with that. Plus the choice of the projects are really political. Nung nag-umpisa yan, maganda yan yung this part of the Rodrigo initiative where on the basis of some measures of good governance, bibigyan kanya ng additional na pera. That started as less than 1 billion pesos. Ngayon po, nung nakita ko, more than 100 billion na eh. Lumaki na masyado, including the barangays na, no? All the cities. Dati selective siya, only the 4th, 5th, and 6th class municipalities. Ngayon, lahat na cities, lahat na provinces, lahat na municipalities, lahat na barangays. And it's now worth more than 100 billion. Kaya we have to put a stop to it, and we are going to populate the allocation right now, which is still in lump sum, with new projects. At okay naman po yun sa mga I talk with the governors, I talk with the municipalities, and they are very receptive.
May yung listahan ba natin ang top 10 poorest provinces? Is it still the same for 2016? Because I only have the first semester of 2015. Meron ba tayong bagong data? Siguro I'll just say yung top 10 is, number 1 is Lanao, 2 Sulu, 3 Sarangani, 4 Northern Samar, 5 Maguindanao, 6 Bukidnon, 7 Sultan Kudarat, 8 Zamboanga del Norte, 9 Siquijor, and 10th is Agusan del Sur. Is it the same provinces?
That we have is for the first semester 2015. Yes. So I don't think the difference is significant. But ARM, I think, is one of the poorest provinces also. The poorest, yeah.
Siguro, Secretary Jokno, meron ba kayong, can you provide the committee data kung this 2017 budget, how much are we spending for these 10 poorest provinces?
We will provide you the data, Your Honor.
Madam Chair? Sino bang Vice Chair?
Yes, Senator Nancy, are you done?
Yes, I'll just save it
Senator
for... Senator
Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a few questions, Mr. Chair, in line with what you were asking earlier. Secretary Doc, ano po itong pamana program?
Namana lang po namin yan doon sa previous administration.
Pinamana po sa inyo.
Yeah, that's meant for rebel infested areas before. But we changed the modality very slightly. Not only did we reduce the amount, we actually changed the modality. Kasi ang naging head po niya ngayon ay si Jess Doresa. And we wanted to control all, kasi dati yung mga funds niya nakasabog pa rin sa mga agencies, no? And then there's one who's on top of everything, but he doesn't really have control of all the funds.
But what's the objective of the Pamana?
The objective is to provide more funds to areas which are formerly rebel infested, no? Parang socio-economic development of the region, no? The way we do it now is because sabi ko nga, Senator Teresa wants to control. Sabi ko, wala ka naman tao eh. You don't have a control, no? So I provided him through the budget one engineering battalion, no? So that's yun ang kanyang tagagawa niya ng mga projects like school buildings, farm to market foods.
So Secretary, this is primarily for socio-economic program ng region.
Correct.
Itong 8 billion po, lump sum ho to o meron pong
nakasabog yan sa mga agencies.
So naka-break naka-breakdown.
Naka-breakdown na siya. Okay.
Ito pong funding for ARM, which is 41 billion, naka-breakdown rin po itong 41 billion?
Yung ARM daw.
Funding for ARM, which is 41 billion.
Ano yan? It's given to ARM but may breakdown by department yan.
So in this case, itong 41 billion po, may breakdown rin po.
Sa ARM lang yan, but may breakdown sila.
May breakdown.
By departments. Kasi may mga departments sila eh.
Okay. Secretary, are there parameters in which you add or subtract the budget for Pamana and also funding for ARM? Kasi nakita ko ho dito sa presentation, 2016 Pamana went up by 122% from negative of 20% in 2015, as well as itong 2016 for ARM support, it went up to 56% from 13%, no? So coincidentally, 2016 is also an election year, but for both accounts, malaki po yung itinalon, ano? Meron ba tayong parameters dyan, or is it just
narito yung sa ARM budget, if you're interested, yung 2015, 2016, 2017.
So this is the breakdown for the ARM budget. But going back to yung parameters natin, as Secretary,
Pamana, ayaw tayo Pamana.
Kasi malaki po yung talon in 2016. It went up, Pamana went up more than twice, ano?
You're right. May politika ho doon sa 2016.
So both, I guess for both accounts in 2016, politics was part of that increase? Sa ARM support po, from 13% increase to 56% increase. But is there a parameter? Ang tanong ko lang ho naman po, kung may parameter ho tayo, kung tataasan by 10% or 100% or 50%, what?
It would appear that the increase from 2016 to 2017 is PS lang, no? 10 billion to 14.7 billion, or 35%. So,
but in terms of increasing this, are there parameters wherein you follow? Or
meron po yung first of all, yung stage 1, stage 2, no? Yung tier 1, tier 2 pala, no? So, on the basis of tier 1, that's your regular programs. Yung tier 2, it could include other projects. No, pwedeng natapos na yung project, therefore it will not figure out in the next budget season.
Kasi itong 2017, napakalaki po yung drop, no? From 56% to 6% increase, no? So obviously, since 2017, it's not an election year, ewan ko kung may connection ho yan sa election o...
So meron din Pamana. So Pamana, actually, 2015, 5.8 billion. It went up to 12.8 and now back to 8 billion. So may mga projects na maybe were worthwhile during election year na hindi na namin consider for.
Secretary, if I may urge the department to come up with strict parameters para hindi po
Yeah, yeah.
magamit sa politika.
So,
No?
I'm sure hindi po namin wala pong politika dito. Especially hindi naman po mag-re-elect si President Duterte. No?
True.
Or we're not going to wait for the next president.
I want to transgress for a bit. Secretary, I remember the allocation to ARM before was 10 billion pesos, no, about 7-8 years ago. But now it's already 41 billion. If ever we move towards federalism, no? Sa tingin niyo po, in your estimate, subsidies will continue to the ARM?
Everything will change, no? We'll be starting from base zero. Hindi naman pwedeng based on what happened under a unitary government. The configuration of the region, for example, will change, and the priorities will also change. Depende po yun sa what expenditure functions will be delegated to the federal government, state government, taxing powers, mga ganun yan. So, there's no hard and fast rule na tataas o bababa yung share ng ARM.
Opo. Thank you, Secretary. Just a few more questions, Mr. Chair. Kay Secretary Pernia, manufacturing industry is one of our biggest drivers, no, for growth.
It has been resurging.
Right.
It has been the most visibly resurging.
What do you attribute the resurgence of manufacturing? I mean, I don't see anything significant, no, but
The development plans have continuously emphasized the importance of manufacturing to generate jobs, to generate employment. So that's probably one. And there are more people, attuned to working in the manufacturing sector, and also many of our exports come from the manufacturing sector.
There's now a talk about ending contractualization, which dapat naman ho talagang into na, no? And I don't have the data, but from my observation, marami po tayong mga manufacturing companies are artificially subsidizing their labor costs through circumventing our labor laws, no, through contractualization, obviously. Pag natanggal na ho itong contractualization, if ever, may impact ba ho ito sa ating growth in manufacturing? I don't know if you've already made extensive studies or...
Well, I think we cannot do away with contractualization in general. What we need to do away with is the practice of endo, which is to escape having to pay Christmas bonuses and other benefits to workers, no, including pensions. But then I think the policy ought to be that we end this practice of that we still have contractual workers, because there are certain jobs are really seasonal. You cannot expect construction workers, for example, to be permanent workers, electricians, no? So the thing to do, the fairer approach is to provide the benefits that you would give to regular workers. I mean, the same benefits on a pro rata basis.
Will that impact the growth on manufacturing, because it will increase labor costs, and maybe some SMEs will not be able to expand, no? And maybe some others will contract also? I mean, in your estimates, I'm just...
Well, on the one hand, it could motivate workers. They could be more motivated to increase their productivity. On the other hand, it would have I guess in the short run, very short run, it would impact on the cost of small and medium enterprises. But in the long run, I think it should really be institutionalized, and it should be accepted by both employers and employees. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One last po, no. Secretary Dominguez, I saw in your slides more lifeline subsidy for low-income consumers, electricity consumers. Ano po ito?
Yes. The budget contains an increase in allocation for senior citizens, for additional pensions. I think the amount goes up from 8 billion in the previous year to 17 billion this year, and that includes and that will lower the age of this old age pensions to 60 years old instead of 65. So we count that as a subsidy to people who will be affected by any possible increases in prices of electricity, transportation, or other expenses because of the tax reform.
So that will be a direct subsidy to exclusively for senior citizens within the lifeline limit. Tama po ba? So for example, kung may senior citizen and they live in a house that consumes 100 kilowatts, mabibigyan mo, ngayon may subsidy na sila, no? Mabibigyan pa sila ng dagdag subsidy?
No, it will be for low-income seniors.
Okay.
It's not all seniors. It will be for low-income seniors.
Consuming less than 100 kilowatt.
I'm not sure about the rule exactly, but actually the budget for increased pensions for low-income seniors and bringing down the age from 65 to 60 is already included in our current budget, and that should help them with any possible increases in other in costs because of the tax reform.
Mr. Chair, that's it. Thank you.
Senator Drillon is recognized, followed by Senator Ontiveros, Senator Villar, in that order. Senator Drillon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just first a point of information. The Secretary of Finance flashed on the board the gross regional domestic product 2015 per capita. Would you have data on just plain gross domestic national product, regional domestic product for the 12 regions or whatever number of regions are there?
Yes, sir. I don't know if we have it right here, Mr. Senator, but we will certainly provide it to this committee.
Yeah. Just the enumeration. Do you have it?
The NEDA has it, yes, sir.
Can we, just for information, because this is per capita that you presented, Secretary Dominguez, and certainly the population in that particular region would go down, would affect the per capita gross domestic product. But I would like to see the regional gross domestic product.
Yes, I have it right here.
Yeah. For 2015, for example.
Yes, we have it 2013 to 2015. May I read it, or you want copies?
I think it's... no, I'm not talking about the per capita, just
yes, yeah, I have the total.
Oh, gross,
Yeah. Would you want me to read it?
Just the percentage of improvement probably, or expansion. Meron ka ba dyan?
I don't have the percentage here from 2013 to 2015.
Okay, can we just have that, and then we can probably ask the questions in the next hearing? If we can have also the percentage increase in the expansion of the regional gross domestic product.
Yes,
just information.
we'll do that. Thank you.
Yeah, just to answer your question,
yes.
we also have relative shares.
Sorry?
Relative shares, percentage shares for each region.
Which region?
Yes.
Okay, can we have that also?
We have that, and we also have
we don't have.
We have the growth rate
yes,
per annum, as well as we have the percentage how the GDP, the national GDP, is distributed. The GDP growth is distributed.
The contribution of each region to the GDP.
That's correct. GDP growth.
Yeah,
GDP growth.
Senator Villar is particularly interested in the Cordillera Administrative Region because the presentation of the Secretary of Finance indicated that the per capita gross domestic product in CAR is much higher than, is almost the same as the Calabar zone, which we know is a very progressive and industrialized area. Calabar zone was 145,000 plus per capita versus CAR of 131,000 plus per capita. So can you give a little explanation?
Cordillera is quite productive in terms of vegetables, right? And so it has a high total GRDP, and there are fewer people there.
Is it only in agriculture or also in mines?
I guess, yeah, including mines too.
Including, yeah.
So, and there are fewer people, smaller.
Yeah, we know we have less people.
That's right.
But it's not only, it's more of the mining sector which increases the per capita.
We have to look into that. We have to break down.
I yield to Senator Villar.
That if you look at the poverty threshold of people in different provinces, in Metro Manila, average around 3%. That's the maximum. Yung poverty incidence.
Metro Manila is about
5%. No.
Okay,
3.
Whatever.
The neighboring Calabar zone ng 5, but Metro Manila kami nga 1.8. But in CAR, it's 2.8. In Benguet, it's 2.8. We're so surprised why Benguet, which is so far from Metro Manila, and an agriculture and mining province, ang bababa ng poverty index nila. Baka it's a good model. That's why we're asking. Baka yun ang magandang model for poverty reduction.
We have
you look at Benguet.
Benguet is part of CAR.
Yeah, but Benguet, 2.8 lang ang kahirapan
Yeah, includes,
sa kanila.
Benguet includes Baguio as well. CAR includes Baguio.
But anyhow, yun nga Calabar zone, 5%, but sila 2.8. Maybe it's a good model to follow to reduce poverty. So maybe we should study that. Why Benguet is like that and why we are like this, the whole country. Kasi ang average ng whole country is 27.
26.
Ang Benguet, 2.8. Metro Manila is around ganun lang. And then Calabar zone is 5%. Maybe there's something good there. And we should study and make it a model for what we're going to do in the countryside.
Well taken, Senator Villar.
Finished na?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, just another point of information lang. Can I request the Department of Budget to submit to this committee by tomorrow the allocate the budgets, PAPs, allocated to each province for the entire country for the last 5 years to show that regardless of your political party, you are getting the right share of support from the national government. That should be available immediately, or what? Is that not available?
By regions daw pwede.
By regions pwede. And may I know if, so we will see it, but I am certain that these regions' allocation are not dictated by the affiliation of the leaders of that region by the political affiliation of the leaders of that region. It is based on the needs of that region. Is that correct?
We'll submit to you tomorrow.
Submit to us. All right. Now, Secretary Joklo, would you agree, in fact you were the ones who made that statement, that the government's finances today are in a much better shape? In fact, the Duterte, the Aquino administration passed on a financial picture which is much better than what it was 5 or 6 years ago. Would you agree with that?
Agree.
Yes. And in fact, the country has enjoyed a number of credit upgrades in its fiscal and financial picture. Is that correct?
Agree.
And this better financial picture resulted in less interest payments.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
The servicing, what the people does not appreciate is that the better investment grade results in a less debt servicing expense. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And this money that we in effect do not pay for the interest is used for social services and other infrastructure.
I said that the lower debt service allowed us to expand expenditures in the productive part of the budget.
You were able to devote funds for the productive part of the budget. And that is something that indeed we can look at as a solid fiscal achievement of the past administration.
Also because of the external development, Your Honor. Interest rates has gone down worldwide.
Yes.
And that's one of the reasons
but
why.
If your investment grade was not revised to provide a better investment grade, that lower worldwide or favorable fiscal climate would not affect us. Yes.
Your Honor, may I?
Please.
Yes, we have inherited a very good financial situation, as was mentioned by Secretary Jokno and Governor Tetanco. This is a result of the very good macroeconomic policies and monetary policies pursued by the last administration and the central bank. However, the poverty rate remained at 26%, while the original target of the Aquino administration was to bring it down to 16%. I always believe that globalization is a great tool for increasing wealth, but it is not a good tool for sharing the wealth. That's why this administration is taking a very strong stand in making sure that the growth is inclusive, that the poverty rate is brought down, and our target is to bring it down by 1.25 percentage points every year, so that we will end in 2022 with a poverty rate of around 17%. To do that, we have to make very serious investments in infrastructure outside the Mega Manila area to bring up, to create meaningful jobs there, and to connect the rest of the economy, the provincial economies, to the major production centers and consumption centers in Manila. It is unfortunate that the current situation is that about 67% of the total GDP of the Philippines is produced in the Mega Manila area, which includes Metro Manila, the Calabar Zone, and southern Pampanga. So it is our task, I think, to make sure that the growth is felt all over the country, to bring up the poorest regions that we have. In fact, if you travel down to ARM, it's like going to another country. The incomes there, as I mentioned earlier, are only 26,000 pesos a year, as against almost 400,000 pesos a year. It's like Metro Manila is like Malaysia, and the ARM is like South Sudan. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I concur with many of the statements of Secretary Dominguez. But just to return to the point, the president's budget made a statement that the underspending, notwithstanding our better investment grade, the improvement in our economy, the underspending has deprived our people of better services. Did you say that by your simple rule of thumb, you will determine underspending by comparing the disbursement today with the budget appropriation 3 years ago? Is that?
That's true. For example, Your Honor, if you have a school building that's supposed to be done now, but it will be done 3 years from now, then clearly you denied the school children the benefits of the school.
Yes, but the school building...
That applies to all infra projects.
It applies to all projects. So that, for example, is the appropriation for a particular highway is 3 billion, just for easy computation. And each year you spend 1 billion. There is no underspending if you finish the project in 3 years for 3 billion.
It's if the project 3 billion is supposed to be done within 1 year.
Yeah, let's say it's done within 3 years.
No, but usually when you appropriate money, the expectation is that it should be done in that.
So it would be all right, because we recognize that the capital outlay is good for 2 years, and therefore there may be disbursements beyond 1 year. Now, is that counted already as an underspending? No.
I would say it has a negative effect on the total benefit that's supposed to be derived by people from enjoying the road. For example, if you have a road, for example, for this year, it was released next year, and then obligated, and then actually done the year after that. That's 3 years that you deny the people of the benefit of a good road, Your Honor.
Just on one other point, and then I will yield the floor. Can you explain what this impoundment of appropriations mean under Section 51? Because here you have set the very stringent provisions on savings, etc. Can you just explain this?
Let me just wait for the book. No, we actually in this budget we changed the definition of savings compared to last year.
Yes.
This is more stringent than before.
Right.
Okay?
This is more stringent than before.
And but it's back to the old definition, Your Honor. We just returned it to the old definition before the PDAP ruling, or before the DAP ruling.
Yeah, but what concerns me more, well, apart from that, is the fact that the impoundment.
What is that section again?
Section 51. This is on page 987. 987.
On the Drillon version that we need.
Di ba old provision na ito?
We revised this on the Drillon version. But instead of congressional inaction deemed disapproval, we made it deemed approval.
Okay. Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, I invite your attention to page 988. And basically you're saying here that the moment there is a savings declared, you will send it to Congress for their concurrence. And if we fail to act on it in 45 days, it is deemed approved.
Yes, Your Honor.
In other words, the action of Congress is defined by its refusal, by its refusal to act on the request. I do not know whether this is constitutional in the sense that if this is a law, the inaction is now the legal obligation, or no, is the approval of the process.
This is actually an improvement, Your Honor. In the current practice, this is not applied, the impoundment. Okay, the President can withhold the release at its own discretion without telling you guys. Okay.
Yes.
Now this is an improvement.
In our system of government, impoundment is a function of the executive branch. we authorize, and then it is your power to release or to withhold. That's a system of check and balance. So why are you asking us for our concurrence on this impoundment?
This is consistent with, Your Honor, this is consistent with the power of the purse of Congress. The President...
The power of the purse of Congress is to appropriate.
No, the power of...
Yes.
That's your power.
Yes, that's your power.
That's your power.
The power to release is the executive branch.
Executive. But in the event of unmanageable public sector deficit, the President may actually choose not to release some funds. Right?
Suppose my point is, your action of withholding any appropriation is valid regardless of the action of Congress, because that's how our system works. In other words, if you don't release the appropriation, that's your power. In our separation of powers, that's exactly what is called for.
This is in a way a major reform, Your Honor, that we are recognizing your power over the budget. Okay.
No, okay, fine.
All right. So we are willing. The executive is willing to get your approval for every decision. For example, if the President chooses not to release the money for some reason, then he goes to you and say, look, I'm not releasing the following. You're given X number of
I'm
days.
just pointing out to you
Right.
that you're making your life more difficult. Anyway. Now, you
That's
say
a major
that
reform,
the impounded funds goes back to the National Treasury.
Yeah, we're doing this so that the next President after Duterte will not abuse the power given to the President.
Yes. The last President also did not abuse this power, Mr. Jokno. And anyway, you say that the funds cannot therefore be available for expenditure except by subsequent legislative enactment. Are we saying here by supplemental budget?
The supplemental budget, or could be part of the next budget, Your Honor?
A supplemental budget requires a National Treasurer certification as to the availability of funds, meaning that new sources of funds. What is the National Treasury? When can you issue a certification?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The certification is issued when there is an excess or additional revenue against the program.
So I assume it's extremely difficult, given that we are on a deficit, it's almost impossible to issue on the basis of additional revenues. In other words, what I'm just pointing out, Mr. Secretary Jokno, is that how I do not know that you can have supplemental budget on the basis of savings. This is what you're saying here.
You can actually ask for a supplemental budget if there's new sources of funding. The Treasury has to certify that there's funds
which
in
is
the
not
Treasury.
found in the how do you call that, statement of sources of funds.
Not part of the original
Right, that's right.
sources of funds, Your Honor.
So you can issue a certification on that basis, Mr. Tan?
The certification is based on different sources of funding. If there's an excess in a specific source, you can certify.
So you're saying that impounded funds can be the basis of a supplemental budget?
If there's additional sources of funds, it's not only. It's only not, but you can also certify on the basis of new tax measures. There are many things that could be the basis for the certification of the Treasury, Your Honor.
Now, what about, this is for 2017, what about in 2016? There are additional funds that you will be disbursing, particularly on the increase in the salary or allowances of the soldiers and the policemen. How do you intend to source that?
They will be sourced from the miscellaneous personal benefits fund, where there is an appropriation, Your Honor.
the MPBF. The MPBF will be the source of that. But I thought that the MPBF cannot be the source of savings.
We were talking of savings, Your Honor. We were not done yet with the fiscal year.
So whatever you have, whatever increases that you'll give today will be sourced out of the MPBF.
So apparently there must be some slack in the MPBF.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bao.
I believe that Senator Bam has not asked questions,
Yes.
and he yielded his time to you, Senator Lacson. And Senator Drillon just finished. Bam was supposed to be before Senator Drillon.
Senator Villan.
Huh? You were called, correct. So, will you yield now to... No, it's Senator Ontiveros after Senator Drillon. But I'm asking Senator Lacson, would you want to be the last to ask again, since the others have asked already? Okay, fine.
After everybody.
Senator Ontiveros, please.
Salamat, Madam Chair. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. I'd like to focus my questions this morning on the budget of the Department of Health. So, first questions to Secretary Dominguez. So, sir, about the proposed DOH budget of 122.63 billion. In your presentation, as part of financial risk protection, you mentioned 357,000 indigent families provided medical assistance. What is the nature of this medical assistance, and how is it different from the existing health programs or programs under the health sector?
Honorable Chair, Senator, those numbers were put together as an example, a good example of how the syntaxes were used. I'm not certain, I don't know if my staff has the exact details, but this is the report of the Department of Health that they have indeed used very productively and for the benefit of the poorer members of our society. They've used productively the syntaxes that were passed by the previous Congress. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. And then later, under access to quality health services, I was very interested with what you said about project allocations for the building of various types of facilities in the service delivery network of the DOH. For example, yung sinabi niyong for the building of 956 barangay health centers. In a courtesy call that I was able to pay on Health Secretary Pauline Obial, she updated me that out of our 46,000 barangays in the country, we had, at the beginning of the administration, already only 16,000 barangay health stations, and that her department was targeting to build initially an additional 4,000. So, mas marami pa kesa sa naka-target for this year, 956. Do you foresee that by 2022, either we will have a barangay health center in each of the 46,000 barangays, or at least something that Pauline told me, that at the very least there should be geographically located barangay health stations with a lying-in clinic. So hindi ibig sabihin may barangay health stations sa bawat isa sa 46,000 barangays, pero dun man lang sa boundaries or what do you call this, intersections of contiguous barangays.
Honorable Senator, yes, I believe that the program is to provide these health centers that's in strategic areas. They certainly have the funds from that, and the funds are coming from the expansion of the budget in the health facilities Enhancement Program enabled the funding of the following projects, and I mentioned it to you. So there, in fact, is a very good use of additional taxes that were specifically allocated to the Health Department. I think the whole point, Honorable Senator, is that this new administration will certainly use, as the past administration did, will certainly use any additional revenue that we are able to raise in providing the services required in the different areas in the country, specifically those areas that are very disadvantaged at the moment. I think the lesson we learned in the last election is that absent social goods has a very high cost, and the high costs can be seen in heavy traffic, high rates of sickness in certain areas, low incomes because of lack of access to markets and information, as well as good irrigation in the agricultural areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. I also share the value that you place on the HFEP, or the Health Facilities Enhancement Program of the DOH. Going next to your presentation about the proposed tax reform system, one of the things you highlighted was the tax on sugary products. Do you foresee this as an amendment to the sin tax law, at tingin niyo po ba papasa ito within the next 6 years?
We certainly hope so. This is not only a revenue measure, it is a measure to improve the health status of our countrymen. I am made to understand that the illnesses due to excessive consumption of sugar have cost our society a very high cost. So discouraging this type of activity is certainly a social good. Thank you.
I agree, Mr. Secretary. I failed to mention that in your verbal presentation, you added to the tax on sugary products also a tax on fatty foods. So let's go for that. Kahit hindi masaya yung maraming tao sa kwartong ito. Under protecting the poor and low-income families, you highlighted persons with disabilities, higher PhilHealth coverage and benefits. I did file a bill at the start of this Congress granting automatic membership in PhilHealth to PWD. So I'm glad to guess that you also foresee the passage of such a law. Okay. Well, thank you. Those are my questions for Secretary Dominguez until the next hearing or until plenary. For Secretary Jokno, in your slide again on health, you pointed out that madadagdagan po yung proposed budget for Philippine Health Insurance Corporation, or PhilHealth, with which I worked over 2 years on its board, 2014 to 2015. Proposed increase by 14.4%. Sa ngayon, kung tama yung alaala ko, ang pinaka-latest na inulat ng PhilHealth sa atin is that there's already membership of Filipino citizens to 94%. So dito sa pagdagdag nyo ng, proposed na pagdagdag nyo ng 14.4% budget to PhilHealth, may trajectory ba kayo na by 2022 we will have achieved that aspect of a universal healthcare system, na universal enrollment of all Filipinos as members of our health financing or health insurance pillar of a UHC system?
under the 2017 budget, we expect the number of NHTS PR indigent covered to increase from, it will be at around 15.5 billion, and for the number of senior citizens enrolled will increase from 2.8 billion to 5.5 billion. That's the coverage of the PhilHealth.
Thank you, Secretary. Dun sa detail nyo about the senior citizens, that's a big jump, and I'm glad kung mako-cover yung, parang tama nga yung figure nyo yun, yung mga 3 milyong senior citizens pa natin who are in the census, pero hindi pa enrolled dun sa mga OSCA natin.
I think all will be covered
so
by
all will be covered.
2017.
Okay, that's great po. Dun sa presentation nyo on the top 10 executive departments, you pointed out that DOH would be the top 4th in terms of budget allocation. At sabi nyo nga at 4.3% of the budget. I don't know how to relate this directly, pero meron ding gold standard yung World Health Organization na a country that is providing adequately for its health spending should, well, Sec Ernie could correct me on this, should spend 5% of GDP, tama ba, for health. I know this is percent of the budget, pero sa ngayon, magkano sa GDP natin in percentage ang ginagastos natin for health? At meron din ba kayong trajectory na by 2022, we should be at or approaching 5% of GDP for health spending?
It is kind of difficult to approach the gold standard because, as you know, the total budget as a percent of GDP is only 20%. So when you set aside 5% for health, then that means less for education, less for other sorts. But I can assure you that everything is going up, especially in that part of the social sector, education, health, and social protection. For example, let me just tell you what we plan to do for the Department of Public Health. In terms of facilities, there will be 68 new hospitals to be constructed, rehabilitated, drug abuse treatment and rehab center, another 16, and another national government hospitals. This could be military, PNP, or SUC, another 126. So we're investing heavily in these facilities, Your Honor.
Thank you, Secretary. Pero dun sa pinoint out nyong correlation between GDP and budget, napakahirap pala talaga to approach the WHO gold standard. But in any case, you know, we have 6 years to figure out how to take steps towards that, if not to actually achieve it by 2022.
Actually, we start with 0.3% in 2010, and unfortunately, we're moving up to 1% in 2017. So that's already a big jump. Okay.
All right, thank you. Lastly, for Secretary Jokno, this was already addressed by Sec Dominguez in terms of the HFEP. So, salamat po to Secretary Jokno. Right. Sorry, Madam Chair. I'm looking at my little dog ears here. Okay. For Sec Ernie, our favorite topic, the reproductive health law. Dun sa pinresent nyo on the plan, the 0 to 10 socioeconomic agenda designed to address the puzzle and challenge, dun sa challenge nyo na faster population growth, well, your agenda, very straightforwardly put as full, rapid, and sustained implementation of RPRH law, especially in LGUs. Meron din ba ang NEDA or ang DBCC mga solutions underway or proposals how to address yung mga roadblocks natin ngayon sa full implementation na ito? For example, one city na merong city ordinance effectively preventing the full implementation of the RH law. Yung sitwasyon na nakatenga sa Supreme Court, yung pagpapayag sa Department of Health natin to provide the full range of modern family planning supplies, particularly yung specifically yung implant. Well, basically those two things dahil binigyang diin nyo yung LGU. So meron ba kayong proposals or ideas how to arrive at solutions to these problems?
Well, the first major roadblock really is the TRO that's still pending in the Supreme Court for over a year now on implants as well as on the authority of importing of companies that are entitled to import supplies. The authority is going to expire, as you know, next year, and then so if this not if the TRO still stays, then there will be a problem with having adequate supplies starting next year. So that's a major roadblock, and I don't know how we can pressure or Joe Bone the Supreme Court to lift the TROs. Well, in terms of implementation, full and rapid and sustained implementation of the RH law, it really has to be at the LGU level. I mean, we cannot just talk about full implementation if the LGUs are not doing anything. So I think what the President needs to do is he should say that what I did in Davao as mayor should be done in the LGUs. And that if that is done, then there's going to be full implementation. And in terms of poverty reduction, by the way, we cannot just reduce poverty significantly by providing jobs. In other words, by just having a high rate of economic growth, we also need to do something on the population side. And we just do a simple exercise, a simple simulation. If we are able to bring down unmet need for family planning services to zero, then that by itself already will bring down poverty incidence significantly. So the target that Secretary Dominguez mentioned of bringing down poverty incidence by 1 to 1.25 percentage points a year cannot be done just by having a high rate of economic growth. We must also have full implementation of the RPRH law, because it's the poor who are having more children than they want. So if we cannot enable poor families to have the desired family size they want, then we cannot achieve faster poverty reduction.
Thank you, Secretary. Sorry, Secretary Jogno, alam ko kumakain kayo, but I still have a few more questions pala. You're done. Okay po. Sabi niyo po, in the CCT budget, you indicated that 3 million beneficiaries will get rice subsidies of 20 kilos per month. Considering that there are currently 4.6 million identified beneficiaries, ibig sabihin ba nun na more than 1.5 million will not receive the rice allowance, or is it because in your estimate, after further cleaning up the NHTS list, only 3 million is the actual correct number of beneficiaries?
The number 3 million came from the DSWD. Apparently, maybe there are 2 beneficiaries per households, or maybe that cleaning up the list, but we just relied on the number given to us by DSWD, and that would be enough.
Still on the CCT po, by providing the rice allowance, meron bang current services that CCT beneficiaries will no longer receive? I'm particularly concerned po about, it's reported that 500 pesos a month allowance that beneficiaries use for health check-ups will be removed. Tama po ba ito or hindi? Or ito bang rice allowance will be over and above what the beneficiaries are currently receiving?
Misinformation po yan. This will be over and above whatever they are receiving at the moment.
Okay, salamat. And lastly, for Secretary Jokno, I was very interested in one point you made, that some budgets will be multi-year. or can be multi-year. Ito kasi yung isang tinanong ko kay Sec Pauline when I paid the courtesy call on her. Na given meron silang 5-year strategic plan, meron silang health agenda, kung posible bang, even if we formulate the budget year on year, if it is possible, given yung trajectory ng Department of Health towards from now till 2022, kung posibleng for the department to tell us in Congress, ito yung balak naming ma-achieve year on year towards that yung final outcome in 2022, and somehow to gather support already for I don't know how to put it exactly, but some kind of commitment, at least in principle, for the possible, in broad strokes in this first year, but the possible budget directions 2 years from now, 3 years from now, until 2022. Ano pong tingin nyo dyan? Because I know we always come up with just annual budgets, in dating MTPDP hanggang yung PDP ngayon, 6 years lang, but something more strategic in terms of the way we intend to spend.
Good question, Your Honor. I think we know that most of the things we do in government we cannot accomplish within 1 year. So in fact, we encourage departments to have their own multi-year agenda. So meron tinatawag na health sector agenda, meron din education sector agenda, like that. In fact, if we succeed in having the budget reform bill approved, we'll move towards the direction of multi-year budgeting. In other words, there will be a 3-year cycle so that Congress initially will approve a plan for the next 3 years to be supplemented by annual appropriations. Why 3 years? Because that's the lifetime of a congressman. Okay? So yun po ang iniisip namin na meron tayong 3-year cycle. In fact, it should be part of a 6-year cycle because the term of the president is 6 years naman. No? So meron tayong 3-year cycle, another 3-year cycle, but there's still going to be an annual budget. And the analysis will be simpler because you can always ask the question, is this consistent with the 3-year budget that we approve? Ganun po yan. So we're encouraging this early, we're encouraging departments to prepare their own social agenda.
I'm very glad to hear that, Secretary, because I first mentioned this idea in the last decade when I was working in the House to our then House Appropriations Committee Chairman, Nonoy Andaya. So I'm glad that you are considering it now or actually moving in that direction. Siyempre, year on year pa rin yung concrete agreements between the executive and the legislature, pero at least kung may broad strokes for the second, third year onward, na I suppose, if a fine-tune ulit when that year is actually imminent, kasi posibleng nagbago yung mga conditions.
That's the modern budget system, Your Honor. In fact, it's 15 years old already. I tried to introduce that 15 years ago, kaya lang bumaba po kami, kaya hindi ho natuloy. No?
Thank you, Secretary. A last question, please. I hope tapos na rin kumain si Sec Dominguez. A last question for Sec Dominguez. Or sorry to interrupt your lunch. But I was also very interested in your point that globalization is not a good tool for, I didn't catch your exact word, something like for wealth sharing. Was that your term? Spreading the wealth. Yes. So, meron na ba kayong dinidevelop na alternative model of globalization or more realistically, alternative elements of a model of globalization na you will be dialoguing with us in Congress about in the next 5 years?
Yes, Senator. It's the budget. It's everything we are proposing is in this budget. And the elements to to improve inclusivity are heavy investments in education, healthcare, the implementation of RH law, and most important, in needed infrastructure outside the Mega Manila area. So those are the tools that we are developing to improve to reduce poverty and improve inclusivity in our growth.
Thank you, Secretary. Salamat, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Risa. Before we proceed with Senator Villar, I'd like to ask about the PhilHealth coverage, which presently only covers 92% of the entire population. In the DOH briefing, it was said that we need at least 7 to 8 billion pesos to complete the whole population. I agree with the gentleman when you mentioned about inclusivity, about taking care of the poorest of the poor. And the DOH Secretary agreed that with just a 2 billion inclusion in the budget for PhilHealth, even if the 8% total population will be covered and 8 billion is needed, hindi naman sabay-sabay magkakasakit yan. So a 2 billion increase in the PhilHealth budget could actually cover the 100% who need to be covered, 8% of whom are still not yet covered. So I would like to ask the gentleman if this has been discussed with the DOH and PhilHealth, and is there a possibility that the 2017 budget could cover the entire population by just an inclusion of 2 million for the point of care for the 8% population?
I'm sure that all the indigent poor seniors, the poor seniors are absolutely covered here. And then I don't know where you got your information, but
it was PhilHealth and the secretary that mentioned. I was also surprised because I thought that we had 100% coverage. Only 92% of our population are actually covered, and in their presentation they said that there are 92% population coverage, and there's a need for an additional 7 to 8 billion to cover the whole 100% population.
We will double check the numbers, Your Honor.
And
because my impression is that we have covered everybody.
I agree, and I also thought, and the 92% population coverage has 45 million indigents and 5.8 million senior citizens. It leaves out actually very, very poor people, the 8%. So I would request that this be looked into if the figures are accurate.
Is it 42 million or 4.2 million, Your Honor?
It says here, under universal health care insurance, 92% population coverage, 45.4 million indigents are covered, 5.8 million senior citizens are enrolled, and according to PhilHealth and DOH, that's only 92% population coverage. According to, again, their presentation, 7 to 8 billion, it's an estimate of the Secretary, would be needed to complete the 100% coverage. I would request DBM, and we will be more than willing to introduce an amendment if needed, just to make sure that the most vulnerable populations are 100% covered by PhilHealth.
We will check with the DOH, Your Honor.
May we request Senator Villar to ask her questions?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would like to ask this question from Secretary Dominguez. Okay. In your presentation, you said that you prefer local borrowing than foreign borrowing for our deficit because you protect us from foreign exchange volatility. But in the past, the problem with encouraging local borrowing and banks investing in treasury bills is they choose to invest in treasury bills rather than to give out loans, especially for micro, small, and medium enterprises. So there is a conflict there. And don't you think that if we let our banks borrow from the treasury bills market, then we are depriving our local manufacturers and local businessmen to be able, and entrepreneurs to be able to avail of loans from our local banks?
Thank you, Honorable Senator. Our current experience, and I think that will be borne out by the central bank, which I will ask them to give the exact figures, is that our financial markets are very liquid at the moment, and there is really very little competition between government fundings. We are not crowding out at the moment. We are not crowding out the commercial enterprises nor the small and medium enterprises. In fact, the banks would be more encouraged to lend to the smaller enterprises because they certainly get higher yields than they get from us. I
but
think
more risk.
Yes.
They're afraid of the risk. Sometimes they want to put it on treasury bills because it's riskless.
Yes, but in our case, ma'am, let me tell you, they will earn less than 1.6% interest per annum if the latest treasury bill issues. Sorry, we're 1.8% per annum. If they lend it to the private sector, particularly the small and medium enterprises, I think their interest rates at least maybe 3 times that much.
Yeah.
And I think it's worth the risk. But
sometimes they prefer to not to take the risk. I'm not saying about the commercial and the big loans, but the loans to micro, small, and medium enterprises. So that's the only thing that we should look after, that they are not deprived of the loans, and instead they will invest it in treasury bills. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. In fact, let me just mention that 2 weeks ago, we just signed the IRR for the NGO micro enterprises, and we gave them a very big tax credit. Mrs. Arbosa, the head of the SEC, can enlighten us on that a little more. But maybe I can ask the central bank to speak on the liquidity of the financial markets now.
Thank you, Secretary. The financial system has ample liquidity at the moment. If we look at the growth in total domestic liquidity, for instance, it was 12.4% year on year. And then if you look at the growth in domestic credits, it's 17.6%. So there is enough liquidity in the system. And even if you look at the weekly auctions of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, the bid to cover has always been in excess of 2 times. In other words, the bids that we're getting for the total amount that we're auctioning is more than twice. So that means that banks really have excess liquidity for which they're looking for a home or a place to invest. And the BSP is providing this facility for the banks to be able to put or place their excess funds. Now, if there is a demand from the private sector, what we would really like to see is for this liquidity to move out of the central bank and to go to the productive sectors of the economy. A look at the short history or brief history of this liquidity in the system is that we have been getting a lot of capital inflows as a result of the global financial crisis that was experienced in 2008-2009. As a result of the crisis, which was basically concentrated in the advanced economies, a lot of funds flowed into emerging markets. And the Philippines was one of the emerging markets that received a significant amount of these capital flows. So this increased the amount of liquidity that is available in the domestic financial system. Now, we cannot just allow this liquidity to slosh around in the system because that can actually be inflationary.
So what we're doing is that we try to map up the excess. Whatever excess there is, the banks can put in the Bangko Sentral, no? In the various facilities of the Bangko Sentral. But the banks have the liberty and the flexibility to withdraw at any time, because we have the maturity of these placements can be as short as 1 day. So these are overnight placements. Of course, we have 7-day and 28-day facilities, but the overnight facility is actually there and can provide the banks the funds, the liquidity in case there's a need for it to lend to the private sector, which we actually prefer to see.
I agree with you that you can very well manage the fund. I'm just concerned about the micro, small, and medium enterprises. The small ones who are not really very attractive to banks. I hope you may make a policy that they will help these micro, small, and medium enterprises, and not only the big companies, and invest in treasury bills.
Yeah, Madam Senator, if we look at the data on loans extended to micro enterprises, the total was 9.8 billion pesos in 2015. And this amount was provided by 157 banks total. If you look at Microfinance Plus, which is really an extension of the microfinance program, the total amount would be 355.9 million. So this is in addition to the 9.8 billion that goes to or that went to the micro enterprises. Micro housing, 615 million pesos. Micro agri loans, 288 million pesos. So there's a fairly significant amount of funds that is going to the micro enterprises plus the micro housing sectors. In terms of medium enterprises, there's the same story, because we have a law that mandates that a certain amount of the total portfolio of the bank should be extended or lent to the small and medium enterprise sectors.
I know there was a law before mandating agro loan, and if they cannot make it, they just will compensate by investing in treasury bills. There was that instance before. So instead of lending to agriculture, they just went to invest in treasury bills. I hope this won't happen, and I hope there should be a more strict implementation, because if they can invest in other things other than agriculture, then they will opt to invest in other things because they think that agriculture is risky.
May I'm the author of those two laws, the amended MSME mandating the banks to lend a certain percentage of their loan portfolio to micro and small. I'm also the author of the amendments, I believe, to the Agri-Agra, not allowing them for compliance to just buy bonds, I think. If I'm not mistaken, it was enacted into law, or it was? Yeah, it's supposed to be implemented. Yeah, so you're
we will not do this in the future, and if the central bank can provide us statistics wherein they show that there is an increasing number or amount being given to micro, small, and medium enterprises and agriculture. So we will appreciate
Perhaps
that.
what Senator Villar would request for would be the compliance of the banks of the amendments to Agri-Agra law and the amended MSME law. Are the banks just paying penalties, or are they actually complying that will benefit the micro-entrepreneurs as well as farmers benefiting from the Agri-Agra law? Yeah.
Because it's always our case that we say inclusivity, and I think this is very important to our promotion of inclusive growth.
We can provide the information, Madam Senator.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, while Senator Villar has her space to speak,
just I have a lagged reply or explanation to why a car has been rather an outlier in terms of economic performance and poverty performance as well. And so before the glamour on car fades, these are the answers. Number one, 10% of only 10% of GRDP in the car is devoted to agriculture, and these are high value crops. Secondly, industry is a major player in a car. 50% of GRDP is accounted for by industry, and these are mainly export processing zones. Export processing zones are in the car, and also construction, and also manufacturing. Well,
Yung city?
Yeah,
can you give us a report on that? Because I'm very curious about Benguet and CAR. Because if they have a good model of reducing poverty and promoting inclusivity, then we should follow the model. Because we're looking for a model of what we can do in reducing poverty in the Philippines.
Yes. And
can you give us all the figures and maybe make an explanation on why it is performing well?
Okay, and then thirdly, the service sector accounts for 40% of GRDP, and these are IT, BPO.
Yeah, the BPO
sector,
in Baguio.
And education, services, also the presence of many universities in the car would contribute to the explanation of why it's doing better than the other regions.
I say we haven't reduced poverty in the Philippines, so we're looking for models on how we can reduce poverty in the Philippines. So I'm just curious about Benguet because it has very low poverty index.
Essentially.
Yeah. Yes. Can you make a study on that and provide us on that? Okay, thank you very much. Question for Secretary Dominguez. In one of your presentation, the first semester of 2016 total revenues, it says there, if we net out the transfer of the COCO levy fund, the improvement in collections will be 7%. Can you explain this to me? Because I cannot understand this.
Yes, ma'am. COCO levy is one-time transfer to government. Yeah, the COCO levy fund, ma'am, was a one-time transfer from a trust fund to the national government, and that, beg your pardon?
Is it a plus?
Yes.
How come if?
Yes, it is an additional revenue, ma'am.
So you says if we net out the transfer of the COCO levy fund, the improvement in collection will be 7%. So that was transferred before in 2015. So
yes.
it gave the collection higher.
Yes, ma'am.
But if you are from year to year, wala yon.
Yes.
Mas maganda ang collection nyo. Ganun ba yon?
Yes, ma'am. The actual collection went up by 7%. It looks like it went up by a smaller number because there was that transfer.
Okay.
Yes,
so because I cannot understand this, so I want an explanation on this. And in this connection, I want to ask you why you are reducing the budget of the Philippine Coconut Authority. If there are 3.5 million coconut farmers who are the poorest in the Philippines, ang poverty index nila is 60%. Oo. If I remember right, in 2015, ang kanilang budget ng Philippine Coconut Authority to help the farmers is 4B. Then suddenly, in 2016, last budget hearing, nireduce nila sa 1.4. I was so surprised. I was moving that it be restored, but it was not restored. And now in 2017, 1.4 na naman. Bakit ba tayo galit na galit sa mga coconut farmers na tinatanggal natin yung budget sa mga coconut farmers when they are the poorest in the Philippines? They earn only on the average 50 pesos a day or 1,500 a month. We should do something. We should do programs in order to improve that, or else we will not reduce our poverty statistics. So why is this happening? I just want to ask.
Mrs. Senator, I have to refer it to the budget secretary.
Okay, the number says that in 2016, PhilCOA got 1.29 billion, and for next year it got 1.44 billion.
It's 4 billion, ha?
Yeah, I know.
Sabi nila, noong 2016, kinat daw nila kasi may underspending. Eh, ngayon na naman, ba't ganun na naman? Eh kasi kung gusto mong tulungan yung coconut farmers, ikakat mo yung budget niya, miski tayo mag-income sa Coco Levy Fund. The Coco Levy Fund is 72 billion. At 2% sa treasury bills, that's around 1.5 billion a year. Kala ko ba yung Coco Levy Fund is in addition to help the coconut farmers? Eh yung budget cut nyo lang kulang pa to cover yung income sa Coco Levy Fund. Eh paano natin tutulungan yung ating mga coconut farmers? I just want an explanation on that kasi everybody's saying that we should help our coconut farmers because they are the poorest in the country and we are for inclusive growth. Eh ba't nagkaganito yung budget ng Coco Levy Fund, ng PCA?
Again, it's underspending. That's the reason. We give them money, they don't spend it. So I'm having checked the financials.
Underspending should not be a reason. Underspending is the fault of the people there in PCA. It's not the fault of the coconut farmers. If they change the people in PCA so that they will help the coconut farmers. But
that's
we
right.
cannot
That's
deprive
right.
them of their budget, di ba?
That's right, Your Honor. In fact,
Kasi
that will be the policy of this government. When you underperform, you're out.
Yeah, because alam mo, ang 3.5 million ang coconut farmers, the agriculture sectors, ang kanilang worker is 11.8. That's almost 1/3 of the agriculture sector. Tapos kung pababayaan yung mahirap yan, hindi bababa yung ating poverty figure from 27 to 16. There's no way. Kasi ang laki-laking portion yan ng ating mahihirap na pabababain natin yung kanilang poverty figure. So, pag hindi nyo in-improve yung PCA, yung performance ng PCA, I think we will have a hard time. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, we will review the financials, and if the bills need to be removed, we'll have them removed.
Thank you very much. Another question is this CCT, no? I support CCT, but can we review the model of our CCT? Kasi we have been doing CCT for the last 6 years. Sabi nyo nga, yung poverty figure nyo didn't move from 27%. Ang target ng Aquino administration is 17%, but it didn't move after doing CCT. I just want you to review the model of our CCT. Kasi sa ibang bansa, they asked me to go to Brazil kasi daw ang CCT doon, pinagtatanim yung mga farmer ng crops, binibili ng gobyerno, tapos ipinakakain sa mga school children. In Thailand, ang kanila, they required 6 million school children to drink 200 ml of milk every day. And that brought up their dairy industry. So, ibig sabihin, pinayaman yung mga dairy farmers, pinayaman yung mga farmers, and then, binigyan ng good nutrition yung mga bata for the future generation. Para yung mga anak natin will grow up to be intelligent children because they drink milk, they eat the right kind of food. Yung ating bang CCT, maganda ba yung model natin ng CCT or we can improve our model of CCT? Kasi yung atin, bibigay mo pera, walang walang production, at hindi natin maintindihan kung talaga nakakatulong kasi after 6 years, yung sabi nila papapasukin sa eskwela, it's a requirement, and then magpapa-check up yung mga nanay sa health center. Nasusunod ba yun? Kasi yung nagpasok sa eskwela, bakit hindi pa yun nagpapayaman sa kanilang pamilya after 6 years? Kasi kung high school, 4 years lang yun, dapat nakakuha na yun ng trabaho by this time, and bumaba na yung poverty figure natin. So, I just want to ask you to review our model of CCT. I don't mind spending for CCT, but make sure that the model is right. Kasi baka mamaya, mali naman yung modelo natin, masayang yung pera, hindi rin natin ma-achieve, ma-bring down ang poverty, at hindi rin natin mapalusog yung mga future generation that will be very essential for the future of our country. Yun lang po.
Thank you. The objective of CCT, as you know, is to keep the kids longer at school so they can finish their education. But we're not expanding it anymore. We're asking Secretary Taguivalot to clean up the list, remove those who are not entitled to it, and include some who are entitled. And then maybe after completing the program, then we can change the model.
We can have a partial review of the model. I mean, we can continue the program, but siguro i-review naman natin kung how is it effective in other countries and how is it effective in our country. We should keep our minds open kasi nagugulat lang ako after 6 years, 27% pa rin, di ba? O baka mamaya nagkakamali tayo sa model.
Tama po kayo. We will have a chance to deal with Secretary Taguivalot when she appears before your committee.
Another one is the information campaign of PhilHealth. Kasi sabi mo, covered na ang 90%, 92%.
Entire population.
Pero ako, nagtataka lang ako, bakit nakapila pa yung mga tao sa akin at humihingi ng paggamot? Baka hindi naman nila dinidistribute yung PhilHealth card. At hindi, alam mo, ang beneficiary ng PhilHealth would be the poor people. Hindi naman sila marunong ng PhilHealth card Ang hirap-hirap nila turuan. Dapat siguro, a part of the budget should spend on teaching the poor people to avail of their how to avail of their PhilHealth card. Kasi baka wala namang binibigay sa kanila. Kasi nakapila pa rin sa amin Nagtataka ako.
On-site registration?
Yeah.
Sa hospital?
Yeah, but they do not know that it is the system.
Okay, I can help you answer that. Yeah, if you will listen, I can help you answer that because I asked the same question. Under the coverage of PhilHealth, in my understanding of their presentation, because I asked the same question, only if you are confined will you be covered by PhilHealth. But for the annual checkups, blood test, chest x-ray, you are not covered. Yes. Yes. Even medications, outpatient medicines are not covered under that.
Miss Chairman, I know we know the PhilHealth coverage, but the problem is the poor people, they do not know that they are now covered with PhilHealth. Parang may feeling kami na yung PhilHealth, ayaw nila ipamigay yung card para marami silang pera. You look at the money of PhilHealth, napakadami nilang pera. Pero yung lahat ng mga taong mahirap, nakapila pa rin sa amin, humihingi sa amin ng tulong.
Madam Chair? Yun nga ang dahilan kung bakit humingi sa atin ng tulong dahil hindi covered ang mga gamot sa PhilHealth. Ang covered lang sa PhilHealth, yung pag sila ay na-confine. Ang outpatient at saka ang gamot ay hindi covered. Kaya siguro magandang pag-aralan po natin kung paano ma-cover yung point of care. Pag ako'y may sakit at pumunta sa emergency room, PhilHealth ako, mahirap ako. Pag hindi ka mako-confine, hindi ka covered. Pag kailangan mo ng gamot, hindi ka covered. Kailangan ka pumunta sa senador, humingi endorsement sa PCSO para ma-cover. Hindi yan covered by PhilHealth. So your question is valid and the PhilHealth plan does not cover that. I asked the same question. So we have to look at how the PhilHealth plan can cover point of care, especially for the informal sector. Yes.
Madam Chair.
Senator Binay.
Madam
please.
Chair. Actually, I asked Senator Ontiveros that question because she was with PhilHealth for, I think, 2 years. And she said, out of the 94% coverage, only, well, 94 na daw, according to her, only 11% avail of PhilHealth. Only 11% avail of PhilHealth
Hindi nga
out of
nila
the
alam.
94%.
There's no information
IEC.
campaign.
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
Naglagay na nga ako ng computer doon sa bahay ko para pag may naghihingi ng tulong, hinahanap namin yung pangalan nila doon sa PhilHealth. Para ituro ko na pumunta ka sa ospital, ikaw ay listed sa PhilHealth. I think we should spend a certain portion of that budget for the information campaign para turuan yung mahihirap na kayo ay entitled at sabihin ng entitlement nila para ma-avail yung PhilHealth benefit.
Sabi ni Senator Lacson, wag na lang, because you are in the top 5 in the Forbes list.
Lahat tayo. Tanungin mo lahat ang mga senador, mga congressman, pinipilahan eh.
Sige.
Oh.
I believe the solution there is for us to ask PhilHealth and the DOH how we can include the point of care, how we can include the purchase of medicines, because it's clearly not included in the package for the informal sector and the poor populations. Another thing I would like to mention, I'm glad that you mentioned that. Do you know that the staff, government personnel in the legislature are more protected than those of your staff in the executive? The coverage of PhilHealth is not, there's no parity. And I would request that PhilHealth assess everything. Kung magkasakit yung staff sa executive, staff ni Secretary Jokno, sa staff ko sa Senado, covered lahat. Ang sa amin, sa inyo hindi. These are the workhorse of our government and they're not covered. Even in Malacanang, yung naglilinis ng banyo doon, hihingi pa sa akin ng tulong dahil hindi sila covered sa kanilang package sa PhilHealth. There is no parity between the executive, government, staff, employees, officials, and the legislature. Please look into that.
I understand, Your Honor, that PhilHealth has an outpatient program recently launched, and it's not well publicized, so maybe that should be the solution. Okay.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chairman.
Thank you for those concerns, and we will bring that to the attention of PhilHealth and Secretary, DOH Secretary Pauline, so she can sit down with Secretary Ben to see why is this happening. Is the money there, kulang lang ng impormasyon, or is there lack of funds, which we don't believe there's a lack of. Yeah. And just for the information about the Agri-Agra law, now that Governor Governor Tepancos also and Deputy Governor Ginugundo. Do you know that the compliance, Senator Villar, before you leave, with the Agri-Agra law is only 1.1%? So, based on the law of 209, 25%, 15% of which should go to farmers and fisher folks as beneficiaries, and 10% agrarian reform, there is clearly non-compliance, and there's only 1%, 1.1% in 2015 compliance with the Agri-Agra law. I think we should look into that. If it's a non-feasible law, if it's an impractical law, since it's not being followed anyway, let's amend it how it can be more doable, because we don't want to scare the banks as well, but the intent of this measure was to help the farmers and the fisher folks. Okay. But Cynthia left. This is an answer to her question. Next in line after Senator Villar is Senator Angara, but do you have an intervention or yes? Okay, Sunny, it's your turn. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. I'd like to ask about jobs, addressing it in general. What do we see the emerging sectors to produce jobs, and what would be the impact of proposed finance reforms or fiscal reforms, like removing or changing the PEZA and BOI regime for industries like BPOs? I think they'll be hard hit by some of the proposed reforms. And also plans for agriculture in general? Maybe jobs. Let's talk about jobs first, sir.
So, Senator, the planned reforms in the planned review of the tax incentives most likely will not affect those that are already existing, because they are basically the
Prospective, or will they be prospective, or will they apply to existing locators?
Most likely they will be prospective, because the government doesn't want to break its word or contracts with the have come under those terms. However, we're looking closely at putting sunset provisions on some of the tax benefits that were granted forever. Maybe this tax benefit, maybe the sunset provisions will be out towards 8 or 10 years. Thank you.
Sir, about the jobs, where will we? Because we're still one of the lowest in the region in terms of employment levels. So, what's the forecast there?
I think our program to spend on infrastructure in the regions and in rural areas, and including agriculture, should generate many jobs, as well as the development of the regions, the local economies and agricultural economies would also generate more jobs. So in other words, concentration, the economic thrust of paying more attention to the regions rather than economic growth being centralized in Metro Manila and the surrounding regions should mop up much of the unemployment and underemployment in the regions outside Metro Manila and the contiguous regions.
Could you explain a little bit how investment in agriculture and infrastructure? I understand infrastructure would create a lot of temporary jobs for projects, but how would that help the economy long term in terms of generating jobs, including agriculture, sir?
Well, it's experience in other countries, and even here would show that agriculture and manufacturing are more generative of jobs than the service sector, and and the service sector itself, whether informal service sector or formal service sector, manufacturing and agriculture are leading in terms of job creation, and these are the jobs in agriculture and manufacturing tend to be suitable for the lower skilled workers as well, and that is the reason why, and these are the workers who tend to be unemployed or underemployed.
How about tourism? Are there any special plans for tourism?
Yeah. Mr. Senator, may just add on infrastructure's effect on agriculture. Many years ago, the Bukidnon Davao Road was opened, and that certainly opened hundreds of thousands of hectares to agricultural development and jobs, and simply because the areas were now connected to markets, and you can see the development and and how the people there progressed just with the simple opening of that Davao to Bukidnon Road. Thank you, Mr. Senator.
Tourism? Any special plans for tourism? Are those among the priority infrastructures? Because I've seen, at least in my modest experience traveling around the country, you mentioned lower skilled workers getting jobs in agriculture and manufacturing. I would say the same is also true of tourism.
That's true. That's true, Mr. Senator. Tourism is also a job-generating sector, and also lower-skilled types of workers.
But any special plans, any special regions that you want to unlock the potentials?
Well, some sites are in regions outside Metro Manila, so
that's the whole country, sir.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
you want to be more specific?
The leading ones would be Cebu, Bohol, Mindanao, Surigao. Those are the leading. Iloilo, of course, Palawan. Those are the leading lights in terms of tourism. Aurora, yes, Aurora, of course.
Okay, no more questions. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Mr. Senator, may I add that the program of the Department of Transportation to upgrade a lot of the airports around the country are really a tourism. Are really
priorities,
tourism
Mr.
project.
Secretary? Are the local airports priorities? Because
Yes, they are.
you know, yeah, we were lobbying for 3 years for the previous administration. Just for the information of the body, in 2008, my province, I was still a congressman then, we got about 15,000 tourists. But last year, we got about 750,000 tourists without an airport. So you can imagine, that's why I'm quite bullish on because there's, along with the rise in the purchasing power of regular Filipinos, there's also that concomitant urge to leave Manila, the stresses of Manila. So really, there's a big, if we develop this regional, that's really where I want to go, is that we should develop a lot more of these regional hubs, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair. How about for education, Madam Chair? Are there any special plans to close we've been talking about poverty and inequality a lot, and I know we're also one of the worst in terms of inequalities in the region, no? With the high Gini coefficient. Is there any special move to provide, because there are bills in the Senate right now, I have a bill to provide, it's kind of a attack onto the CCT program, because they're supposed to be the poorest of the poor, to give them at least one college graduate. It's taking it further. Is that a good approach, in your opinion?
Each family to have one college graduate.
To have at least guaranteed schooling for at least maybe one or two members.
That is what is envisioned in the long-term vision, the ambition natin 2040. Every family by then would want to have all their children graduated from college. That's 2040.
2040?
Yeah.
But hindi na ho kayo yung administration man.
No. But this ambition natin will cover 6 administrations.
But any plans in the next 6 years to cover, to specially target certain families or certain communities for educational assistance?
Well, I remember the President saying that he is willing to provide scholarships for college to poor families who have children who are able and deserving to tackle a college degree, a college education. So I think it's this thing education budget.
Yeah, in fact, Your Honors, we're giving SUCs a huge amount of money. And in fact, we're contemplating giving free tuition and allowances to poor students in some preferred areas like engineering, sciences, etc. So we encourage skills in those areas. There are enough SUCs, there are 113 state universities and colleges who can accommodate these scholars per family.
I'm happy to hear that, Madam Chair.
Sorry, Sonny?
Yes,
you were asking about education. I
Yes,
understand
yes,
from, if I may, Senator Sherwin has a bill and we support it for free tertiary education for everybody so that those who don't have access to a congressman or a senator can all be covered. I wonder, how much will it cost?
I'm asking Chad to do a quick and dirty computation. I think it's affordable, but I think as a start, let's limit the scholarship to preferred areas. We don't want to produce lots of, pardon, lawyers. We focus first on sciences.
Science and engineering,
Sorry,
yes.
sir.
Madam
Engineering.
No offense taken. I completely agree with you, actually.
All right. So agronomists, geologists, etc. So we are going to identify
That would be a
those
good
skills,
match, yeah.
and we'll provide them free.
Madam Chair.
That's already included in our present, in your NEP.
We can accommodate it, I'm sure.
Madam Chair, just for the information of the body, we've studied this proposal, no, to completely abolish tuition fees in state universities and college. As we speak, we have about 1.5 million students going into our public tertiary system, and we estimated about 15 billion pesos, no, to completely abolish the tuition fee. 15 billion, 1.5. As we speak, because we are already subsidizing close to 95% of the cost of studying of the students. So we're just removing a few na lang, no? So 15B.
Senator or Secretary Jokto can source 15B. That would be full coverage based on your studies.
On our estimates.
He's computing the 80 million times 200.
But let's limit it to the preferred skills, Your Honor, not to everybody.
We will support that amendment. In case it's not yet in the NEP, we would support that for increasing the scholarships, focusing on the sciences.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. If I can move to another topic, the cost of food. How do we lower the cost of food going forward? Because I think it's probably part of Ambition 2040 also. A big chunk of the income of a poor family, and the chunk gets bigger as the poorer they get, no? And I think that's really one thing which talo tayo sa the likes of Thailand, because the cost of food is so high in this country.
Well, we should, you know, producing rice by ourselves is actually more costly than importing rice, because we do not have comparative advantage in rice growing or rice production. So, in fact, in 2013 to 2015, poverty incidence rose because we tried to push for rice self-sufficiency, but we couldn't do it, so we had to import rather belatedly the rice that was required. So, well, I think the policy ought to be, you know, let's produce rice to the extent we can, but whatever deficit there is, we should get it from Vietnam and Thailand, even Myanmar. These are low-cost rice producers, and I think the estimate is rice will cost about 50% lower if we do that to the consumer.
That also increase the subsidy to the NFA, which is one of the biggest subsidies at present.
Mr. Senator, the idea is to lower the cost of food. First of all, you have to you have to increase the output per unit area and per man hour, and that requires better irrigation and a lot of more effective research and development and extension work. Of course, you have to improve access to markets, because that's where you have a high cost as well. Cost of inputs going into the farm and cost of output coming out of the farm have a very high cost due to poor infrastructure. With regards to the role of NFA, the Economic Development Subcommittee just met last week, and it was determined that NFA's regulatory functions be separated from their commercial functions, and that serious thought be put into making NFA the supplier of last resort. In other words, to make them stockpile rice for emergency situations. In that way, you will free the market and allow the market forces to work, and most likely, as Secretary Pernia said, most likely reduce the cost of the major staple in the Philippines, which is rice. Thank you.
Madam Chair, just to provide some data related to Senator Angara's question, and this with respect to food inflation of the bottom 30% income households. The rate of food inflation for this segment of the population has gone down from 17% in 2008 to 2.5% in 2015, and further down to 1.4% in the first 6 months of 2016. So the rise in food prices has been decreasing. So that means greater purchasing power for the bottom 30% as far as their food consumption is concerned.
About the real wages for the same sector, are real wages going up?
We don't have the information right now.
Would like to ask Central Bank follow-up to Senator Angara's question. If it's 65% is the cost of food, and you say the cost of food prices went down to 1.5%, that doesn't seem to jive, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, how do you explain that, and how do you explain the reduction of food prices? It seems so dramatic. Are we supplying more food to our people? Cost of food, bringing down the cost of food?
The rate of increase in food prices has decelerated. In other words, food prices are still going up, but they're not going up as fast as before. That's what I meant when I said the rate of inflation for food of the bottom 30% income households has decelerated.
And how do you account for that?
Well, better supply of food items compared to previous years.
I mean, rice is the staple food, but we're not producing enough.
We're importing, so that also becomes part of the supply of rice in the economy.
So the importation brings the price of rice down.
That's always been the formula of all presidents.
That has been a contributory factor.
Madam Chair, just to follow up, so to synthesize what's been said in the last 5-10 minutes, the administration's plan to lower food prices is basically by lowering the price of rice, by importing more. Is that an accurate statement?
Well, increased productivity, as Secretary Dominguez has mentioned, to the extent we can, by improving agricultural infrastructure. But then, in the short to medium term, it's unlikely that we'll be able to produce enough rice domestically. So the deficit would have to come from imports, and that would be a cheaper way of satisfying the deficit than forcing, supply from the domestic front.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few last questions to give our colleagues a chance. We held our Ways and Means organizational meeting the other week, Thursday, and Commissioner Falcon was there, and we mentioned that there is a need for additional personnel in the Bureau of Customs. Like you mentioned, correct me, Commissioner, kung mali yung figures, but in ARM, you said there are over 30 ports, and there are less than 15 people to man these ports. Is that correct?
There are at least 93 private wharfs who are actively utilized for importation from the southern part of the
93.
country.
93.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So hindi pala over 30. I thought
And
it was
then-
33. It's 93.
And then we only have one collection district to man all these ports, and a total of less than 20 plantilla officials are manning it. So this explains why, and it's also part of the tradition in doing business in the south, the barter trade. So their private wharfs are like garage to them, where they can bring in commodities from Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, using their own private vessels, boats.
Without paying the correct fees.
Yes, sir. It's really an outright smuggling, but they view this as part of their culture.
And you feel, Madam Chair, Commissioner, you feel that with the right number of personnel, you'll be able to address this problem of smuggling?
We will lessen, and of course, this will enable the Bureau's capability to do our border security mandate. Because even boats, we don't have kahit na disagwan. So we cannot always get the vessels of the Navy and the Coast Guard to help us in our border protection. So we really need to enable the Bureau's capability to do our function in the border security. So these are the reasons why personnel and other equipment to enable us to function are necessary. And this will substantially reduce activities of smuggling nationwide. I just cited one region in the country that this practice is really happening every day. Your Honor.
Thank you, Commissioner, Madam Chair. Well, I guess these are things that the executive branch can really address. So maybe makikiusap na lang kami kay Secretary Jokta, because I know it's the DBM who can create plantilla positions. So maybe if you could, sir, if you could take a look at the BIR and the BOC. I'm sure there are similar problems regarding enforcement capacities. I'll just leave it at that, Madam Chair, because it's getting late in the day. But I'll just leave that on the table for Secretary Teocno and the DBCC's perusal. Just two last questions, Madam Chair. The second to the last is the first is regarding target setting. Are we changing the formula for setting revenue targets for the following year, or are we adopting what the previous administration did? And the second is concerning the body's opinion regarding the lifting of or exempting the BIR and the BOC from the salary standardization law, which comes up repeatedly every year in the Committee on Ways and Means.
Madam Chair, regarding the target setting, in the past administration, the term they used was they were setting aspirational targets. Unfortunately, I don't quite understand how those were set. what we are doing right now is the basis for the present targets are the performances in the immediate past 2 years performances, and we add the macroeconomic assumptions for growth. I think that's a more reasonable and tested way of setting revenue targets. Regarding your second question, we are still studying the proposals to exempt the BIR and the BOC from the salary standardization plan. We will submit that in due time, Mr. Senator.
I just appreciate, Madam Chair, any updates on that front. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Angara. I failed to recognize Senator Joel Villanueva, who had since left, but he has been sitting here, so we acknowledge his presence. And after Senator Angara, we have Senator Ralph Recto.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
First, let me congratulate our resource persons for the presentation of the budget. Just a few observations, Secretary Jokno. And let me simplify as well, Secretary Jokno. Significant in this budget, three things that immediately come to mind. One is there is an increase in the budget from 2016 by roughly 350 billion. And we will be borrowing 480 billion to fund this budget and its increase. Now, in addition to that, it would appear to me that the current operating expenditures will increase by roughly 250 billion. Hindi ho ba yung unang trabaho ng isang chief executive ay in the private sector when you go in to a corporation? Your first job is to cut expenses. Instead of borrowing, instead of raising prices or increasing taxes, ang una mong titignan is what can you cut? What are the inefficiencies in the budget that you can cut? Anong pwedeng bawasan, di ba? In the budget, it would appear to me of the 3,350 billion. First, the biggest increase is, of course, your personal services. Roughly 180 billion, thereabouts to 200 billion ang increase. Maintenance operating expenditures will go up by 100 billion. Okay? It would appear to me that 75% of the budget is operating expenses, and only 25%, in effect, will go to capital outlay. And half of that, we will be borrowing, roughly 450 billion. Tignan natin, Secretary Jokno. Traveling expenses, 17.6 billion. Almost the same for this year. Walang bawas dito. Supplies and materials will go up by 11 to 12 billion. To 84 billion. Utility expenses, 14 billion. Communication expenses, 9.6 billion. So on and so forth. Financial assistance and subsidy, the biggest item, from 802 billion to 890 billion. Confidential intelligence and extraordinary expenses, from 2.7 billion to 4.8 billion. No? So, I've not seen anything, any cuts in the budget na posible na wala bang inefficiency dito. Hindi ba dapat nababawasan naman natin yung ibang portions of the budget as well? Because remember, what we're saying here is we're increasing the expenses for current operating expenses. We will be borrowing 3% of GDP, 450 billion. And eventually, we will tax the public an additional, roughly, 600 billion minus the 175 na income tax reform. Yes.
Well, under
generally speaking,
yeah, right. Under normal condition, that's good. If you want to play conservative. But we are not under normal conditions, Your Honor. We're behind in terms of public infrastructure. We have the poorest.
I have no problem for
No,
investing
right.
in public infrastructure.
Sure, but
what I'm saying is that current operating expenditures are increasing. Ang unang trabaho siguro is to take a look at the budget. Where can we cut? Halimbawa, traveling expenses. Necessary ba talaga na 17.7 billion to?
Well, a big part of that, Your Honor, is because of the not Miss Universe, but ASEAN, 50th anniversary of ASEAN. We increased the budget by 15 billion. That's a one-time increase, Your Honor, and that's distributed all over, right? For example, the intelligence fund, right? It would appear that it would increase by 2 billion. Well, that's 1 billion confidential and 1 billion intelligence for the Office of the President. In the past, ever since I can remember, maybe during the time of ERAP, we have a budget there of 500 million every year for intelligence and confidential. I mean, Senator Lacson here remembers that budget, I think. But, you know, for the last 6 years under President Aquino, he has 500 million. Times 3, that's 3 billion. He has not even caught one drug addict. Okay? You have to look at the results. This president is looking for results, right? And he needs 1 billion for intelligence, another billion for confidential. And I think given the results that he has shown, I think we should support him. So to me, now let me start by saying many governments during the last few years have suffered by this time because of very conservative fiscal policy. They fail to spend what they are supposed to spend all over the world, Your Honor.
I understand.
You look at there's an article right now at the International Herald Tribune which says underspending has caused us this problem. Okay.
No, I understand totally, Secretary Jokto. We can get to that later on. Let's say, for example, okay, professional services, 26 billion. General services, 12.3 billion. Financial assistance and subsidy from 802 to 890 billion. The only point I'm trying to make is that shouldn't we be cutting wastage in government as well?
I agree, Your Honor. That's why we are filing this week a right-sizing bill to identify once and for all where we could cut, so that will benefit from here on to the future.
I am not against increasing the salaries of our government personnel, especially that of the police, the military, and our teachers as well. But we might be doing it the other way around. Halimbawa, what is important is the take-home pay. We started with, I suppose under this budget, you're following the EO of the previous administration with regard to SSL4. Is that correct?
Yeah, we will implement the second tranche, Your Honor.
Correct.
And if you're talking of take-home pay, and there's no other measure that will increase the take-home pay of government workers, if we pass the law, that's the bill that is going to submitted next month on the reduction of the personal income tax.
Correct.
Okay.
No, that's why I was going to get to that. I suppose in the previous administration, when they did the SSL4, they did not contemplate this tax reform package being presented by Secretary Dominguez, which I support. Okay, particularly the reduction in income taxes for individuals and corporations. Okay, now let's look at it this way: you're increasing salaries. We're gonna reduce taxes. Lalaki ang take-home pay, which is good, and I support that. Have you done the study already incorporating the SSL4, which was implemented this year for the next how many years? I think 4 years, if I'm not mistaken. Included there will be the reduction in individual taxes and the effect on pensions in the future, both for civilian and military. Meron na bang pag-aaral ng DBM? Kung wala naman, maintindihan ko because bago pa lang naman kayo eh. You've only been in office for 50 days now, or maybe 60 days.
DBM has done a study on the impact of on the pension, military, the impact of high military pension, and what it will do to us in the years to come. But we have not figured out this effect.
By including the new
but I know, well, broadly, I know that a cut in tax will mean a higher value-added tax also, because that means you have more money in your pockets. Therefore, you either consume, in which case you pay value-added tax, or you invest, in which case you don't pay value-added.
I will not go into the details of the tax reform package because I've had the opportunity already to discuss part of this with Secretary Dominguez. The point I'm trying to drive at is that value for money for taxpayers as well. Now, as I mentioned earlier, current operating expenditures are going up. Yung MOE tumataas, yung pasweldo tumataas. Wala naman akong problema dun sa pasweldo. But I think you have to take a look at both or three items. One is the SSL, and then the tax reform, and the effect not only on the military for pension, but also civilians moving forward. Because this is a 4-year program, the SSL4, if I'm not mistaken. Okay? Now, and I'm also concerned about borrowing 450 billion. I know we should, I know that the interest rates are very cheap. Okay, so 450 billion, 3% of GDP, sounds reasonable to me. But then again, you're borrowing 450 and we will be increasing taxes, as mentioned in the presentations, by roughly 600 billion, netting out 175, 325 billion moving forward. So that's the first concern. Second is, and I'm trying to make a point about cutting costs as well, and reducing red tape in government. Kasi may cost din yung red tape eh. How much is it, Secretary Pernia? I've seen numerous studies on red tape in government. Magkano ba ang effect?
Well, we don't have a quantitative explanation yet. Or
maybe I can share those studies with you. It's roughly 150 billion from at least one study I've seen.
100.
Yes.
In other words, if you cut red tape throughout.
Yes. Throughout, yes.
That's a lot.
Okay. And then let me move on. Earlier, when we began the hearing, there was some discussion already on underspending. And I do have the COA report for 2015, and it would suggest 547 billion was the underspending in 2015. Now, in terms of disbursement, it was only 2.2 trillion. Okay, so 547 billion yung underspending. Unpaid obligations, 510 billion. But, you know, to be fair, we might have a hearing tomorrow anyway. Then I suppose that our resource persons can take a look at the COA report for 2015 because the numbers here are different from what was presented earlier. But having said that, one of the reasons why you have huge underspending, and I pointed this out for the last decade,
is because of the lump sum nature of our budget. Maraming lump sums. And Secretary Jokta, we are reasonable naman. Halimbawa, yung calamity fund, talaga naman talagang kailangan lump sum yan. So naintindihan ko yan, including some of those which you mentioned earlier, Secretary Jokta. But for example, for the life of me, I cannot understand why, halimbawa, isa sa pinakamahalaga, Department of Education. The education has the biggest budget for 2017. The budget is 542 billion, and let me congratulate the Secretary and the former Treasurer, who was my professor, Liling Briones, for being able to advocate a much bigger budget for education. And you cannot have inclusive growth until you spend much, much more on education and improve its quality. But having said that, Secretary, napansin ko, there's just one line
in the budget which says about 118.8 billion will be for the construction, repair, or purchase of basic education facilities such as classrooms, science laboratories, toilet chairs, and other equipment. 109.3 billion will be for new buildings. And you know the challenge today is K to 12. There are 43,000 classrooms that should have been done this year. I doubt it if we were able to construct the 43,000 classrooms. And that is because naka-lump sum din.
Actually, it's 47,000.
47,000. I'm just trying to recall from the top of my head.
Yeah, but this is what we need, and I gave it to Secretary Drillon.
But
that's a challenge for her.
Yes.
So we cannot fault her for the performance of past administration.
I'm not.
Right, sure.
What I'm trying to point out, Secretary, is that precisely kaya hindi nagawa yung mga classrooms na kailangan this year is because naka-lump sum nga. Now, in 2017, it is still a lump sum of 109.3 billion. During the budget deliberations in Congress, is it possible in the months to come or in the weeks to come, ma-itemize natin to?
Meron na pong itemization, in fact, but it's not in the budget. So meron po dito by region, by kindergarten, elementary, secondary. Meron na pong itemization.
But it's not in the budget.
It's not included in the budget document kasi otherwise masyado pong
So
makapal.
I hope you don't blame me for not seeing it because it was not there.
Oh, yeah,
Nevertheless,
of course.
why not include it in the budget para maging transparent, maging FOI compliant?
In fact,
I don't mind reading another book, Madam Chair. Ganun naman talaga eh. If we want an itemized budget, that means the executive will be more prepared.
I think it's not wise to itemize it to that extent. For example, CCT has 4.4 million beneficiaries, no? Kung i-itemize po natin yan, given 60 names per page, which will add up to 73,300 pages.
Secretary Joko, I'm not asking about the CCT.
Yeah, but
I'm talking about the classrooms.
But even these classrooms, 47,000 po ito.
Yeah.
47,000 classrooms.
What's wrong with having it in the budget? Because, well, like I said, we can check underspending in DepEd.
You can ask, actually, Your Honor, you can ask Secretary Briones, and she's going to provide you the list, 47,000.
Yes, we will do that at the appropriate time. But like I said, we have a budget hearing today, and I am just making a point that for us to be able to improve the spending of the executive branch, and you know, this is not because I'm minority leader, it is also in the previous administration that I've asked to itemize all these projects as well. In fact, you have so much, pwedeng ilagay din natin sa Facebook para alam ng lahat Ilagay natin sa website, lahat ng mga projects na ginagawa natin, yung budget ilagay natin sa website. Di ba? Pati
meron pong website ng DBM, we can upload on DBM, pwede rin upload sa DepEd.
Correct. Including the school buildings ang gagawin. That's the point. Remember, ang pinakamalaking problema rin ngayon sa K-12 is the lack of classrooms. Kulang na kulang ang classrooms. I just came from our province over the weekend, and I met with the teachers, and many of them were telling me talagang maraming estudyante kulang in classroom, particularly the senior level. And I'm sure Secretary Briones knows this. No? But the point is, for us to minimize the underspending so that we can improve the spending of government, just like alimbawa in the private sector, kung meron silang investment na gagawin, they know exactly where and how much you will make the investment. So why not do the same thing for 47,000 classrooms? Para meron na tayong plano. Just like the roads, we more or less, a lot have been itemized here. in the budget for the roads. Maliwanag, alin yung mga kalsadang gagawin. Not in, maybe 90%. There's still a large portion there na hindi itemized. So why not itemize it? And all I'm saying is that we can do that between now until the end of December. I am, in fact, assisting you here, the executive, for you to be able to spend it faster.
In fact,
Kasi kung identified na yung project, pwede nang gumawa ng program of work eh. Pwede nang gawin yung
in
detailed
fact,
engineering
as of
design.
now po, si Secretary Briones and Secretary Villar are strategizing on how best to implement. Kasi gagawa po nito DPWH.
Correct.
And we're even planning to get the benefit of economies of scale.
Correct.
We will bid out the projects by province.
Yes.
So isang kontratista po, isang probinsya.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for that information. But like I said, if we don't know where they're going to be located, how's the DPWH going to make the program of work? Remember, the DPWH also, a few years ago, had 20,000 engineers. Today, they only have 16,000. Okay. The next would be, let's say, the National Irrigation Administration, NIA. From what I've seen in the budget, that's 36.4 billion. It's also a lump sum item. So, and this is critical because it is also in agriculture. And if we want to increase productivity in agriculture and to be able to spend this money properly para mapakinabangan ng magsasaka natin na kailangan ng irrigation, why not itemize it? Where are we going to build these irrigation projects? What province? What district? Halimbawa, para magawa rin yung program of work nito, para magastos din.
Meron din pong listahan ng NIA din. You can ask NIA pag nag-appear sa inyo.
Can we ask also not only NIA but the DBM, total Department of Budget and Management? Kayo nagmamanage naman ito eh. So why not, I suppose they give you a list as well. So why can't that be shared with the committee? Para ma-verify din natin kung saan pupunta yung irrigation facilities na to.
Let's inform Your Honor that is already in the NEP, the NIA projects.
Breakdown?
The breakdown is in the NEP.
I think it is a line item budget as we reviewed it eh. Oo. Hindi maliwanag yung nakalagay eh. Okay? Okay. And then one other item on the unprogrammed fund. 30 billion risk management program. There are many more items in the, as you mentioned earlier, roughly 500 billion in lump sum items. Okay? Our count nga, it's more than 1 trillion eh. But I'm willing to 500 billion na lang.
Ito po yung ano, we can give this to you, 10 pages, specific projects by region.
Sige, kung pwede.
Okay.
Thank you. And then 30 billion risk management program.
Madam Chair, would you like to give it to all of us?
Yes. Yeah. Yung 30 billion risk management program in the unprogrammed fund of the budget, para saan to? Could there be more elaboration in the proposed 30 billion risk management program? Yes. Are these for contingent liabilities?
That's right, Madam Chair.
When you say contingent liabilities, these are what? PPP projects?
That's right, Madam Chair. These are contingent liabilities which may not happen, but if the contract obligations of government are not fulfilled, then there's a cost and there is a actual determination that government is the one that renege on some obligations. This will be used, but this is unprogrammed, meaning we can only use it if there are excess revenues that we can use for that.
When you say excess revenues, you mean magkano ba yung revenue program ninyo for next year? It has to go above the entire
Magkano yung revenue program for next year?
2,481
2
billion.
trillion 400. You mean to tell me you have to collect more than 2 trillion 400 before you can use this?
Not
Not
necessarily.
necessarily.
Depending
di ba?
on the revenue source.
So halimbawa, example, if kahit na below 2.4 trillion yung collection ninyo, but on any given revenue source tumaas, you can use the unprogram.
That's right, Mr. Chairman. Madam Chair.
Tama ba yun? Is that good fiscal management practice? Palagay ko, it should be, if you hit the 2. It's a standby authority eh. If you hit the 2.4 or 2.5 trillion, above that, the difference you can spend for what's enumerated. Siguro dapat ganun eh. Kaysa yung individual. Kasi para DAP naman yan sa revenue side. Think about it. Anyway, let me move on. So, your contingent liability should probably be more than 1 trillion pesos, not 30 billion. Right? And that's growing. Now, having said that, why did you choose the 30 billion? What specific projects are these? Does it mean that there's a 90% chance na this will become due, kaya nyo linagay sa budget?
We just followed last year's provisioning.
Okay.
I mean for this year.
So you could submit a list to us what these projects most likely are.
Yes,
which
we have
will fall due.
a probability
Probability
study on
assessment, di ba? Okay? Okay, so, yeah, yun ang mga examples din ng other lump sum items, right? Although, ito namang contingent. Okay, so, okay, moving on, we expect the growth momentum to continue, as presented earlier. What makes this budget different from the past? Aside from borrowing more, and when we say inclusive growth, because many of these I've heard in the past, spending more on human capital, on education, healthcare, and better infrastructure, and outside of Metro Manila and the regions. This is not due to me. Maybe the execution can be better. And I trust that the team here can do a better job. But let's give an example. But I'm glad also that Secretary Jokna mentioned earlier, because I do have other bills also similar to Senator Gatchalian on free public college education. Right? So I suppose that investing in human capital, not only increasing spending on education, but how are we going to improve the quality of education? Not only for K-12, but also for colleges, state colleges and universities. You know, let me commend again the Secretary for increasing the tertiary budget, the state universities by about 9 billion if I'm not mistaken. Tinaas naman ninyo, so very good, and I support that. But to help answer the question earlier, to provide free public college tuition, the income of state universities and colleges is roughly about 12 billion. That means kinolekta yan sa mga nag-aaral doon. 12 billion. Out of UP, at tanggalin natin yung UP dito. Okay? Roughly 12 billion, if I'm not mistaken, if I recall. So we can add that on to the budget, and maybe there should be also improvements in the quality, diba, of public education. So, so let me support that increase for education. But on healthcare, there was an extensive discussion earlier, Secretary, and it's always been mentioned, and ito, for the last 6 years, I've been saying this already anyway. Sabi nilang, PhilHealth daw, 92% covered na. For all intents and purposes. That is already universal health care. Okay, so the de facto system should be anyone, any Filipino na pumunta sa public hospital should be given health insurance. Hindi mo na kailangan ng PhilHealth card. Why don't we make that a policy? Bakit hahanapin ng PhilHealth card? Hindi naman sila namimigay ng PhilHealth card. Doon sa mga sponsored ng gobyerno. Basta Pilipino ka, nagkasakit ka, automatic. Total naman, 92% covered eh. Can't we adopt that policy, Secretary Jokno?
Yes, that's a good idea. You can suggest that to the Health Secretary.
Yes, I will re-suggest it, but I'm suggesting it here because kayo ang DBCC eh.
Yes, that could be adopted.
That could be adopted.
In fact, if you're 60, you can go to any
Correct.
public hospital
Yes.
and without any health card.
Not only public,
just
but
show.
private. Correct. Because that is the law I passed in the previous Congress. Yes.
According to PhilHealth, again, according to Secretary Paulino Bial, the same question was asked during a briefing, and she said, any indigent person or any Filipino who walks into a public hospital now and needs treatment does not have to show a PhilHealth card, and he or she will be treated.
Yeah, we've debated that,
That's what they say.
Madam Chair. Yes, every year in the budget
So I hope
since 2010. Yes, especially when we passed the sin tax law. And that's why I tested it with the senior citizen. Make a law na hindi na kailangan yung PhilHealth card. And that's why you have that law today. Now, let's move that forward. In any country in Europe, yung universal healthcare coverage naman nila doon, wala naman 90%, 85%. Pagdating mo na 85%, the de facto position is automatic na yan. Universal healthcare na. Hindi mo na kailangan ng PhilHealth card. Automatic na yan. Pag Pilipino ka, nagkasakit ka, may ayuda ka galing sa PhilHealth. No? And again, let me congratulate the Secretary for increasing the budget from 40 billion last year to 50 billion. And, you know, we've looked at all the financial statements of PhilHealth every year. And, you know, but I will not bother you with that today. I will do that when the Health Secretary is here naman to explain how they can improve PhilHealth. No? But on the other hand, napansin ko naman nabawasan yung budget on the supply side of health, yung health enhancement program. Okay? So you're addressing the demand with the PhilHealth, but then you need to address the supply. Yung kulang ng gamot, kulang ng gamit, kulang ng hospital beds. I suppose the budget of the health department as far as supplies are concerned, kulang naman. And this leads me to a point. I've filed bills here, and I've heard the President mention this in his campaign, and even recently. Why not use PAGCOR and PCSO? Ilagay na natin sa pangkalusugan na rin yun to help on the supply side. Covered na ng sin tax yung demand side. PAGCOR, PCSO, ilagay na rin natin sa pangkalusugan to address the supply side. That's an addition 30 billion that you can spend for health. And yan ang talagang mararamdaman ng tao, yung edukasyon, kalusugan, and better investments in agriculture.
Again, according to PhilHealth and Secretary Obial, while the indigent person enters a hospital, in a public hospital, he or she will be treated for free. The reason why they line up in our offices is the medicines may not be included and the public hospitals may not have it in their pharmacy. So if your suggestion for PCSO funds or PAGCOR will address that limitation or absence of adequate medicines.
There are two reasons why. One is the lack of
ninyo.
resources. That's correct. I'm with you on that. The second is that 2/3 of the money of PhilHealth go to private hospitals and only 1/3 to public hospitals. I think that should go the other way around. For us to be able to modernize our public health institutions, 2/3, and that's roughly 100 billion today, 2/3 of the money of PhilHealth should go to public health institutions and only 1/3 should go to private hospitals. That way you address the supply also of the, improve the conditions of our public hospitals. And if you add 30 billion from PAGCOR and PCSO, that's 130 billion. Yung out-of-pocket expenses, mababawasan din doon sa pasyente. The average subsidy per patient is only 11,000 pesos. I don't know if that improved this year, but that was in 2014. So maybe we can, roughly 7 million ang magkakasakit. Maybe we can improve the benefit package on the average of each patient. Kaya lagi may out-of-pocket yan. Laging pupunta yan sa politiko. Laging pupunta yan sa wherever to be able to raise money for his health needs. No? So, you know, as part of the minority, we'd like to make those suggestions also. No? So healthcare, no? And of course, agriculture. I noticed also that the budget for agriculture has been reduced for next year.
Total budget for agriculture as a sector has actually increased, not decreased.
But in the DA, it was reduced.
But the budget of DA has declined.
Okay.
But because some projects have been completed, some foreign assisted projects have been completed, some BUB projects have been removed, and some PAMANA projects have been removed. But that the budget for the total agricultural sector has increased.
Which increase in the DA?
Among the budgets of the government, the agricultural corporations,
such as
NFA, NIA, down the line.
NFA for importation.
5.1 billion, I think, for importation.
So the increase is because of importation, not so much in increasing productivity.
That's right. That's right.
Okay. And it would definitely help. I don't want to belabor the point, but to identify yung sa NIA, kasi I suppose that's the biggest, no? And as you mentioned earlier, Secretary, as you mentioned earlier, now a lot of the corruption in the past was in the agriculture department.
That's right. That's right.
Okay. And for the first half of the year, agriculture dropped. There was a contraction of
consecutive quarters.
Yeah, contraction of what? 2-3%?
I think the second quarter was more extreme. There was extreme drop than the first one.
Yes, the Secretary of NED is here. So what was the drop in agriculture? 2 to 3% for the first half.
For the second quarter, 3.3% for the first half.
3.3%.
Yeah, for the combined.
So 30% of the population incomes dropped.
No,
diba?
The output.
Yeah.
Output declined by 3.3%.
Productivity went down,
Yeah.
and chances are incomes dropped.
Yeah,
Diba?
that's correct.
Okay. And we are spending for the entire agriculture sector 92 billion or 93 billion in 2017. It's just a 1.3% growth rate. And assuming you will be spending, or you spent half of that in 2016, you had a contraction. Nakakulang ang investments natin in agriculture. What is the policy as far as the Coco Levy Fund? I filed also bills on utilizing the Coco Levy Fund. May position na ba ang executive?
Not yet, Mr. Senator.
Not yet. Okay. Thank you for your candidness, Secretary Dominguez. Okay. And then let me move on. So I'm one with you as far as inclusive growth is concerned. First, you need to grow. There's nothing to distribute if you do not grow. And then education, healthcare, agri and infra. Now, what is not in the budget? Incidentally, your budget is 21% of GDP. Is that correct, Secretary? Okay. The local governments is what? Another 1%?
It's around
GDP?
560 billion.
Yeah, but a part of that is already in the budget.
Well, the whole
Correct,
thing
correct.
is-
No, I understand.
I think in general, ERA is about 80% of their total
Correct.
expenditures.
Okay.
So a big sum of the LGU budget is actually ERA.
Yeah. No, I
Because they
understand that.
they don't want to
I
raise their own revenues. Okay.
Okay. There's a limitation, though. Why? It's not that they don't want, but there's a limitation. Okay. Moving quickly to tax reform. And, many of this I've discussed already with the Secretary anyway. But I just wanted to reiterate. Total naman, we know that there's a lot of inefficiency yet in the Bureau of Customs. There's still smuggling. I don't blame the new commissioner dahil bago pa lang naman. I'm sure they're studying that carefully. But previously, maliwanag naman talaga malaki ang smuggling. Okay? We all know that. And some inefficiencies also in the BIR. Okay? Maybe because of too much red tape and compliance. There is a plan to raise 600 billion in new tax revenue. Okay? Of course, I have my misgivings of the total amount. Masyadong malaki. Okay? Pero why not? Yes, I understand. Yes. Why not hating kapatid? Why not 300 billion? Para burden sharing. Assuming that is the number. Why not 300 billion through administrative efficiency on your end? And 300 billion new policy, if at all.
Well, I've been studying tax reform for the longest time, Your Honor.
Yeah.
And my impression is that the best you can raise out of administrative improvement will be 1% of GDP. So that's 350 billion is probably out of the question.
So you're saying 1%, 160 billion.
Correct. It's
Okay.
more like it.
Sige. Di 160 billion din kami. Something like that. You raise 160, we raise 160.
It's the shop of Secretary Dominguez, who unfortunately is
Yes,
not.
yes, yes. I've already mentioned that to him anyway. And it's very easy to work with the Secretary anyway. But this is an opportunity for me to speak to the entire DBCC. You're all here. And I'm just reiterating that point, no? Okay. Now, I know that, just last two items. One, PPP. I do have a bill here also to make it easier for PPP projects to be undertaken. At the same time, protecting users para wala na yung mga premium payments that eventually users will pay anyway. Kalokohan naman yun eh. So tanggalin na natin yan and make it user fee based. Yung ability of the user to utilize, kaya niyang bayaran, if at all, di ba? Okay. So, have you gone through already? Kasi this is an important part on your infrastructure investment. Do you have a proposal on public-private sector partnership? Have you looked at the proposals, at least in the Senate, on PPP?
Yes, we've looked at the bills. But in general, Mr. Senator, we are not going to be obsessed with using PPP. It is a tool. It is part of the tool in our tool chest. But considering that we can borrow money at a lower rate than the private sector, we probably will be using our funds to do the construction. And we're looking at the possibility of bidding out the operations of, let's say, a toll road. But the roads will be built by us. The perfect example I always use to describe overuse of the PPP is the connector road to Daanghari. That's 4 kilometers flat, no technical problems, no right-of-way problems, and there's no reason for a PPP there. We could have constructed it ourselves.
I think the problem there was right of way.
Uh,
I think the delay of that project, a lot of it was because of the right of way.
What right-of-way? That all the land belonged to the government.
Not from what I know. Yes. As far as that project is concerned. So, you don't have a target as far as PPP is concerned. I mean, so in effect, borrowing, so you're talking about, aside from the budget, JA, well, part of that anyway also nga pala is your G2G. And then the other mode is PPP. So you're more inclined, locally funded, deficit spending, borrow that money to build it, that's one, or G2G. Is that correct? I'm trying to understand your strategy.
Yes.
Remember, because you're telling us we want to spend so much for infrastructure and therefore we want to raise taxes aside from borrowing. Diba? Okay, the other mode kasi is PPP. Diba? So if a lot of that can be done through PPP, you don't need to raise so much taxes.
Our experience with PPP is it takes 29 months to get off the ground.
Correct.
On the average.
That's why we have a bill to reduce that time.
Well, we're studying to see how it will reduce
Yes.
it actually.
Yes, and then we'd like to hear your recommendations.
In addition to what
Yeah.
Secretary Dominguez said, number one, we will move away from using PPP as a way of raising revenues for the government.
Correct.
Even
I
premium.
agree with you.
All right, because that
Money
will add burden to the
Correct. To the user.
taxpayer, to the users.
Yes.
Number two, we are willing to now entertain
That's taken care of.
unsolicited
That's in the bill as well.
proposal. Di ba? We're now willing to take
That's
to
also in
speed
the
up
bill.
the
Yes,
implementation.
correct, correct.
And we would prefer what is called a hybrid, where the government will fund it
Correct.
using domestic funds or foreign funds, and then just bid out the management
Or joint
operations.
venture.
So those are the major differences from the current, from the previous administration. And we have actually moved much faster. We have approved 10 PPP projects already, right?
Well, there are a number of PPP projects that were in the pipeline already from the
Right.
previous administration, and we are
Correct.
just trying to push them faster.
Yeah.
And so several already have been approved by the ICC.
Yeah.
10 of them.
Once
just
once
recently.
approved by the NEDA board, could you submit those proposals to Congress so we can take a look as well?
No more. I think once it's approved by the NEDA board, then it goes to the implementing agency.
No, correct. All I'm saying is that FOI, Freedom of Information, can you
Sure.
submit those projects to Congress?
Yeah, we can. You can have. You can get.
Now, why is that
information on
important? Why is that important? Because of contingent liabilities. We want to make sure that those contracts anyway are properly done, right?
Yes.
Para to avoid these problems of contingent liabilities.
Yes.
Diba?
To minimize, if possible, the need to have contingent liabilities,
Yes.
sovereign
Thank you, thank
guarantee.
you. Finally, and then finally, in the budget, how many new policemen will we be hiring for next year?
Policemen.
Yes.
There's a bill, as you know, in Congress now on PPP reform. It has to do with PPP
Yes.
to speed up in terms of right-of-way issues
Correct.
and procurement.
Correct.
So if
That's
that is
part of the bill I filed.
yeah,
Yes.
if that is
Yes.
passed, then that would
Yes.
speed up
Yes.
PPP processing.
Yes. Yes. Would there be any? Yes.
Asking about police.
Yes. How many?
10,000 positions. Military, 1,177 positions.
Yung 10,000 na police ba yan? Right now kasi, so the items sa PNP, roughly you've hired 150,000. But in the budget, it's for 174,000. So yan ba magiging 184,000 or from 174 to 164?
It's a total of... Okay. Trying to get the numbers.
Yeah, so maybe at the appropriate time. And then may plano ba, like how many will go to what town? How many will each province get, or what municipality or city? Is there such a plan?
No, there must be, but we don't have that information right now.
Yeah.
Mr. Senator.
So the same question, maybe so that you're given the opportunity to provide the answers to us. I'd like to find out for policemen, soldiers, and if it's applicable to soldiers, to teachers and health workers. Doctors, nurses, halimbawa, is there a program ba na one doctor per town? How many nurses in each town, so on and so forth?
That belongs to the health department.
Yeah, but it should be part of the general framework in the budget, di ba?
Yeah, by the way, in terms of the for the military, 184,000 PNP, just PNP.
So 10,000 more.
184,410.
Okay. So today kasi you're at 150,000 eh.
Yes.
But you have 174,000 in the item. So gagawin mong 184, that means you'll be hiring 34,000 more, is that correct?
Yeah. Yes. That would be 34,000 more.
Okay. 34,000 more. Is that correct, Secretary Jokma?
Yeah.
You'll be hiring. In effect?
Your Honor.
Yeah, I was asking how many new policemen will you be hiring?
184,000.
So
10,000 in addition to the existing force. Yes.
Yeah, but Secretary Jokno, today you only have 150,000 warm bodies. The item is 134. So next year 184. Will you be hiring 34,000 more?
Yes, yes.
Ganun ba yun? Okay, so kung pwede ba may, is there a plan, may breakdown per municipality, city, province?
They don't recruit on the basis of town affiliation, Your Honor.
No. What I'm saying is this eh. Lahat ng bayan, lahat ng syudad, lahat ng probinsya kulang. So there must be a general plan. Where are you going to put all these warm bodies, right? Alanganin lahat yan in Metro Manila. I don't think that's the plan.
That's true, Your Honor. I don't think we can provide that list.
Not yet.
Not yet.
So during the course of the debates, the deliberations, maybe you could provide us that list.
The DALG, the PNP would have that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it will be, I think, may pagkasiklir ho atin.
You know, more information available, the easier for us to pass it.
I know, but I think they will probably talk to you in, what do you call it, executive session.
So at this juncture, Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity, and maybe at the next round, we might have more questions, maybe tomorrow. Thank you.
Tomorrow. Thank you. We recognize Senator Mig Subiri, then Senator Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Madam Chair, I'd like to greet pleasant good afternoon to Secretary Dominguez, Secretary Jokno, Secretary Raya. Thank you for being with us, and of course all the agencies of the finance and revenue generating sectors of government. Mine is really poverty eradication, and Senator Lacson is not here anymore, but with all due respect to Senator Lacson, I represent a region, same region as the President, which is Mindanao. And unfortunately, in the list that we have of the poorest provinces, I would say about 6 or 7 provinces. And if you look at the top 15, it will be more than half. Definitely are from Mindanao, Mr. Secretary. Do you have a comprehensive program? I know it's interagency, my DA, my DSWD. Is there a comprehensive program to address the alleviation of our people from these areas from poverty? I know it's difficult. Maybe you don't have it now. We just entered. But could there be a program that you can set up, a comprehensive one? Hindi yung chapsuy kasi ang nangyayari in the previous administrations, it's always been, okay, DA yan, DSWD, but there's no one comprehensive plan of action, like a 2020 plan of action. Pagdating natin ng dulo ng term ni President Digong, we are going to decrease poverty, because I've been hearing it a lot. We're going to decrease poverty by a certain percentage. But how? Would there be a program in place to set this into motion, Mr. Secretary? Any one of the three could answer, or maybe through NEDA.
Yeah, well, the general framework really is to reduce poverty by through high economic growth, high economic growth rate, sustaining that growth rate, and at the same time making sure that each increment in the GDP would be distributed, would be broken down according to income classes, socioeconomic classes, as well as regions. In other words, how much of growth in national income growth is what share is going to the lower income classes and going to the regions, to the lagging regions. That's one framework. And the other thing is, as already mentioned earlier, implementing fully the reproductive health law will also contribute to reducing poverty significantly.
Oh, that's on the macro level, no?
Yes.
I'd like, if it's possible, in the next few hearings, I know we're going to have debates in the plenary, is it possible to ask the DBM and the NEDA to come up with a more itemized approach on poverty alleviation on a department level? For example, and I don't want, and I want to sound again parochial, for example, for Mindanao, ano po yung plano nyo for the 4-piece program? Ano po plano ninyo for agriculture in terms of the distribution of the budget for agriculture? Ano po ang plano nyo in terms of Department of Health? If that's possible in the later future, I don't want to, I know you're all tired. You've been here since this morning. So is it possible?
Well, actually, the broad framework that I just described to you, the details of that will be contained in the Philippine Development Plan 2017-2022, which is under preparation right now as we speak. That should be available. The details of the poverty alleviation or poverty reduction program will be in that document, in the PDP as well as in the RPDP, Regional Philippine Development Plan. So there are two levels here. And also there's another shape of another form of the Philippine Development Plan. That's the Public Investment Program, and the details are there.
Okay. On Secretary Joc, on the CCT, I want to continue the point of questioning of Senator Villar on the clearly does it have a value? The reason why I ask this is, can we have the list of the CCT participants vis-a-vis the provinces that where they are at? For example, Cebu, for example, how many thousands of CCT participants or 4-piece for Cebu? How far are they in the matrix of the poorest of the poor? So that we have an idea, apples to apples comparison of the number of CCT, for example, in Sulu. Will that be able to help increase the lowering of poverty alleviation for that province? Secretary, if that's possible, that list could be submitted as well within the next, not tomorrow, but definitely in the next few weeks.
Your Honor, I'm convinced that there's a value to the conditional cash transfer program. Okay, not having it would mean that maybe most of our people will end up maybe finishing only up to grade 4, maybe even lower. So that keeping them at school for much longer time because of the program could be maybe giving them better opportunities for the future. But the way it's implemented may be not perfect, and therefore you may ask them to produce the list, find out who should really benefit from it, because it's been presumed to be politicized. Okay, and but overall, Your Honor, I think it's a good program.
I agree with you, Secretary. Actually, I'm not asking for the list of names. I'm just asking for the list of beneficiaries, the number. For example, how many beneficiaries in Cebu, how many are beneficiaries in Aklan, how many are beneficiaries in...
No, I think there's a value in knowing who the beneficiaries are so that people can check, how come this guy is there and I'm out of it. Correct? So that's way of checking the sanctity of the list.
No, I agree, Secretary, because like in Mindanao, I want to see if also the CCT or the 4Ps have been, as you said, politicized, then maybe we'll see some fair-headed, fair-haired individuals that have a huge number of CCT as compared to others who are not as judicious in following up in high offices and they have very little CCT and therefore hindi nila nakukuha yung benepisyo and maybe that is why they're in the top 15 poorest of the poor provinces.
I think one flaw of the program is that since under the decentralization law, social welfare is a devolved function, that the local officials should at least be involved in the checking, monitoring, etc. Because after all, that is their responsibility. They can check whether they have the right beneficiaries in the list. Okay.
I agree, Secretary. And maybe we can add 4, I said 4 Ps, but baka pwede pa natin pagdagdagan ng pang-training at pang-kabuhayan. Because we eventually wanted to graduate from just being from the dole-out mentality. Maybe one of the, we could tell the Secretary of the DSWD, this one of the conditions for the 4 Ps is for them to undergo TESDA training or skills training. Para naman meron din pong outcome. Would you agree, Secretary?
Lagi ko nga pong tanong, nasan ba mga magulang ito, mga batang ito? What are they doing, right? Kung naka-standby lang, I think that doesn't speak well of the program. So if they can be trained to do some jobs, then work. I think people want to work rather than get just dole-outs. Okay.
I agree with you, Secretary. So I will just ask for that list at a later date with the committee chair. Continuing on with the sin taxes, and just to discuss a bit what Senator Hontiveros and Senator Rector had touched on earlier, is really on the PhilHealth. And Sec, ganun talaga nangyayari on the ground. I'll be very honest with you. Whenever I go home to Bukidnon, marinig nila na dumating ako, siguro 200 kaagad ang nasa labas ng bahay namin. I think the same will go to Senator Villar in Las Piñas, Senator Binay, Senator Loren, if she's traveling. I'm sure Senator Frank and other senators here that have districts and provinces. Lalo na dito sa Senado, we see a line every morning, hundreds of people lining up. And it brings back to the point that government has always been harping the fact that they have a PhilHealth program universal. However, the realities on the ground, Sec, to be honest, is that their PhilHealth can cover only so much. First of all, if the government hospital that they go to has no equipment, wala na po silang magagawa. Walang pre-diagnostic. So, hindi mo alam kung buntis yung tao o kabag lang yun, kung babae yun. Kasi wala po silang ultrasound, wala po silang mga gamit. And this goes through for a lot of provinces. So, it boils down to how is the sin taxes properly being implemented? Because I know government hospitals like Bukidnon, a showcase po namin yung Bukidnon in terms of provincial health care. But the provincial government spends a lot on buying equipment for that. My suggestion, and I will not fault anyone, you guys are just brand new, newly minted secretaries, but maybe the implementation, Secretary, maybe we can look at the proper implementation of the sin taxes, especially when it comes to medicines and equipment, because number 1 is the lack of equipment, number 2 is the lack of medicines. Kaya, ang nangyayari, ang ginagawa ng provincial doctor sa provincial hospital, bibigyan na lang po sila ng reseta. You have to do this pre-diagnostic exams in this hospital private kasi wala tayong equipment. At pagkatapos yan, balik kayo. And ibibigay ko sa inyo yung gamot. Pagbalik po nila sa wala pong gamot ang maibibigay kasi walang gamot ang hospital. Lalo na pag yung problema ay cancer, diabetes, all these major diseases. Just a short comment, Secretary, and I know Secretary Dominguez would be on it once the revenue increases. Yes, sir.
To be honest, I have not carefully looked into the 50 billion that we gave PhilHealth. We just took their word for it. But deep inside, I kind of doubt whether they are really using that money wisely. I know that if you're a PhilHealth member, you have 2 options. If you want to be confined, then you can have some reimbursement. But if you're an outpatient, you can't get reimbursed. But apparently, there's a new program by PhilHealth, fairly new, which is not publicized, that outpatients can be entitled. But you've got to be very, very poor. All right. So even if you're a card member, if you're not very, very poor, you won't get any benefits if you are an outpatient. So I am with you. I'm willing to help you unearth whatever needs to be find out about this 50 billion, for example, going to PhilHealth, because I know they have a lot of money. They've been accumulating that for over the years. Okay.
Thank you, Secretary. Maybe what we can do is probably make a menu. For example, you know, when you open a franchise of McDonald's, whether the McDonald's is in Manila or you open it in Tawi-Tawi, the cheeseburger is the same, the french fries is the same, the equipments are the same. Sana po lahat ng provincial hospitals and regional hospitals should now have a menu of equipment. And it has to be properly maintained and properly run, and that no questions asked. Dapat kung may X-ray, meron. Dapat may CT scan, may MRI. Dapat kumpleto po yan. Ang nangyayari po, not all hospitals and facilities have the same equipment that maybe a crafty public servant was able to receive from donations from outside or his savings, binibili po niya. Just a suggestion, Secretary, because the budget really emanates from you, and maybe you can have a team on it, because really the problem with especially social ills like poverty, is really on health. It's really, you know, you give away your whole house, you sell your Carabao para lang mapagaling yung anak mo. And they're back to square one. So sana po matignan natin yan. On a third point, I have a bill of food for school program, Mr. Secretary.
Before,
yes, sir.
Sorry, just to clarify, I'm one with you there, because all of us actually, but just to, because you might expect them to allocate for provincial, because of the devolution of health, we cannot provide equipment for the provincial hospitals. We're glad that your family, in charge of the local government on Bukidnon, I've seen your hospital there, really focused a large part of your era to your provincial hospital. Unfortunately, not all LGUs are like that. And so what DOH can do is to provide equipment for the DOH hospitals and to look into the expenditures of PhilHealth. But for them to provide for all the provincial hospitals and have a menu for the same kind of equipment, I think that would not be allowed.
I think, Madam Chair, maybe we can ask them. I believe it's allowed because my father has requested, and the provincial hospital.
And the same menu for everybody. The devolution of health mandated the LGUs to provide the provincial hospital, but the DOH hospitals can be provided unless
there are no there are no DOH hospitals, ma'am, except the regional hospitals. And
regional.
If kung pupunta pa yung taga Kitaw-Taw, Sinuda, Kitaw-Taw, Bukidnon sa Cagayan de Oro, patay na po yun. Within that's a 24-hour travel. So
let's find out if they can actually have uniform equipment. I understand the funds would have to come from the LGU. Let's find out if that's possible, because I know the devolution of health had mandated the LGU to allocate a portion of their era for the provincial hospitals.
I believe the PhilHealth has taken over the responsibilities of many provincial hospitals, including our own. That's why it's PhilHealth now. They accept PhilHealth patients. I think 99% are PhilHealth patients. 1% probably are paying. But the only DOH accredited hospitals, the only DOH run hospitals, Madam Chair, are really just the regional centers, which are far. Maramag Bukidnon is the center of Mindanao. The next regional center will be Cagayan de Oro.
Your question is, can the national government actually provide all the equipment in all provincial hospitals from Argaa? Because I asked the same question, and the DOH told me it's not possible because of devolution.
For next year, the national government is providing 8.3 billion for health facilities, meaning barangay health stations and rural health units. Okay, and they have a regional breakdown here. What's your region, Your Honor?
Let's say Region 10.
Region 10. We have 390 million for your region.
Barangay health centers.
For barangay health stations and rural health units.
That's what I mean. There is no provision for provincial hospitals in Misamis Occidental, in Bukidnon, in Misamis Oriental.
Yes.
So,
Mr. Chair, my nephew was governor of Sarangani. He never put up a hospital because he figured that it was more efficient that the private hospital treat the patients, and the province paid the private hospitals to treat the patients. So he
Okay.
figured that that was more efficient delivery of service than setting up a government hospital,
Yeah.
which runs out of budget, medicine, etc. So
And your blessed headache.
Madam Chair,
That's what I mean. Because of the local government code and the devolution of health, kanya-kanya ang estilo ng lokal na pamahalaan. Sarangani would just invest in outpatient or even inpatient but in private hospitals, pero libre ang healthcare.
Madam Chair,
Bukidnon, you built
may I
your
just
own.
interject? Yeah. The
Yes.
only problem there is, and we have the same problem in Bukidnon. If they lack the equipment and medicines at provincial hospital, they go to the private hospital. PhilHealth only covers a little, not only about 15 to 20%. That's, ano pa?
the province pays.
No. Under the PhilHealth program, sir, that's all national government.
No,
So,
in
yes.
Sarangani, the province has their own healthcare fund.
With all due respect, Mr. Chairman, both of our provinces are in the top 10 poorest, so we have to figure out what's going on with our two provinces. Maybe it's something that we should study. But really, the realities on the ground, Madam Chair and secretaries, is that they're not getting whatever we're publicizing as a honest-to-goodness PhilHealth or universal health care. They're not. And that's why we complain. There's hundreds of people outside our doors. But moving forward, Madam Chair, because Senator Gordon is...
I'm taking note of that, so that in the PhilHealth and the health hearing, that will be addressed. So that your question clearly states, can we actually provide for all the devolved health units, including provincial hospitals, with capital outlay, equipment, and free health care for all the inpatient and outpatient? That's your question?
Yes.
We'll make sure that DOH answers that and see if we can provide it.
Yes, because there's a limitation, Madam Chair, on the local government budgets. As a matter of fact, one of our colleagues here is now suspended because he decided to use his funds to help out another agency of theirs in the local government. Eh, yun ang mahirap. We cannot just utilize our income and our fund just like that. So that's why it needs national government assistance. Unless we go federal, I understand, and we're all federalists here. So once we go federal, well, that's a different story. But on the third point, Madam Chair, is our Food for School program. I filed a bill. Secretary Dominguez knows about this. Basically, it's like the California school system where you have lunch served to all the public school, elementary and high schools. For me, that's several advantages. Number one, you do local purchasing, so all your rice, all your chicken, all your pork can be bought on the local level. Therefore, all the farmers are helped on the local level. Number two, it's a great malnutrition, anti-malnutrition program, which assists also in feeding the children. It's a good anti-poverty allocation program because now the families have to only feed their children, let's say, once or twice because the school takes care of the lunch or midday meal. And if you'll be able to, because you focus on malnutrition, then you'll be able to also focus on education because we all know in all the studies that malnutrition promotes the difficulty of absorption capacity when it comes to educating our children. Just a comment, is that possible? Is it something that is doable in our setup, in our country in the near future? Knowing well that we're going to come up with tax measures that we are supportive of, sugary tax, fatty tax, and junk food tax. Is it possible that we can also incorporate it in a food for school program?
No, absolutely, Mr. Senator. But let me just point out that this whole discussion shows just how much we need to invest in health, education, and infrastructure. And that's why it's very important we have this tax reform program. It's not merely to raise funds, but to provide the services that our countrymen need. Thank you.
No, I agree with the gentleman from the Finance Department, Madam Chair, and we're very supportive of that. We just want to make sure that it doesn't go wastefully to other programs that does not directly help. And you agree with me that because previously, for example, in road users tax for me is a waste of money because instead of building roads, it's going to corruption, and it's being utilized by politicians. So I hope in this next administration they'll judiciously use the funds for that. And yes, Secretary, you want to
I
comment?
have a suggestion. Each local government can actually do your program, the program that you have in mind. They can even use the SEF, I think, Special Education Fund for that purpose. If you want to have your own feeding program at the local level, it can be done.
I know some are already doing it. They give milk. They have this a pack that they give to the students. It dramatically increases their nutrition values and also their educational content. So, finally, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, finally, I'd like to second the request of Senator Drillon on his request for the listing of the regions. But may I just move it also further backwards to the previous administration? May we also ask for the allocations on the regions? I've been gone for 5 years, so I've not been able to monitor to see if the DBM has judiciously spent its money also. I'm looking at the other regions of the past administration, to include BUB, to include DAP and PDAP, if that may be possible, Secretary Jokno. Thank you.
Madam Chair, well, in connection with child development and food for school program, I think, well, we are told that the human development starts in the first 1,000 days of life. That is the most critical period in the development of the human being. And perhaps this should be included sometime. I think it's from pregnancy to the second birthday of the child. That's critical in terms of learning capacity and human fulfillment in general.
Thank you, Senator Zubiri. Now, finally, Senator Gordon, after which we suspend, then we start again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with Senator Diokno, with Secretary Diokno. There was another senator who was equally, well spoken for, and also our friend Sonny Dominguez, Secretary Dominguez, and all the others here. I have very few questions, very simple actually. I would imagine that all our efforts should be to try and make our country better, and no other place is there than in education. I noticed that in your budget this year, you put in construction and replacement of 37,500 classrooms. Is that replacement from Yolanda?
No, Your Honor, that's new construction because of K to 12.
Yes.
Plus, there's another 10 as replacement for 25-year-old classrooms. So it's total of 47,000.
Yes, Your Honor. Have you examined the possibility of making sure that we can maximize working with the Department of Education of having multi-use of the classroom for daytime and nighttime so that we don't have to do so many classrooms right away? So the pressure isn't that much. In the meantime, I will continue with the question. When I look at the figures of education in the country, in ASEAN, I notice that we are one of the lowest, if not the lowest.
Around 3%.
In terms of salaries. Singapore, no wonder they have great foreign direct investment. They paid 133,000 per teacher starting. No? Malaysia is now at 90,000 a month. And China is at 50,000 a month. I'm not even going to mention Korea and Japan, which is about over 100,000 equivalent peso. No? The Philippines starts at 19,000, and we even increased it last year by 1,000, 19,000. When are we going to see daylight? I think the basic thing, that's why I ask about multi-use of the classrooms, no? Day and night classes, for example, so that we could put some money into teachers, provide scholarships for outstanding students so that they can be absorbed by the as new teachers, and at the same time increase the teacher level. When are we going to see that? Because I have computed some figures and I'm lost. I'm really trying to find out where we can get the money. If we were to give the teacher a salary grade of 35,000, for example, which is my ambition, and it's far below what China does, we would need about 219 billion pesos. If we increase the salary grade to SG15, which is 24,857, which is still a pittance, you will need 150 billion.
So really, is there any plans afoot by the budget as well as by the education department to try and find out, especially finance, try and raise the money, find out where we can really promote the payment of better teachers?
Well, unfortunately, Your Honor, we were one of the fastest growing country in the world. So, in fact, next year we'll hire probably another 53,000 teachers. Now, on the salary, a study has been made by the previous administration comparing the entry-level position of public school teachers compared to private school teachers. Our salary is 3 times higher than the public school.
I understand that, sir.
Okay.
But I don't mind. If the public school teachers are going to be given that kind of salary, it's a problem for the private school teachers, for the private education, to try and raise their own tuition because they can afford. You and I went to UP. I paid at that time, and I'm not aging myself, for a law school education, 89 pesos for our tuition.
That's ridiculous, Your Honor.
And actually, it's even lower during the time of Senator Drillon. But my point is, we could have paid a higher salary.
Yes, Your Honor, we'll probably take care of that through the 4 tranches. We're now on the 2nd tranche, 3rd tranche, 4th tranche, plus the court is as a result of the lowering of the personal income tax, Your Honor.
That's right.
From 1/3 to 1/4.
But at the 4th tranche, they will still be in the level of what? 23,000? 24,000? At the 4th tranche?
It's more.
Magkano?
It's 21,000, but as I said, with the lower income tax,
they will have more purchasing power. But that's called comfort.
But more money, Your Honor.
Fourth tranche, it's only 21,000.
Yes.
After the 4th tranche, yes.
After the 4th tranche.
Yes.
How much is it?
That's entry level position for teacher. Entry level.
Entry level. How much is it today?
How much is it today?
What is the entry level?
19,000. 19,000.
19,000, Your Honor.
So what I'm saying is either we adopt what Singapore does, get scholars on the 2nd, 3rd year, 4th year college level, and tell them that they will be admitted into the college when they graduate into the public school system, and provide them a little bit more salary increase, a salary range that is competitive, so that we don't lose them. I just wanted to point that out because I think we should really put our heads together, especially in LIDAC, and find out how we can have some services down the line, because we have the right demographic age. If we don't take advantage of this, investments will go elsewhere, and we will lose our bus again, and we will be the poorer for it, because our children are indeed at the right age for employment, and if we educate them better, Singapore is a very small country, and yet it attracts about $75 billion in foreign direct investments, which leads me to my next question. I just thought I'd lay that on the line here, just for background. Foreign direct investments we're one of the lowest. And I'm glad that you're there, because you and I have discussed this before about putting in more infra funding, everything from, national school, national, buildings so that one-stop shop can occur in the provinces. You spend money, you provide pump priming, right? These are some of the things that we talked about. But we have in our budget today, we are going to spend in infrastructure, let's see, here. In infrastructure, we are supposed to spend about, what is that? Can you help me out, Secretary? I'm sure you know it better than I do. In terms of infrastructure spending, 860 billion.
Yes.
Having said that, if we're going to spend 860 billion for infrastructure, I would like to make some common sense suggestions. For an example, it says here you're going to build airports, and I'm going to beat on my own region. You have 2 airports in Subic and Clark, underutilized, not maximized, and an awful lot of land area around it. And if you include Manila, you have 3 airports, and the resulting scenario would be decongest Manila, disperse industries, and generate the kind of employment that you would like to have. And I'm not just talking about Subic, let's say be termed parochial. There are 3 airports, including Manila, and 4 seaports. If you Subic, Manila, Mariveles, and Batangas. And we're building the infrastructure again to bypass Manila from Central Luzon, going to Laguna. So if you're building all this, there's no point in building infrastructure if you're not going to generate the jobs, if you're not going to generate the investments. I'm sure you agree with that one. So is there a program that I'm sure you have it there in you and in your staff and part of the finance as well, to try and maximize this, ratchet this up, like Cebu or Palawan in terms of tourism? These are things that we could do. Is there something like that? I'd be very glad to sit down with you, although I'm one senator, but I'm sure if we can focus on that, maximizing infrastructure, looking at underutilized infrastructure like seaports, we can find our ways clear in making sure that our economy will go up.
I think the decision as to whether we're going to have Clark or Sangley will be done before the end of the year, and Secretary Togabe will be able to...
Well, we've spoken about this, and I think, you know, I hope you are aware that Sangley Point on both ends are submerged during the rainy season, and it'll require a lot of money. But Subic and Clark, you can look at Subic and Clark as one airport. Can you imagine Subic had 18 daily flights, night flights, of big jets of Federal Express, and we had 26 flights a week of chartered flights. And today it's got nothing. And the reason I'm laying the predicate for this is because not only are we using Subic, and we are making our country look very, very bad, and I've gotten complaints even up to yesterday, when planes are diverted to Clark, do you know that they don't even have enough stairways so that the passengers can go down in relief? Are we aware that we're making them wait 6 hours, cursing the Philippines and the administration, all the administrations in the past? And yet, a little money for these airports, bring back the radar that we put in on our own in Subic, put the stairways, put a big tent, if you will, in Clark, so that we could, you know, manage the entry of more passengers. Is there any plan by the administration, especially in the budget? And I know you're listened to by the President along with Secretary Dominguez. Can we push this with the President so that immediately we solve so many problems right away?
Definitely, Mr. Senator. The the situation in the Clark and Subic airports are that they are good airports. However, since most of the passengers want to come to Manila, we need a rapid transport system from those areas to the Manila area, because this is where so far a lot of people fly into to do business. Yes.
With all due respect, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, Subic and Clark is about 25 minutes away door to door if you try a high-speed car. No? And you could put aside a special corridor for tourists and travelers between Clark and Manila. And if you land in Manila right now, like my former Undersecretary of Tourism was complaining the other day, it took him about 4 hours to get from Manila to Quezon City. And it will take you only an hour and a half, literally from Clark to the gates of Manila. It is not what the passenger wants. It's the convenience of our country, the reputational damage that we avoid, and the importance of utilizing the infrastructure. So, I'm sorry, Secretary Dominguez, I will not listen to that argument. And I think that it's a matter, and you have a lot of political will in this president that can push it. In the same manner, I can go to other airports in the country. If we are looking at infrastructure, I see in your railroads, your infrastructure is about infrastructure. You know, if you look at your railroads in Mindanao, if you put up a railroad in Mindanao, or if you even rebuild our railroad that was built before Rizal died, from Manila to the Gupan to the Mortis, we are the only country that lost its railroad. Ninakawan na nga tayo sa kickback, ninakawan pa tayo ng mga relays ng tren, hindi na natin magamit. And if you can imagine, on both sides of the railway, before in Cebu, they had a railroad. In Iloilo, I believe they had a railroad. First railroad, in fact, was in Santa Barbara, if I'm not mistaken. And all the way up to other places. If you build that railway in Mindanao, for example, and this is one of our bills here, and if you restore the railroad, you can, again, pump prime the economy and correlate it with the jobs that it will create. Somebody was asking a question. When you have a railroad, all the areas that it will pass through will be able to ship their goods faster. And it's a chicken or egg sometimes, but you have to take it. So I don't see that kind of budget support that we need to really ratchet up our industrial development. So are you going to put money into railroads, or are we just going to say we're paying, you know, yes?
Just before the Secretary answers, I would like to put on record that we will be having our session at 3 o'clock.
Yes, I know.
Senator Gordon would mind, maybe the next, after the question is answered, maybe the next question can be reserved for tomorrow so that we can have the 3 o'clock.
The next questions are very simple lang. Very, very simple.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I'd like to continue.
You can preside over the meeting, sir, and I'll just attend the hearing. Because Senator Loren Legarda has left and has asked me to. So
well,
I
can preside over the meeting.
You can continue.
Yes, it's very important. Thank you very much. Once in a while, I can grab the chair. Thank you very much. So basically, we need to get that railroad going. But I think, in so far as the infrastructure for railroad is concerned, to me, I'm looking at railways, and the budget is about 15 billion, and LRT has 1.4 billion. And I'm told by our expert in railroads that it costs 1 billion per kilometer. And I am aghast because we were able to build a railroad during the Spanish times from Manila to Tutuban, from Tutuban to Dagupan, in less than 4 years. And I just want to see whether there is really support from the President insofar as railroads are concerned.
Yeah, for next year, Your Honor, the government will spend 24.9 billion for transport infra program.
And where will that go, Your Honor?
It will be for MRT, LRT, lines 2-1, extension to Cavite, Dasmariñas, North-South commuter rail project, etc. So but we can assure you, Your Honor, our program of government for infra up to 2022 will amount to 7 trillion, Your Honor.
I know.
Okay.
That's why I was very happy when you came in. I knew you were going to ratchet up infrastructure. But if you put in more money, and so long as we can start these programs right away, I think there will be a sunrise instead of a sunset. Now, let me just go to another point. I just wanted to make sure that the points are established here because we want to, for example, for starters, I'd like to see some support to return all the facilities that were paid for by Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority during my term. I never got a budget from the national government. SBMA paid for all those ILSs, radars, multi-million dollar acquisitions, and they're all gone. So I hope that you'll find your way clear in restoring that so we can use it, and finding your way clear in making sure we get a big tent or at least stairway. It's not as simple as that, but we can right away use those, and I believe the public will be convenienced by it. Your Honor, I just have a few more questions, and this is on PhilHealth, for example. I heard from our distinguished chair that it only takes 9 billion to complete the 100%. Is that correct?
7 billion, according to Secretary Ubial and the PhilHealth head who was present in the hearing. I can't recall the name.
If that is the case,
complete the 100% of the entire population.
Thank you, Your Honor. If that is the case, why are we spending 3.5 billion pesos? Why are we spending 3.5 billion pesos on immunization for dengue? DOH reported 362 cases of adverse events following immunization, which includes fever, headaches, dizziness, vomiting, and rashes. I understand 2 people have already died. And the reason why some people are complaining about this is that Philippines went ahead with the vaccination program even before it was pre-qualified by the World Health Organization.
We're the only ones using it with Mexico. It's only 3.5 billion pesos. And yet, if you want to help the many who are poor, you could very well put this in PhilHealth, and you already are in the 97% bracket. I just want to ask this so that the chair, who I know is an exponent of PhilHealth, and the secretary.
You're referring to the previous administration?
Yes.
The 3.5
That was done right before the elections, Your Honor. And I had a lot of complaints from friends even as far as Geneva, and they're wondering why Sanofi was so lucky. Sanofi, and that's spelled S-A-N-O-F-E-E. I'm sorry, F-I. It's not exactly Sanofi. Your Honor, I just wanted to raise that question, and I'll just be quick so that you don't have to see me tomorrow again. I just want these questions answered tomorrow if you don't have time. But in terms of irrigation, in everything that I've read since I was a senator the first time, and that was in 2004 up to 2010, I've been told, and I see it still in the documentation today, that you have 400,000 hectares in irrigation. We have a total of 3 million irrigable land. We have 1.7 million irrigated, and 400,000 is out of commission, needing repair of about 60,000 per hectare. Is that correct, Your Honor?
I'm not sure.
That is the documentation that I've seen for the last so many years, 6 years. And yet, if you repair the 400,000 hectares, it will add 2 million more. The demand is 20 million, and we are now at 18 billion, metric tons. Billion ba or million metric tons or whatever. I failed arithmetic when I was young. To make a long story short, if we put in the money, and every administration has promised that they're going to fix up the irrigation so that we will be rice sufficient, why is it not a priority that we fix this? I see that in irrigation you have 12 million allocated pesos, 25 million pesos allocated, among other things. When if you put this money at 60,000 times 400 hectares, that's 24 billion. In other words, magagawa talaga yung irrigation kung gusto sapagkat may pera na naka-allocate. I just want to raise that for your attention. I know I'm not here to debate with you. I just want to open the eyes of the cabinet and the others that that's all you need to make us self-sufficient, according to everybody since 2004. Another 26 billion to repair 400,000 hectares, and we will be self-sufficient in rice. That's what I'm told by UP Los Baños, anyway, by all the agricultural experts that I'm told. Nonetheless, if they're inaccurate, at least we will close the gap. And by the way, if we import rice, how much of that goes to corruption? I wanted to ask that earlier, because a lot of importation, and they even have the temerity to say NFA is built to lose money. So this is just some points that I'd like to make again that I hope you can answer tomorrow. And finally, if you're going to have rehab centers, I heard you say 60 rehab centers that are going to be built this year. How many? 400 or 500 bed rehab centers. I wonder if it be appropriate for us, in as much as there is 1% of our population, mainly the young, 3.7 million are affected by drugs. 1 million comes from the education sector, youth and out-of-school youth. If we put in money, should we not put it instead in having a psychiatrist in every 6 towns, or somebody like a trained psychosocial support expert, guidance counselor, if you will, so that they can spot children who are targets of the people who push drugs. Sometimes beaten up, sometimes bullied, sometimes just insecure. And if the parents and teachers